Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Martial Peak, Chapter 5766, Old Fart O Yang Lai. While Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow had sunken into the depths of the infinite river and were reaping great benefits, the universe furnace world had already descended into a bloodbath. With Yang Kai's move of seizing the supreme grade open heaven pill as the trigger, both sides had gathered their soldiers and were now engaged in constant clashes with each other, forming rivers of blood with masters falling frequently. The battle was not as intense at first, but following Yang Lai's arrival, the situation became explosive. This new Ninth Order master had been choking down his complaints all these years. Now that he had risen to the Ninth Order, he had to make sure to slaughter more to vent the pent-up knots in his heart. However, the human race were unable to gain much of an advantage even with Yang Lai's participation, and the main reason was the number imbalance. The Black Ink clan greatly outnumbered them. Inside this universe furnace world, the Black Ink clan could still communicate with each other using their miniature black ink nests, not only sending out their locations, but also calling for reinforcements from all directions. But the humans could not do that. Even though the Supreme Headquarters had made arrangements before their entry, supplying each master with a special communication bead, its usage was limited in comparison to the black ink nests. Naturally, not as many helpers could be called over through that method. What's more, the humans had fewer forces than the Black Ink clan to begin with. If Yang Lai had not made it over in time, then the humans would surely have suffered a terrible loss in this battle. On top of all that, the Black Ink clan had many pseudo-royal lords on their side. By the time the royal lord broke away from the Chaos Spirit King and joined the battlefield, the limited advantage that the humans had was gone. Both sides clashed with the masters gathered, and the Ninth Order master and royal lord led the fight until finally, a kind of critical mass was reached and both sides pulled back. On the human side, Yang Lai looked over at the situation on the other side and couldn't help but curse. Didn't they say that the royal lord was being pinned down by the Chaos Spirit King? How did he come over to support them so soon? That Chaos Spirit King is so useless. How could it let this guy break loose from him so early? As expected, its intelligence is lacking. He hadn't had his fill of slaughter just yet, but it was no longer a good idea for conflict now, otherwise, even if they could gain an advantage here, their side would inevitably incur some losses. And where is that brat hiding? If he was here, then the situation would surely improve. He heard that Yang Kai managed to seize another supreme grade open heaven pill, and that he'd snatched it from right under the royal lord and Chaos Spirit King's noses. Only Yang Kai could possibly achieve something akin to fetching chestnuts from a raging fire, but he must have gotten injured during the process and hidden away somewhere to recuperate. What about Big Head Xiang? Where did that guy go? Yang Lai had not heard anything about Xiang Shan since entering this place. In fact, nobody had even seen him since then. That guy can't be dead somewhere, can he? If so, that would be laughable. Yang Lai was reluctant to just back away here, but he also had a few scruples about starting a war with their enemies. For a moment, a bitter taste had sprouted on his tongue. He truly wasn't suited to strategizing as he had always been a fierce general charging in at the forefront of a battlefield. He was most suitable to receive commands and go wherever he was needed to fight rather than give orders. Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales. Seemingly catching on to Yang Lai's hesitation, the royal lord on the opposite end shouted, Yang Lai, you humans did not eat any losses this time, but my Black Ink clan is not gaining any favors either. Why don't each of us take a step back and call things to a halt here? It won't be too late to wait until we're out of the universe furnace to settle this fight. Bullshit. If I don't kill all of you today, then my name won't be Yang Lai. Yang Lai barked back a furious response. Even though he did agree with his opponent's suggestion, and he himself was happy to lead his men in retreating, he could not allow himself to lose in terms of momentum. The royal lord's expression dimmed and he coldly snorted, "You've got a big mouth. If you have the ability, then come forward and show it." I'd like to see how you're going to kill all of us. Just you wait, I'll make my way over there immediately. Ouyang Lai roared loudly. However, he did not feel so good after roaring out like that. His rash words had landed himself on the back of a tiger, and how could that be a good thing? He couldn't just lead his men over to fight. He was not afraid of the royal lord, but they had more masters gathered on the enemy side than what the human race could muster up. There were also several pseudo-royal lords standing by. This wouldn't be an easy fight. The only advantage they had on their side was their battle formations. The Black Ink clan had formations as well, but most of them could only reach the 4 symbols formation, and it was generally unstable, but the same was not true for the humans. At worst, they were able to form a solid 5 elements formation, which would naturally make them stronger than the Black Ink clan. However, they couldn't make up for the numerical disadvantage with that alone. If they really fought here, then it wasn't just the Black Ink clan that would suffer, but the humans as well. Moreover, Ouyang Lai guessed that there would still be more reinforcements coming over to support them. Forget it. If we can't fight, then the only other option is to back away. As for pride, Ouyang Lai wasn't the type of person to care about such things. Just as he was about to say a few more words, Ouyang Lai's expression suddenly changed and he turned to look in a certain direction. At the same time, the royal lord also picked up on something and looked over in that direction as well. There seemed to be some unusual movements emerging from that side. At a distance that seemed to be merely several millions of kilometers away from where they were confronting each other, on a small chaos asteroid, a figure had been hiding since who knew when. This figure had a brave and heroic aura, with a majestic appearance. It was Xiaofan, whom Ouyang Lai was thinking about before. At this moment, Xiaofan's brow was deeply furrowed and his mouth was filled with a bitter taste as he wanted nothing more than to just scream out loud, "Ouyang Lai, you old fart, you're going to cost me my life today." Since entering this universe furnace world, he had been acting alone, but it was not because he was unwilling to join hands with the other masters, but instead because he never encountered anyone. He had also been searching for supreme-grade open heaven pills all this while. He had tried to break through his own bottleneck with the help of ordinary grade open heaven pills, but they proved to be of no use. The drawbacks left behind from dropping in order made it so that only a supreme-grade open heaven pill would be able to compensate for them. His luck was not good, but it was not too bad either. After searching for a long time, to a point where he was about to grow desperate, Xiaofan finally lucked out. There, on this small asteroid, he found an unclaimed supreme-grade open heaven pill. Suppressing his excitement, he had been hesitating for a long time on whether or not he should refine this spirit pill here and break through to the 9th order immediately, or wait. As long as he could make a breakthrough, then he would be free to roam the universe furnace world unobstructed. Unexpectedly, he had sensed movements of a fight in the distance as soon as he took the pill into his small universe, which worried him greatly. It was too late to move now though, so he immediately took out the many array plates that he brought with him, laying out a concealment array to hide his figure and aura. He thought that the fight would not last long, and that he just had to wait for it to finish before he could make a breakthrough in peace. How could he have anticipated that not only did the fight show no signs of ending, but instead intensified greatly? For some strange reason, it seemed like the masters from both sides were constantly gathering in this very location. It was only after a long time that the battle finally calmed. Just now, he heard the shouting of Ouyang Lai and the royal lord. Only then did he realize that it was Ouyang Lai who presided over the battle on the human race's side. He was relieved to hear the royal lord's suggestion of stopping for both parties. Xiaofan nearly celebrated as that would allow him to break through in peace after the Black Ink clan left. But then, when he heard Ouyang Lai shouting about killing all from the Black Ink clan, he wanted nothing more than to rush out and cover Ouyang Lai's mouth. They had known each other for so long, so how could he not understand Ouyang Lai's character? That bastard was going more and more overboard as he shouted, and kept on trying to act strong. The Black Ink clan wanted to leave, so he should have just let them leave. What reason did he have to force them to stay when he knew he couldn't win? But that was not the end of it. The most important point here was that he had already taken the spirit pill into his small universe, and had been suppressing it all this while, not daring to refine the pill for fear of touching his bottleneck and revealing his location. However, there was a limit to how long he could suppress it, and it was at that point that it could no longer be suppressed. The medicinal efficacies of the pill were spreading, and the barrier of his small universe was beginning to melt and expand. The commotion that would arise from one breaking through to the Ninth Order was not something that could be hidden even while being enveloped in the spirit array. Ouyang Lai and the Royal Lord had noticed him practically at the same time. Both sides were shocked. It was a realization that a master had obtained a supreme-grade open heaven pill and was currently in the middle of making a breakthrough. But were they from the Black Ink clan or the human race? Even though the array was unable to cover up all traces of his breakthrough, it still blurred the perception of outsiders. For a while, neither Ouyang Lai nor the Royal Lord was able to ascertain whether it was one of their own people making a breakthrough or not. But soon, everything became clear. World force surged on that side, and the stirring resulting from the breakthrough was growing increasingly intense, so much so that it was becoming impossible to ignore. Now, the masters on both sides were able to sense it as well. Ouyang Lai's eyes lit up. It's one of our people who is making a breakthrough, and this aura, he realized now who it was who was making the breakthrough. This is clearly Big Head Xiang's aura. Just now, he was wondering whether he had ended up dead somewhere, but he never thought that this guy would be quietly hiding nearby to make a breakthrough. It really was a great surprise. Compared to Ouyang Lai's pleasant surprise, the Royal Lord's face was gloomy as he roared, "A human is breaking through to the Ninth Order. Kill him." He had originally planned to retreat with his soldiers, but how could he leave now? The human race already had one Ninth Order master, so if they were to raise another, that would be no laughing matter. The only thing he could do right now was try to find a way to kill him before he succeeded in breaking through. Even if he did not kill him, then he had to make sure to ruin his opportunity. They must never allow the humans to raise another Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-67, Respective Opportunities. After the Royal Lord gave the order, those from the Black Ink clan followed him closely and dashed towards Xiaofan. Understanding the severity of the matter, Ouyang Lai rushed after the Royal Lord and yelled, "I'll stand guard for you, Big Head Xiang. Just try to achieve a breakthrough without worrying too much. When you make it to the Ninth Order, we'll kill them all together." From a distance, Xiaofan growled, "Damn you, Ouyang Lai. When I achieve a breakthrough, the first one I kill will be you. Did I dig out your ancestors' graves or something?" Ouyang Lai was dumbfounded. In fact, he felt that it was Xiaofan's fault instead. If not for the fact that Xiaofan suddenly showed signs of achieving a breakthrough, the Black Ink clan and human race would have retreated. But now, war was inevitable, and many masters would lose their lives. Despite his displeasure, Ouyang Lai still got in the Royal Lord's way. Presently, only a Ninth Order master like him was able to deal with this Royal Lord. Unless the others formed a Six Paths formation, they would be no match for such an enemy. After intercepting the Royal Lord, Ouyang Lai told others to go and protect Xiaofan. Only then could the latter attempt a breakthrough without worries. Rays of light, figures, and battle formations dashed towards Xiaofan. Soon, intense battles broke out around him. This time, the humans mainly had to defend themselves. Hundreds of masters formed into different battle formations and surrounded Xiaofan to fend off the Black Ink clan's attacks. Seeing that, Xiaofan knew it was a chance he must not miss. As such, he released all the suppression and focused on achieving a breakthrough. However, it wasn't easy to ascend from the Eighth Order to the Ninth Order, and it would certainly take some time. If the Black Ink clan managed to breach the humans' defense line before Xiaofan achieved a breakthrough, it would greatly disrupt him. The fallout from the battles already made it difficult for him to stay focused, and if not for the fact that he was a resolute person, he would have already failed. The battles grew increasingly violent. On the battlefield between the Ninth Order Master and the Royal Lord, Ouyang Lai had gained the upper hand. Both of them had just ascended to their current realms, so they should be equally matched, but in comparison, Ouyang Lai was fiercer, for he was determined to protect Xiaofan, which made the Royal Lord appear less intimidating. Soon, Ouyang Lai's expression changed, for he saw the Royal Lord fishing out a miniature black ink nest and activating his divine sense during the battle. Apparently, he was trying to contact someone. He's asking for help. An enraged Ouyang Lai stepped up his attacks and further suppressed the Royal Lord. Unfortunately, the Royal Lord still managed to send out a message through the black ink nest. In the depths of the universe furnace world, there was a magnificent black ink nest in the remote chaos. The black ink nest's aura suggested that it was a high-rank one, however, since it hadn't been fully hatched, it wasn't able to produce new black ink clansmen. Nevertheless, such a black ink nest could allow injured black ink clansmen to enter and recuperate. Presently, a powerful black ink clansman was asleep inside. He was none other than Emo Nai. This guy was extremely lucky. Outside the no-return pass back then, Yang Kai managed to injure him using the Universe Furnace Project's folded space. At that time, Emo Nai's life was hanging by a thread. Unfortunately, just as Yang Kai was ready to kill him, he accidentally touched upon something he should not have, sucking him into the Universe Furnace earlier than expected. After entering the furnace, Yang Kai was trapped and witnessed the birth of the 9 supreme grade open heaven pills, leaving Emo Nai hanging by a thread in the outside world. The moment Emo Nai entered the Universe Furnace world, he found a quiet place and hatched his high-rank black ink nest so that he could make use of it to heal his wounds. As the one managing the Black Ink clan, Emo Nai had many resources with him, which was why he was able to hatch a black ink nest and recuperate so quickly. If he didn't have these resources, he wouldn't have been able to do that. While hatching his black ink nest, Emo Nai saw a colorful light stream over from a distance and brushed past him. Despite his injury, he was still fairly powerful, so he immediately grabbed the beam of light and examined it before confirming that it was what the humans called an opportunity. The person who most easily obtained an opportunity in the Universe Furnace world was undoubtedly Emo Nai, not Yang Xiao and Yang Shui, who had accidentally found a supreme grade open heaven pill. In fact, Emo Nai was the first one to get such a spirit pill. The moment the pill fell into his hands, Emo Nai realized that it was no ordinary thing. He was elated, thinking that there was a silver lining for him. He initially thought that since he entered this place with heavy injuries, he would be doomed. It didn't cross his mind that he would obtain this kind of reward. He then stepped into the half-hatched black ink nest with the spirit pill. While he refined the pill's medicinal efficacies, he also made use of the black ink nest's power to heal his wounds. The Black Ink clan in the Universe Furnace world could communicate with each other by relying on his high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai had speculated that there must be a Territory Lord class or Royal Lord class Black Ink nest in the Universe Furnace world, but he wasn't sure where it was. Otherwise, the Black Ink clansmen couldn't have communicated with each other, for they needed a more powerful Black Ink nest to serve as a communication hub. All of a sudden, the Black Ink nest shook, causing Emo Nai to awaken in shock. He was displeased and furious, but the moment he saw the message sent to him, he was astounded. The message was simple: Xiaofan has obtained a supreme grade open heaven pill and is trying to achieve a breakthrough. Emo Nai was only wary of 3 humans who were below the 9th order. The first one was undoubtedly Yang Kai. As a pseudo-royal lord, he had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai. In the previous battle, not only had he lost a lot of innate territory lords, but he was also almost killed by Yang Kai, causing him to lose a lot of authority within the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, Yang Kai wasn't able to make it to the 9th order, otherwise, Mo Na Yi would have gone all out to kill him instead of compromising so many times. However, the universe furnace's appearance allowed Yang Kai to have a chance to break through his shackles. Therefore, by entering the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan did not only have to try to kill as many human race masters as they could and stop them from acquiring those opportunities, a more important task for them was to keep an eye on several people and make sure they couldn't make it to the Ninth Order. Yang Kai was ranked first, while Mi Jingluan came second. Mo wasn't interested in managing the Black Ink clan's affairs, so ever since Mo Na Yi became a pseudo-royal lord, he had been the one handling all the day-to-day affairs. His counterpart, the supreme commander of the humans, was Mi Jingluan. Although Mo Na Yi had never met this Eighth Order master before, they had clashed on many occasions as they were both leaders of their respective sides. While Yang Kai was a great fighter, Mi Jingluan was an intelligent strategist. Although he wasn't at the front line, such a being was more intimidating than those who knew nothing but fighting. If Mi Jingluan managed to make it to the Ninth Order and went to the front line, he would cause unimaginable damage to the Black Ink clan because he wasn't merely another Ninth Order master. Xiaofan was ranked third. After all, he was a famous and experienced Eighth Order master. Although he wasn't as powerful as Yang Kai, he was farsighted and ruthless. It was said that he was the army commander of the Great Evolution Army in the past, and Mi Jingluan had to obey his orders. The humans also retrieved the Great Evolution Pass under Xiangshan's leadership. Any one of these three ascending to the Ninth Order would be disastrous to the Black Ink clan. Therefore, even though Mo Na Yi was still recuperating, he was no longer able to sit still upon learning that Xiangshan had acquired a spirit pill and was ready to ascend to the Ninth Order. Inside the Black Ink nest, Mo Na Yi opened his eyes and let the thick black ink strength stream into his body, allowing him to examine his power. His aura wasn't different from the past, only more condensed. After all, there wasn't any difference between a pseudo-royal lord and a true royal lord when it came to their auras. Nonetheless, as Mo Na Yi balled up his fists, he knew that he was no longer the same as when he just entered the universe furnace world. He was able to fully activate his power, which meant that he was now a real royal lord. Moreover, 80% of his injuries had been healed. The Open Heaven Pill's medicinal efficacies not only helped him achieve a breakthrough but also helped him rapidly recover. That came as a pleasant surprise to him. Without hesitation, Mo Na Yi identified the direction and dashed out of the Black Ink nest, charging towards the battlefield. Yang Kai would certainly show up for such a major incident. Almost getting killed by Yang Kai was the worst humiliation in Mo Na Yi's life. Since he was now a royal lord, he no longer had to put on an act in front of Yang Kai. He secretly swore that if Yang Kai had the guts to show up, he would destroy him to get his revenge. Mo Na Yi was determined to kill Xiangshan and Yang Kai to weaken the human strength and morale. In the meantime, on the other side of the universe furnace world, a majestic palace artifact flew across the void. An inscribed signboard with the characters, "Flowing Time," hung above its doors. There were 8 human masters in front of the palace with a man and a woman, both in white robes, standing at the fore. Since it was the Flowing Time Temple, the man and woman in white robes were undoubtedly Yang Shao and Yang Shui. After getting the spirit pill in the desert, Yang Shui refined it and ascended to the Ninth Order. She had just stopped cultivating in seclusion a while ago. Then, she and Yang Shao continued to explore this universe furnace world. They came across a group of humans and there was someone they were familiar with among these people. He was none other than Feng Tian Ci. At that time, Feng Tian Ci was leading the way for the other masters in a formation and was pleasantly surprised to bump into Yang Shao and Yang Shui. When he realized Yang Shui was now a Ninth Order master, he was elated. Both parties had known each other for many years and had worked together countless times to deal with powerful enemies, therefore, they were pleased to reunite in the universe furnace. Following that, they decided to move forward together. During this period, Yang Shao repeatedly activated the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands in the hope that he would acquire more pills, but he couldn't detect anything at all. This prompted him to wonder if it was just a coincidence when he managed to detect the location of a supreme-grade open heaven pill by using the great sun and moon marks back then. Although they hadn't found another supreme-grade spirit pill, they had killed some black ink clansmen along the way. They were satisfied with it, especially when they managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life. During that battle, Yang Shui personally made a move and killed the powerful opponent. Chaos shattered and the void collapsed, which astounded onlookers. Martial Peak, Chapter 5768, I'm Not Listening. Presently, the Flowing Time Temple was hovering in the void as a battle had broken out outside. Yang Shui single-handedly dealt with 4 territory lords who had formed a battle formation. Even though these territory lords had assembled a 4 symbols formation, they were still no match for a 9th Order master. If they were innate territory lords, they might have persevered longer. However, the territory lords who had entered the universe furnace this time were all acquired territory lords, so they were generally weaker. Yang Shui didn't kill them ruthlessly though. Instead, she prolonged the fight intentionally, just like she had against all those from the Black Ink clan they bumped into along the way. It was a good way for her to adapt to her increased strength. The others were aware of what she was trying to do, so they didn't lend her a hand. Only Yang Shao was shouting in front of the temple to show his support. Words like "little ant is the best" and "little ant is the most powerful" just naturally came out of his mouth, which caused Yang Shui to flush. She wouldn't mind it if he did such a thing in private, but many people were also there at that moment, which was why she was embarrassed. After shouting for a while, Yang Shao suddenly sighed. Fang Tianci, who stood beside him, turned to look at him and smiled. "What's wrong?" A dejected Yang Shao sent him a divine sense transmission. "Old Fang, she's a 9th Order master now." Fang Tianci replied, I know." A dispirited Yang Shao continued, "When will I become a divine dragon?" If he turned into his dragon form, he would be over 90,000 meters long, which was equivalent to an elite peak 8th Order master. Although it seemed like Yang Shao was just one step away from becoming a divine dragon, the truth was that it was extremely difficult to ascend from an ancient dragon to a divine dragon. That was the reason there were only a small number of divine dragons in the history of the Dragon Clan. There were only ever 2 or 3 divine dragons in every generation. In the past, Fu Guang had been cultivating in the depths of the dragon pool for thousands of years, but he didn't manage to become a divine dragon. It was only thanks to Yang Kai that he achieved his goal. Yang Shao was confident that he would be a divine dragon one day, but that would take a long time. "She's my little ant, to begin with, and now she's more powerful than me. Would I have to rely on her forever?" He was certainly happy that Yang Shui had made it to the 9th Order. After all, in this chaotic time, her power could protect her. However, he was downcast because he was less powerful than her now. When they made a name for themselves in the future, he wouldn't want others to say he was the man behind a 9th Order master. That would be embarrassing. He would rather hear others say he was the divine dragon beside the 9th Order master. Having spent many years with Yang Shao, Fang Tianci certainly understood the underlying meanings behind his words, but since he wasn't in any place to say anything, he only put on a meaningful smile. Yang Shao frowned and complained, "You've changed, old Fang." Fang Tianci asked, "What do you mean?" Yang Shao examined him for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know, but you're different from the first time I met you, especially after you became an 8th Order master." Fang Tianci thought that it was obvious because the things that Yang Kai had sealed off in his soul gradually awakened as his power increased. Without explaining anything, he only replied with a smile, "You're reading too much into it." A relentless Yang Shao forcefully wrapped his arm around the man's neck and questioned through clenched teeth, "Are you looking down on me, old Fang?" Fang Tianci was torn between tears and laughter. "I am not. You're the one making a scene." Yang Shao glowered at him for a moment before letting out a sigh. Forget it. It's not like relying on a woman is a big deal anyway. The next instant, he pushed Fang Tianci away and beamed at Yang Shao, who was returning, asking in a caring manner, "Are you tired or hurt, little ant? You should have just killed these guys, why bother bringing them back?" Yang Shui felt embarrassed because of his actions, so she glared at him. In any case, she realized that after she made it to the Ninth Order, Yang Shao started saying nonsense more frequently. Is it because he now has low self-esteem? Humph. Men will be men. An Eighth Order master suddenly asked, "Senior sister, have you captured them to extract some information from them?" Given Yang Shui's strength, it wasn't hard for her to kill these acquired territory lords. However, she had captured them alive and brought them back. It was apparent that she was up to something. The moment the Eighth Order master finished speaking, he realized someone was glowering at him. Puzzled, he turned his head and saw Yang Shao gaping at him. "Have I offended you in any way?" The Eighth Order master was bewildered. "You're taking advantage of me." Yang Shao was displeased. Since he called Yang Shui little ant, the man was basically taking advantage of him by calling the woman senior sister. For some reason, he had been sensitive and diffident recently. Just as he was ready to argue with the Eighth Order master, he saw Yang Shui glower at him. In an instant, he relented. The Black Ink clansmen we've bumped into recently are all moving in the same direction. It seems like something has happened over there, so I've brought them back to interrogate them, Yang Shui explained. She wasn't sure if the others were aware of such an anomaly, but the Black Ink clansmen they had come across recently were all converging towards a certain direction in quite a hurry. Upon hearing her, the others realized that was indeed the case and felt that women were indeed more sensitive. Some of them had noticed it, but they never gave it much thought. Now, it seemed that something had indeed happened over there. The powers of these four acquired territory lords had been sealed by Yang Shui. Presently, they stood before the woman with horrified expressions. This couldn't be helped. Even though they had joined forces, they were still captured alive by this woman. Furthermore, the power she showcased suggested that she was a Ninth Order master. She swept a glance over them and said impassively, "I have some questions for you. Reply to me honestly." Suddenly, she pushed out a palm and exploded the first territory lord. As blood splashed, Yang Shui's white robe was unaffected while an unsuspecting Yang Shao had his clothes dyed black. Her action not only shocked the remaining three territory lords but also the human race masters. Didn't she just say she had questions? Why did she kill him all of a sudden? She could have directly killed them all, so why did she bring them back and do that in front of them instead? Yang Shao looked at the blood stain on his clothes and fell silent. It seemed that Yang Shui was displeased with him and did that intentionally. As such, he felt uneasy. Oblivious to everything else, Yang Shui stood in front of the second territory lord, who was anxious as he said, "Madam." Yang Shui cut him off and snarled, "I'm not listening." Then, she landed a palm on the territory lord and killed him as well. Black blood splashed onto Yang Shao again. Although he was well prepared this time, he didn't dare ward off the blood. He took a look at Yang Shui and realized she was smiling. It seemed that she had cheered up slightly. Yang Shao breathed a sigh of relief and thought it was difficult to be a man. The human race masters were dumbfounded, not knowing what Yang Shui was trying to do. Nevertheless, after pondering for a moment, they soon understood her intentions. They couldn't help admiring her strategy, though this method was quite horrifying, especially for these captured territory lords. They thought that even though this new Ninth Order master appeared demure, she was actually ruthless. At any rate, it shouldn't be surprising. After all, she was Yang Kai's little sister, so how was it possible that she was weak? If she were a kind-hearted person, she wouldn't have survived in this chaotic time. The remaining two territory lords were now scared out of their wits. The Ninth Order Master captured them and said she was going to ask them some questions. However, instead of asking anything, she began butchering them. Although one of them wanted to tell her everything, she still mercilessly ended his life, which was ridiculous. The moment Yang Shui stood in front of the Third Territory Lord, he almost fell to his knees and said hurriedly, "Ask anything you want, madam. I'll tell you everything. Please spare my life." He was worried that if he spoke any slower, he would perish like the two territory lords before. This time, Yang Shui didn't kill him right away and only asked slowly, "Do you want to live?" The territory lord wasn't sure how to respond to her. Certainly, he wanted to live. Although they were unlucky to bump into a Ninth Order Master, they would rather not get killed. The survivors exchanged glances and nodded, yes. The Fourth Territory Lord then said, "Madam, if you insist on killing us, do it at once. However, you'll never glean any information from us." That was audacious of him, nevertheless, it was what they hoped for. If death was a certainty, they naturally weren't willing to reveal any information. Now, they only hoped that Yang Shui would spare their lives. The woman's unreasonable actions had mentally destroyed them. After a moment of silence, Yang Shui nodded, "Good. Since you want to live, I'll give you a chance." Both of them were elated and the Third Territory Lord asked cautiously, "Will you go back on your word?" It wasn't like there was anything they could do in that case, but they now had a chance to survive at the very least. This time, Yang Shui remained silent while Yang Xiao snorted, "Do you think you have the right to bargain?" The territory lords were crestfallen upon hearing that. Since they were captives, they no longer had a say when it came to their life or death. They indeed had no right to bargain for anything. Just then, Yang Shui said, "However, only one of you will get to live. Why don't you tell me where you're going and all the information you know? I'll let the one who can provide the most valuable information live while the other one will die." Only one of them would survive, and the chance belonged to the one who could provide the most useful information. There was no doubt it was a devious method, but the territory lords knew they had to oblige. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5769, Provide Assistance. The human masters couldn't help admiring Yang Shui. Although the trick was simple, it was more effective than any torture. She really was Yang Kai's little sister. Although they had heard about her before, she wasn't outstanding among the talented people in this chaotic time, but after ascending to the Ninth Order, she was bound to become a famous figure among the human race and the Black Ink clan. Yang Shui went on to say, "Although you have no right to bargain for anything, you don't have to worry about me going back on my word. Since I've said I'll spare one of you, I'll fulfill my promise. Humans value our reputation more than the Black Ink clan." She was right in a sense. Over the years, the Black Ink clan had clashed with human masters on countless occasions, but under normal circumstances, the humans wouldn't go back on their word. The territory lords exchanged glances before one of them hurriedly said, "We've received Sir Xiaoyu's order to join him in battle." The other one spoke at the same time, "Sir Xiaoyu told us to help him kill the human masters." Both territory lords had spoken at the same time and mentioned the name Xiaoyu. A curious Yang Shui asked with a frown, "Don't speak at the same time. Take it slow." She then turned to look at the territory lord on the left. "Is Xiaoyu a pseudo-royal lord?" Before the territory lord could answer her question, an Eighth Order Master explained, "I exchanged moves with Xiaoyu previously, however, he was still an innate territory lord at that time. Since he was powerful, I found it hard to deal with him in a one-on-one fight. If he's still alive, he should be a pseudo-royal lord now." Due to the Universe Furnace's appearance, all the veteran innate territory lords were summoned to the no-return pass to create more pseudo-royal lords. That was the reason there were suddenly dozens of them. The Black Ink clan didn't do this in the past because it was of no help to the overall situation. The birth of dozens of pseudo-royal lords meant sacrificing at least 10 times the number of innate territory lords. However, the universe furnace's appearance forced the Black Ink clan to make such a decision. Only a larger number of pseudo-royal lords could help them secure the upper hand in the universe furnace. Pseudo-royal lords could only be made by sacrificing innate territory lords, so the dead ones wouldn't be remembered, while only those who survived could make a name for themselves. After hesitating for a bit, the territory lord on the left said, "Sir Xiaoyu is a true royal lord now. He previously obtained an opportunity in the universe furnace and broke through." All of them were shocked upon hearing that. The opportunity in the universe furnace he had mentioned must be a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Before entering this place, they had thought about the possibility of Black Ink clansmen having a chance to acquire supreme-grade open heaven pills. However, that was just a possibility. They certainly hoped for the Black Ink clan to be unlucky and find no supreme-grade open heaven pills at all. Nevertheless, the information they had just heard made them wake up to reality. A new royal lord had reached his current realm by consuming a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Not only did it level off the advantage of the humans for having a new ninth-order master like Yang Shui, it also made the humans lose an opportunity, which was agonizing. Despite their unwillingness, there was nothing much they could do now, thus. Yang Shui turned to look at the territory lord on the right and muttered, "Go on." As though knowing what these humans were thinking, the territory lord quickly said, "As far as I know concerned, there is a new human ninth-order master." A moment later, he added, "I'm talking about someone else, not you, madam. That ninth-order master is leading the humans to fight with Sir Xiaoyu." The human master's interest was finally piqued. Apart from Yang Shui, there was another ninth-order master, which was good news. Yang Shui had made the right decision by trying to glean information from these territory lords instead of just killing them. The Black Ink clan could share information quickly through the Black Ink nests, while the humans found it hard to communicate with each other in the universe furnace at all. "Do you know who the new ninth-order master is?" Yang Shui asked. Just as the territory lord on the right was ready to speak, the one on the left shouted, "It's my turn." Yang Shui had said that whoever could provide the most useful information would survive. Since it had something to do with his survival, this territory lord naturally had to fight for it. Yang Shui turned to look at him, after which the territory lord on the left continued, "The ninth-order master is named Ouyang Lai." Hearing that, all of them were surprised. Ouyang Lai was one of the oldest eighth-order masters who had been fighting against the Black Ink clan back on the Black Ink battlefield over 10,000 years prior to the invasion of the 3,000 worlds. He had also made a name for himself in profound nether territory during the war. Even after that, everyone present had heard about him before. Furthermore, it was said that Ouyang Lai had been left with many concerning hidden injuries from his countless battles against the Black Ink clan. His small universe had been damaged, so he was no longer at the peak of his power. No one could have expected that he would acquire such an opportunity in the universe furnace and make it to the ninth order. There was no doubt it was a piece of exhilarating news for the human race. The territory lord on the right then said, "The conflict this time started because of an opportunity." The one on the left cut him off. "After Sir Xiaoyu became a royal lord, he accidentally discovered another opportunity. However, that opportunity was protected by some native masters. One of them is just as powerful as Sir Xiaoyu." "A Chaos Spirit King?" someone postulated. The Black Ink clan knew nothing about the Chaos Spirit clan, but the humans were aware of it. A native master who was just as formidable as a royal lord must be a Chaos Spirit King. "I guess so," the territory lord went on to say. After discovering the opportunity, Sir Xiaoyu summoned more people to assist him. While he was tangled up with the Chaos Spirit King, he directed others to snatch the opportunity. However, Sir Yang Kai somehow approached them undetected and snatched the opportunity. "What?" Yang Shao and Yang Shui were both shocked. Yang Shao questioned anxiously, "You said my adoptive father. That opportunity was snatched by Yang Kai?" The other territory lord nodded. "That's the reason both sides are engaging in a large-scale conflict. Since the opportunity was snatched away, Sir Xiaoyu was naturally displeased. He has summoned more people to track Sir Yang Kai down, which caught the human race's attention. That's why more and more people from both races are gathering together. We too were on our way there as well. They had bumped into these human race masters before they even arrived at their destination. Now, only 2 out of 4 territory lords remained alive. How severe are his injuries? Yang Shui questioned grimly. Yang Kai snatched a supreme grade open heaven pill while a royal lord and a chaos spirit king were fighting nearby. Although Yang Kai was unmatched when it came to escaping, he couldn't possibly flee from such a situation unscathed. There was no doubt he was injured, but no one was aware of his condition. The territory lord on the left shook his head. No idea. We haven't heard any news on Sir Yang Kai again. Then ask now. Yang Shui demanded. These territory lords wouldn't dare displease her. One of them quickly fished out a miniature black ink nest and communicated with the other territory lords. A while later, he put away the black ink nest and replied, Sir Yang Kai is badly injured, but no one knows where he is. Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief. Since the Black Ink clansmen were not aware of where Yang Kai was, it meant that he didn't fall into their hands. Given his abilities, he must have escaped and was now recuperating somewhere. These territory lords realized that Yang Kai must be related to this Ninth Order woman, otherwise, she wouldn't have been so agitated at the mere mention of his name. They cautiously waited for Yang Shui to calm down before one of them continued, We have no idea where Sir Yang Kai is hiding with that opportunity. Just as the battle seemed to have reached a stalemate and both sides were preparing to withdraw though, something happened. As a result, the battle intensified instead. What happened? Yang Xiao furrowed his brow. Although he didn't take part in the battle, he felt that it was full of twists and turns just by listening to these territory lords. The other territory lord explained, Sir Xiangshan was suddenly discovered nearby, showing signs of achieving a breakthrough. He must have obtained an opportunity and was preparing to refine it. He probably didn't expect so many people to gather together in that area. All the humans were now torn between tears and laughter. They were thrilled because Xiangshan had also gotten a supreme grade open heaven pill and was about to achieve a breakthrough. If he succeeded, the human race would have 3 new Ninth Order masters. That hadn't even included Yang Kai, who had snatched another supreme grade open heaven pill away. Nevertheless, the place that Xiangshan had chosen to hide was quite awkward, which led to the masters from both sides detecting the fluctuations of his breakthrough. Both parties were about to retreat, but instead got into a massive fight again because of that. Behind Yang Shui, an 8th Order master cupped his fist, Senior Sister, since an intense battle has broken out, we should rush over to assist. Although they knew little about the situation over there, they believed that the humans were at a disadvantage. After all, the Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the Black Ink nests over vast distances while the humans couldn't. Therefore, there must be more Black Ink clansmen than humans over there. Yang Lai had to hold Xiaoyu back and protect Xiangshan at the same time. It was imaginable that the humans were in a perilous situation. Yang Shui nodded, knowing that this matter could not be delayed. She initially wanted to slowly glean all the information she could from these territory lords, but she was no longer in the mood to do so. The next instant, she drove the flowing time temple forward and instructed the territory lords to give directions. If they were to look for the battlefield on their own, they might not be able to find the location. Nevertheless, with these territory lords' help, they didn't need to worry about anything, for the Black Ink nests could locate the battlefield. Although the territory lords were disgruntled, they wouldn't dare disobey Yang Shui. As such, they promptly pointed the way for her. While on their way, Yang Shui tried to extract as much information from these territory lords as possible. The information they knew was limited, so there naturally came a time when they had nothing else to say. In the end, they could no longer provide any useful information. Yang Shui motioned for Yang Xiao to take action, after which he flashed a wide smile at the territory lords, one so eerie that they shuddered. The next moment, they were horrified by what they saw. 2 marks appeared on the backs of Yang Zhao's hands. Yellow light and blue light merged and turned into a dazzling white light. Purifying light. The Black Ink clan had been battling against the humans for millennia, so they were familiar with this pure white light. In battle, human race masters would often summon evil-purging divine spears, which contained intense purifying light. However, it was the territory lord's first time seeing someone directly condensing purifying light, which was why they were scared out of their wits. Martial Peak, Chapter 5770, Yang Kai is my adoptive father. In front of the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao smiled harmlessly, but the 2 acquired territory lords, whose powers had been sealed, quivered like quails without a home in winter. They felt that the humans were preparing to kill them after gleaning all the information from them. Although the humans had promised to let one of them off, they had now decided to end their lives. It seemed that they were about to go back on their word. However, it wasn't like these territory lords had the power to resist. Ignoring them, Yang Xiao activated the purifying light and covered them in the dazzling white light. Instantly, these territory lords howled in pain as their black ink strength was dispelled and their auras plunged. A moment later, Yang Xiao retracted his hands. Although the territory lords appeared battered, they were still alive at the very least, but both of them were shocked and puzzled. We're still alive? Does that mean they have decided not to kill us? Yang Xiao snorted, since my little aunt said she will let one of you go, she won't go back on her word. Or what, did you think I was going to kill you? After escaping from death's door, the territory lords acted meekly. Unlike how flustered they were a moment ago, they were now slightly at ease. They also understood why the humans were willing to fulfill their promise. Although the purifying light didn't kill them, it significantly weakened their auras and caused their strength to plummet. They were originally territory lords, but now they could only be considered high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Several thousand years of cultivation was gone, just like that. 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen were no longer of any use in the universe furnace, which was full of powerful masters. If they came across other human race masters now, they would easily die. Since you've been cooperative, I'll let both of you go, Yang Xiao announced and extended his hand. Give me your black ink nest. Not having the guts to hesitate, they promptly fished out a black ink nest and presented it to him. Only then did Yang Xiao wave his hand and slap these Black Ink clansmen out of the temple before bellowing, "Get lost." Having just survived a calamity, these Black Ink clansmen ran for their lives without delay. As for whether they would bump into other humans and get killed, that was up to luck now. In front of the temple, Yang Shui asked, "Since you've chased them away, who will point out the directions for us?" "They're no longer needed. I've got the location," Yang Xiao replied and showed her the great sun and moon marks on the backs of his hands. Yang Shui understood what was going on upon seeing that. Initially, Yang Xiao relied on the great sun and moon marks to lead them to find a supreme grade open heaven pill, thus allowing Yang Shui to make it to the 9th order. During this period, Yang Xiao had been trying to look for another supreme grade open heaven pill using the same method, but they found nothing. As such, they thought that their previous discovery was merely a coincidence. Now, it seemed that it wasn't a coincidence. With the help of the great sun and moon marks, Yang Xiao was able to detect the locations of supreme grade open heaven pills. Since Yang Xiao had detected the spirit pills' whereabouts, it suggested that the battlefield wasn't far away from them. The supreme grade open heaven pill must be the one in Xiang Shan's possession. Yang Xiao turned to look at her. "Little aunt, I've confiscated their black ink nest because I was worried they'll share our information with the other black ink clansmen. The enemies are not aware that you've ascended to the 9th order yet. When we arrive at the battlefield, I'll divert the Black Ink clan's attention while you look for an opportunity to support Martial Uncle Ouyang to kill the royal lord." Yang Shui nodded, "Good. Old Fong, you assist little aunt. Yang Xiao then turned to look at Fong Tianci. Although he had been emotionally unstable recently, he was once the leader of an elite squad, after all. Given his experience on the various battlefields, Yang Xiao could make some arrangements in an orderly manner. Fong Tianci nodded, please rest assured. The rest will form 2 battle formations with me. Let's go kill those Black Ink clan bastards. Yang Xiao shouted. He was high-spirited as they were ready to barge into the battlefield and destroy the enemy. No one disagreed. A moment later, they felt the fallout of battles coming from up ahead. Apparently, they were about to arrive at the battlefield. Fong Tianci and Yang Shui exchanged glances before leaping out. As space principles undulated, they vanished. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao drove the flowing time temple forward openly and menacingly. Before they even reached the battlefield, he roared at the top of his lungs, Yang Xiao of the Dragon Clan has arrived. Black Ink clan bastards, are you prepared to die? Presently, the humans were in a perilous situation. Many human race masters had surrounded Xiangshan and set up a defense line and were mainly fending off the enemy's attacks. They were at a disadvantage when it came to numbers, so even if they were unrestricted, they couldn't possibly gain the upper hand, not to mention that they had to protect Xiangshan now. The Black Ink clan continuously launched powerful secret techniques on the humans in an attempt to shatter the defense line and disrupt Xiangshan's ascension. Ouyang Lai was unable to help as the royal lord named Xiao Yu was determined to tie him down, giving him no chance to take a breath. He had to defeat Xiao Yu before he could give Xiangshan a hand. He secretly cursed at Xiangshan for dragging all of them into such a situation. Xiangshan had chosen the wrong time to achieve an ascension, and worst of all, the location he had selected was so awkward. Due to various reasons, the human race masters were unable to advance further or retreat. They could only grit their teeth and hold on. However, if this dragged on, once the humans' defense line was broken, things would collapse like an avalanche. Not only would Xiangshan fail his ascension, but many human race masters would lose their lives, as well. Just as they were in a deadlock, Ouyang Lai heard Yang Zhao's voice all of a sudden. Elated, he roared, Yang Xiao, go and protect Xiangshan right away. Yang Xiao had seen what was happening on the battlefield, so he didn't need Ouyang Lai to tell him what to do. He drove the flowing time temple forward and charged towards the battlefield with 7 human race masters in tow. The temple arrived at a weak point in the defense line, after which they started warding off the attacks. The Black Ink clansmen on that side were so frustrated that they almost spat blood. Initially, they had the chance to break through the enemy lines. By then, they could go straight to attack Xiangshan. Presently, Xiangshan was attempting a breakthrough, so he was powerless to counterattack. Regardless of whether they could kill Xiangshan or not in the end, they could make him fail at the very least. They didn't expect more humans to come over at this critical moment. What was more, these humans had brought with them a powerful mobile palace artifact, which plugged the originally weak point in the humans' defense line. Those from the Black Ink clan were resentful of Yang Xiao. Nevertheless, the Flowing Time Temple had a robust defense. Since they were unable to destroy it, they decided to attack elsewhere. Seeing that, Yang Xiao roared, where do you think you're going? The Black Ink clansman directly ignored him. Yang Xiao was anxious, but he couldn't take the initiative to attack. As such, he bellowed again, Yang Kai is my adoptive father. He can easily slaughter all of you trash from the Black Ink clan. Since he's not around now, I'll teach all of you a lesson on his behalf. If you have the guts, come and fight me. Those who were moving away, suddenly all stopped in their tracks. A pseudo-royal lord's eyes reddened as he glowered at Yang Xiao, did you just say Yang Kai is your adoptive father? Standing in front of the Flowing Time Temple, Yang Xiao looked condescendingly at him, yes. Do you have a problem with that? Then you must die. The pseudo-royal lord roared and shouted, "Tear him apart." The next instant, with the pseudo-royal lord leading the way, multiple territory lords charged towards the Flowing Time Temple. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was surprised by their reaction. He just wanted to curse at the enemies and pin them down, never did he expect them to react in such a way. Seeing that the enemies were coming over, he yelled, "Make ready." The 7 others he had brought with him already had their auras connected and formed 2 battle formations. With the help of the Flowing Time Temple's power, they engaged the enemy. As they fought, Yang Xiao suddenly mocked, "It seems that your aura is unstable, Sir Pseudo-Royal Lord. Did my adoptive father punch you or something?" At the mention of this, the Pseudo-Royal Lord intensified his attacks. Yang Xiao was startled, for he didn't expect his speculation to be right. He asked curiously, "What's your name? When I see my adoptive father, I'll tell him to kill you." The Pseudo-Royal Lord said through clenched teeth, "My name is Meng Ke. At least now you'll know who killed you." He was one of the earliest Pseudo-Royal Lords within the Black Ink clan, so there was no doubt he held a prestigious position. However, when Yang Kai formed a battle formation with other humans, he managed to injure him seriously, which was greatly humiliating for Meng Quebec. Although Yang Kai was badly injured now, he was nowhere to be found. As such, Meng Ke was unable to get his revenge. It was only natural that he wanted to vent his fury on Yang Xiao, who was Yang Kai's adoptive son. Although he couldn't kill Yang Kai, Meng Ke had the confidence to butcher Yang Xiao. The place where Yang Xiao and the others were located was in turmoil while they were dealing with the bombardment of attacks. Fortunately, they had the Flowing Time Temple's protection. Otherwise, they couldn't have persevered. After all, a pseudo-royal lord was significantly more powerful than a territory lord. Meng Ke being injured and unable to fully use all his power also helped immensely. On the other side, with the help of space principles, Fang Tianci and Yang Shui stealthily approached Ouyang Lai and Xiaoyu. Although Fang Tianci had earned the moniker Little Yang Kai, he was still inferior to the true body when it came to mastery in the Tao of space. Furthermore, Yang Shui was a 9th order master, as such, he felt pressured bringing her with him and helping to hide her aura at the same time. "We have to stop here. If we go any closer, the enemy will notice us," Fang Tianci said while stopping in his tracks. "Be careful." Yang Shui nodded but wasn't in a rush to make a move. Instead, she was observing the battle and waiting for a chance. Killing a royal lord wasn't easy, and the timing to make a move was crucial. As though noticing a powerful presence, Xiaoyu became uneasy. He had a feeling that someone was staring at him in secret, so he reserved some of his strength. He was initially equally matched with Ouyang Lai, but now the latter gained a slight upper hand. Ouyang Lai naturally noticed this and began openly taunting him. Ignoring the foul-mouthed human in front of him, Xiaoyu wondered where his sense of unease came from. Soon, however, he realized what the source was. A powerful and unrestrained aura was suddenly felt rushing over from the distance. The aura didn't have the signature of world force or black ink strength. Rather, it felt like pure chaos. "It's that Chaos Spirit King. I can't believe that guy found me." At that moment, Xiaoyu was both shocked and flustered. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-71, Yang Shui makes a move. Xiaoyu was terrified of the Chaos Spirit King after the traumatizing experience previously. He felt wronged since he wasn't at fault. He was indeed the one who discovered the Chaos Spirit Clan's supreme grade open heaven pill and intended to snatch it, but he didn't achieve his goal in the end. Instead, the spirit pill was stealthily taken away by Yang Kai. The Chaos Spirit King was so stupid though that after the culprit Yang Kai ran away, it targeted Xiaoyu. Before coming across Ouyang Lai, Xiaoyu had been hunted down by the Chaos Spirit King, but just as he thought he had finally gotten rid of it, this guy appeared all of a sudden. It was likely that the Chaos Spirit King was attracted to the great disturbance of the battle. Since the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were clashing in this place, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would notice the clamor. Therefore, the moment Xiao Yu detected the Chaos Spirit King's presence, he had the urge to flee right away. He and Ouyang Lai were equally matched, but if the Chaos Spirit King joined the fight, he wouldn't be able to deal with the two of them on his own. He had personally had a taste of the Chaos Spirit King's power, so he knew that it was stronger than either Ouyang Lai or himself by a substantial margin. Nevertheless, he soon calmed himself. The Chaos Spirit King had very low sentience, otherwise, it wouldn't have relentlessly raced after him. Now that it was here, regardless of whether it was attracted to the fallout of the battles, the most attractive thing to it wasn't the human race or the Black Ink clan, it was the Spirit Pill's aura. The Chaos Spirit King was enraged because it had lost a Spirit Pill, so now that there was another ripe for the picking, the Chaos Spirit King would likely want to snatch it. Xiao Yu now felt that it might not necessarily be a bad thing for the Black Ink clan that the Chaos Spirit King appeared all of a sudden. Perhaps things would go contrary to the humans' wishes and lead to their downfall. Therefore, he suppressed his urge to flee while dealing with Ouyang Lai and paying some attention to the Chaos Spirit King's movements. Such a powerful aura appeared all of a sudden and charged towards the battlefield, so it was only natural that the masters of both races were shocked and doubtful. Soon, the Chaos Spirit King arrived, and without hesitating at all, it charged towards Xiangshan. Wherever it went, the Black Ink clansmen stepped away and let it pass. On the other hand, the human race masters had no choice but to block the Chaos Spirit King from advancing further. 6 Eighth Order masters formed a 6 paths formation and clashed with the Chaos Spirit King. A moment later, these 8th Order masters paled as their world forces destabilized. Since the Chaos Spirit King was obstructed, it was apparently furious. It roared like a beast as its chaotic force swept everyone away before charging forward again. Helplessly, the human race masters counterattacked with the 6 paths formation. Again, they were forced to step back as they were no match for the opponent. If this dragged on, it would only take 10 breaths of time before the 6 paths formation was broken. When that happened, the Chaos Spirit King would break through the defense line and reach Xiangshan. Ha ha ha. Xiao Yu couldn't help guffawing, for luck was on their side. He was initially resentful of the Chaos Spirit King, but it turned out to be a blessing for them. It was indeed attracted to the Spirit Pill's aura and decided to attack the humans. In other words, the Black Ink clan had gotten a powerful helper for free. Certainly, the Chaos Spirit King wasn't there to assist them, and if the Black Ink clansmen got in its way, it would attack them as well. Its only target was the Spirit Pill, after all. That was good news for the Black Ink clan. To begin with, the humans were already at a disadvantage, and now they were faced with the Chaos Spirit King's suppression. It was only a matter of time before they were destroyed. Across from Xiao Yu, Ouyang Lai grew anxious. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had undoubtedly exacerbated the situation for the humans. He wanted to get rid of Xiao Yu and go over to block the Chaos Spirit King, but Xiao Yu naturally wouldn't grant his wish. He had pulled back his attacks earlier because he was wary of the Chaos Spirit King, but upon realizing Ouyang Lai's intention, Xiao Yu took the initiative to entangle them as he mocked, "Where do you think you're going? No one can leave unless one of us is killed, ha ha ha. If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Ouyang Lai roared as his world force surged, turning him into a ball of fire. It seemed that the heavens weren't on the human side today. Why were there so many twists and turns during Xiangshan's ascension? Although Ouyang Lai had faced some difficulties during his breakthrough, it had been smooth sailing in general. However, when it was Xiangshan's turn, he was faced with all sorts of problems, and even the Chaos Spirit King had come targeting him. Ouyang Lai was so incensed that he almost erupted like a volcano. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu's attacks intensified. To make the furious Ouyang Lai stay, he had given up on his defense so that he could stop his opponent from going to Xiang Shan's rescue. Just then, ripples formed in the void, and following that, Ouyang Lai saw a long sword extending from nowhere, a fair hand gripping its hilt. "Who is that? Why didn't I know someone was there before?" Ouyang Lai was startled. The next moment, he was ecstatic because he saw a sword-wielding woman and a man stepping out of the ripples. He was familiar with both of them. The initially arrogant Xiao Yu was flabbergasted as though he had been struck by lightning. A sense of danger overwhelmed him as a powerful aura locked onto him, causing him to feel he was doomed. He didn't have time to ponder on what happened, but he knew someone had launched a sneak attack on him. Just as he was haughtily trying to make Ouyang Lai stay, a master shattered the void and attacked him from behind. Given the sense of danger he felt, Xiao Yu believed this person must be formidable. The smile on his face froze as he roared and released a large amount of black ink strength, which turned into a black ink cloud in an instant and totally engulfed his figure. Nevertheless, the sword still accurately pierced into his back the next instant and then thrust out from the other side. A powerful force exploded and formed a hole in his body. The black ink cloud broke into 10 smaller clouds as Ouyang Lai released his flames to destroy 7 of them in the blink of an eye. However, he failed to harm Xiao Yu's true body. Soon, someone was heard saying, "I'll leave it to you, senior brother." The helper had turned into a beam in the shape of a sword and charged towards the Chaos Spirit King. "Don't worry." Ouyang Lai replied briefly as he recognized that person. He was shocked deep within, for Yang Shui had also ascended to the 9th order. It seemed that she had acquired her own opportunity. Fortunately, she had come at the right time, otherwise, the human forces here would have been in trouble. On the other hand, Fang Tianxi left the moment Yang Shui appeared and launched her sneak attack. Presently, he stood in front of the Flowing Time Temple and joined Yang Xiao and the others to deal with Meng Ke and the other Black Ink clansmen. Recalling the sight earlier, Fang Tianxi felt gratified. There was no doubt Yang Shui had made the right decision. Earlier, he was hiding in the dark with Yang Shui. While they were waiting for a chance to strike, the Chaos Spirit King appeared out of the blue. At that time, Yang Shui only had 2 choices. The first was to deal with the Chaos Spirit King right away to stop the latter from attacking the humans' defense line. It was a huge challenge for the 8th Order Masters to clash with such a master, and if they were not careful enough, they would be killed. The second choice would be to immediately try to kill Xiao Yu. Nonetheless, Xiao Yu spent most of his power defending himself at that time. Even if Yang Shui made a move, it wouldn't have brought about meaningful results. Once she was exposed, she wouldn't have time to join forces with Ouyang Lai and fight with him. Therefore, the best choice would be directly clashing with the Chaos Spirit King, as that was also the safest bet. However, Yang Shui chose the third option, which was to keep waiting for the best chance. The Chaos Spirit King clashed with the humans, and it would only take a short time to shatter the 6 paths formation in its way. On the other hand, Xiao Yu was conceited. Just as he was focused on holding Ouyang Lai back, Yang Shui decisively took action. She managed to severely injure the royal lord with just 1 strike, after which she headed straight to confront the Chaos Spirit King. She had to make a decision quickly, for it would affect the outcome of the entire battle. Her decision was a huge bet, but it also showed her confidence in the human race masters. She believed that the humans could persevere for a longer time. Regardless of how powerful the Chaos Spirit King was, the humans were united. As such, they wouldn't be defeated so easily. Those in the 6 paths formation didn't fail her, nor did she disappoint the humans. Fang Tianxi couldn't help letting out a sigh, for the young girl had grown up to be a reliable and independent master. That was the sorrow of the times. He soon pulled himself together and connected his aura with the others to ward off the enemies. In the void, Ouyang Lai's red hair flapped in the air like fire as he looked at the astounded Xiao Yu and grinned, "You're dead." The moment he finished speaking, he turned into a magnificent flame and dashed towards Xiaoyu. A royal lord had shocking vitality, so even though Yang Shui had badly injured him, she didn't manage to end his life. As such, Xiaoyu was still able to fight. Nevertheless, he was shocked at the fact that there was another new Ninth Order master. Including Ouyang Lai, there were two now. If they also included Xiang Shan, who was attempting a breakthrough, the humans had managed to secure 3 Ninth Order masters for their side. Certainly, he wouldn't forget that Yang Kai had also acquired a spirit pill. Was luck indeed on the human side? The Black Ink clansmen were initially at an advantage, but it was gone for good now that a second Ninth Order master appeared abruptly. Could there be even more Ninth Order masters lurking out there? While still reeling from the shock, Xiaoyu had the illusion that there was another human race master lurking behind him, just waiting to give him a fatal blow. He almost couldn't contain his urge to escape. Nonetheless, he stopped himself from doing so. This was a chance the Black Ink clan mustn't miss. If their plan was ruined because he ran away, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses, and he also couldn't accept the outcome. Furthermore, the Black Ink clansmen were not on the losing side. They were still at an advantage when it came to trying to ruin Xiang Shan's ascension. Also, the new Ninth Order master had to contend with the Chaos Spirit King, so she couldn't stop the other Black Ink clansmen from advancing. More importantly, Mo Nayi was on the way to this place. As long as Mo Nayi appeared, they would have one more royal lord on their side. By then, the Black Ink clan would take back control of everything. Martial Peak, Chapter 57-72, Everything Returns to Chaos. Given the deadlock, if any party had one more powerful master, the outcome of the battle would be affected. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoyu mustered his courage and engaged with Ouyang Lai again. Although his power had been weakened significantly following Yang Shui's sneak attack, it didn't mean he was powerless to fight. As he pulled himself together and focused on defending himself, he wouldn't be defeated so soon. The masters from both sides had tacitly divided the battlefield into 3 places. The first was where a Ninth Order master was dealing with a royal lord, the second was where a Ninth Order master was clashing with the Chaos Spirit King. The third and final place was where the human race masters, who had formed many battle formations to protect Xiang Shan, were fending off the Black Ink clansmen siege. The battles were so intense that the void itself trembled. The noise spread in all directions and attracted more human race masters to come over and lend their fellow humans assistance. Nevertheless, even more Black Ink clansmen were rushing over as well. The Black Ink clan could communicate with each other through the Black Ink nests, so they could easily summon more people. Mo Nayi had also stopped recuperating and was on his way. The Black Ink clansmen had obviously decided to go all in for this battle where thousands of masters from both sides were involved. If they won, they would deal a heavy blow to the humans. Whenever the universe furnace opened up in the past, even though both sides would fight, there had never been such a large-scale battle before. While the fight raged outside, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow were oblivious to everything as they swam through the infinite river. At this moment, Thunder Shadow crouched down on Yang Kai's shoulder as lightning flickered around him. He seemed to have turned into a lightning ball. Thunder Shadow was frustrated, but pleased at the same time. It never crossed his mind that he would one day feel bloated after consuming too much Dao strength in a single day. The Dao strengths in the depths of the infinite river were pure, primitive, and rich. As long as one could reach this place, they would gain unimaginable benefits. Unfortunately, even though the universe furnace had appeared many times before, rarely could anyone step into the infinite river. Even the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could hardly reach Yang Kai's current depths. Although the infinite river didn't look menacing from the outside, it was actually filled with mortal danger. Without sufficient understanding of their own grand Tao, one wouldn't be able to resist the corruption of the currents. It was a challenge to one's body, soul, and grand Taos. There was no doubt that the Ninth Order Masters were powerful, and they had strong attainments in their Grand Daos, but they had merely met the criteria. Without the soul-warming lotus protecting their soul, and a word tree clone or 4-universe pillar sealing and stabilizing their small universe, they would not be able to move around freely in the infinite river. As such, no one managed to snatch the countless opportunities in the infinite river over the eons. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was envious of his main body. As an open heaven realm master, Yang Kai had a small universe, so even if he couldn't refine the ambient Tao strengths yet, he could still take them away. In fact, he had absorbed many Tao strengths and sealed them in his small universe. In any case, he had never closed the portal to his small universe, so the Tao strengths continued to stream into his body. After giving it some thought, Thunder Shadow realized he shouldn't be envious. When Yang Kai found his human self, the three selves would be united. By then, all the benefits that Thunder Shadow gained would blend into the main body, and everything else wouldn't matter. Upon that realization, he felt less frustrated. A long time later, Yang Kai closed the portal to his small universe as though he was full. He had split his small universe into many areas where different types of Tao strengths were sealed. These Tao strengths looked like colored ribbons or creeks that moved around in those areas. Yang Kai had refined a massive amount of Tao strengths in the infinite river. Now, it could be said that he had learned over 10,000 Grand Daos. The Grand Daos that he had previously only dabbled in improved significantly and reached the 6th or 7th level. Even the Grand Daos he had never touched before, which included Thunder Shadow's Thunder Dao, reached the 5th or 6th level. Countless Dao essences were present in his small universe now. Following the advancements in his mastery over these Grand Daos, he gained new insights. Since time immemorial, no one had ever learned so many Grand Daos, nor had anyone attained such mastery in them. Yang Kai had reached his limit, so he was no longer able to refine more Dao strengths. He had also sealed many of them in his small universe. If he kept doing that, he wouldn't be able to take it anymore. He was only trying to escape from his enemies, so he didn't expect to gain such massive rewards. To him, it was more valuable than acquiring several supreme-grade open heaven pills, which were not useful to him as the Tao strengths here were immensely beneficial. Without stopping, Yang Kai brought Thunder Shadow to dive deeper. He wanted to find out what lay at the bottom of the infinite river. The progression from the outside to the inside of the infinite river went like this: chaos split into yin and yang, which transformed into 5 elements, which then gave birth to 10,000 Grand Daos. What else was there after the 10,000 Grand Daos? Was there any further evolution? To a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai, the secrets at the deepest part of the infinite river were deathly attractive. Although the infinite river was expansive, one could tell from the outside that there must be an end. Nevertheless, as Yang Kai brought Thunder Shadow to explore the river, they seemed to have plunged into an abyss with no end in sight. There had to be some secrets at the deepest part of the river. Over 10,000 types of Tao strengths gathered together. Although they were clearly distinct, they could also integrate. When several related Tao strengths clashed, they might form an entirely new Tao strength. When a particular Tao strength was stimulated, it might also split into several Tao strengths. As Yang Kai dove deeper, he witnessed a lot of wonders. At the same time, he felt increasingly pressured. At the top of the river, the Tao strengths were considered peaceful, which was the reason he and Thunder Shadow were able to absorb them. However, as they went deeper, the Tao strengths became increasingly unsettled, which mounted even more pressure on Yang Kai. He had been trying to sustain the space-time river to protect Thunder Shadow and himself from the infinite river's erosion. Fortunately, he had already gained massive benefits by improving his mastery over many Grand Daos. Otherwise, he couldn't have persevered. As time passed, the space-time river contracted and stuck close to the pair, which was caused by powerful external pressure. As they went deeper, the originally stable spacetime river started shaking. Regardless of how hard Yang Kai tried to stimulate his Tao strengths, he was unable to keep the spacetime river stable. At this point, the Tao strengths had become violent as every colored ribbon or undercurrent carried immense power. As Yang Kai was struck, he found it difficult to take charge of where he was heading. Thunder Shadow appeared worried as he had a feeling that his main body was doing something dangerous, but he wasn't in any place to dissuade him. As such, he could only activate his Tao strengths and help sustain the spacetime river to drive off the external force. A long time later, when the external force reached a critical limit, Yang Kai felt as though he had passed some kind of divide. The originally colorful environment where all sorts of grand Taos came together descended into chaos all of a sudden, after which he saw nothing but endless darkness. All the pressure disappeared abruptly, leaving Yang Kai puzzled. Did everything return to chaos after the grand Taos integrated and bloomed? In that case, wouldn't that make it a cycle? If I dive deeper, would I come across the scene where chaos split into yin and yang, and everything started over on repeat? Nevertheless, Yang Kai realized that something was amiss. The chaos in this place was different from the one at the beginning of the infinite river, which was desolate and still. The chaos in this place was tinged with a different sort of charm. The darkness in this place wasn't pitch black, instead, there were some flickering lights. As Yang Kai looked at those weak lights, he fell into a dazed state. The flickering lights were special beings. They were natural creations, not living creatures. They came in different sizes and shapes. Some looked like chaos entities while the others did not. Yang Kai felt that he had seen these natural creations before, but he couldn't recall where. Thunder Shadow, who had been crouching on his shoulder, suddenly said, "Big brother, I think those things are dangerous." As a beast, he instinctively felt that these seemingly ordinary things were filled with unpredictable danger. If they struck them, they would be in hot water. Oblivious to him, Yang Kai stared fixedly in a particular direction where there was a wash-basin-sized existence that looked like seaweed getting tangled up. A round of light glowed in the periphery of that thing. He had a feeling that he had come across these things before, but he couldn't remember where, which was odd. Given his cultivation, Yang Kai was able to remember everything he saw. If he had really seen these things before, he wouldn't forget about them. As he looked intently, he soon had an illusion that this wash-basin-sized seaweed-like thing was magnifying before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it became a colossal being. It was magnificent and ancient. Standing in front of this existence, Yang Kai felt that he was as insignificant as dust, which made him feel flabbergasted. Then, he came to his senses, finally realizing why he felt that these things looked familiar to him. He had also recalled where he had seen them before. Strictly speaking, the things he saw back then were not the same as the ones before his eyes, they were beings with similar qualities. They were dangerous celestial phenomena that lay in the depths of black ink battlefield. He couldn't recognize them at first glance because every celestial phenomenon was different. Furthermore, the celestial phenomena he came across at the depths of black ink battlefield were massive. The largest celestial phenomenon he had seen was just as vast as a great territory, and it contained unimaginable danger. Even a ninth-order master or a royal lord might not survive if they barged into such a place. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5773, Celestial Phenomena. All the celestial phenomena on the black ink battlefield were massive and magnificent. Meanwhile, the celestial phenomena in this place were petite. The difference in their sizes was the reason Yang Kai didn't associate the two together at first. It wasn't until he took a much closer look at their appearance that he realized what they were. These weak lights that came in different shapes and sizes were none other than celestial phenomena. Yang Kai was astounded as he knew a thing or two about where celestial phenomena came from. It was rumored that in the beginning when chaos split apart, 3,000 grand Taos were unclear. As such, Some strange natural creations were born, and they were celestial phenomena. It could be said that celestial phenomena were strange entities that could be traced back to the ancient source of heaven and earth. In ancient times, the universe was filled with all sorts of celestial phenomena, and they were unimaginably dangerous. That was the reason there were still celestial phenomena in the depths of Black Ink Battlefield while there were none in the 3000 worlds. Rarely would anyone head to the depths of Black Ink Battlefield. Even the Black Ink clansmen wouldn't go there under normal circumstances, let alone humans. That was why those celestial phenomena still remained intact. Nevertheless, in the 3000 worlds, many universe worlds sprang to life and living beings rose to power. As these beings grew and explored, they extracted resources and transformed the environment to better suit themselves, causing the celestial phenomena to gradually disappear. Now, there were essentially no celestial phenomena in the 3000 worlds. Many had never heard of celestial phenomena in their lifetimes. Yang Kai had the honor to witness the wonders of the celestial phenomena, and he had made use of a few of them to get rid of some formidable enemies. He also gained massive benefits in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, therefore, he was quite familiar with them. However, he didn't expect to see celestial phenomena in the depths of the infinite river where everything returned to chaos. Soon, he became doubtful. Are these celestial phenomena just as small as what I saw back then? Was what I saw earlier merely an illusion? As he looked intently, he was astounded all of a sudden. Perhaps what he saw was not all there was. The celestial phenomena in this place appeared petite because he was in a special environment. They might look very different if they were outside. Upon that realization, Yang Kai was startled. In the depths of the infinite river, 10,000 grand Daos bloomed before returning to chaos, which then gave birth to so many celestial phenomena. There was also a great sea celestial phenomenon on the Black Ink Battlefield that had many grand Dao rivers inside of it. Similarly, many undercurrents contain Dao strengths in the infinite river. Previously, Yang Kai wondered why there were so many grand Dao rivers in the Great Sea celestial phenomenon. After all, Dao strengths were extremely abstruse, so it wasn't likely that they were born out of nowhere. The Great Sea celestial phenomenon should have had such power. However, what if the Great Sea celestial phenomenon was born from the infinite river? That explained everything. Yang Kai was astounded. He didn't have any evidence to prove his speculation, but he had a feeling that it was the truth. All the celestial phenomena in the depths of Black Ink Battlefield and the ones that once existed in the 3000 worlds but disappeared came from this place. Yang Kai was eager to prove his point, so he dashed towards the celestial phenomenon he had paid attention to earlier. What he saw astonished him. The celestial phenomenon was supposedly not far away from him, but regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to approach it. Space seemed to have been extended infinitely before him, but he didn't feel any fluctuations of space principles. Furthermore, as he charged forward, the wash-basin-sized seaweed-like celestial phenomenon was quickly expanding. As expected, what he had seen wasn't merely an illusion. The celestial phenomenon must be gargantuan, but it was somewhat illusory in the depths of the infinite river. Yang Kai stopped in his tracks and stepped backwards. Soon, he realized that everything returned to normal. He then went over to inspect other celestial phenomena and realized that they were the same. He even saw a fog-like celestial phenomenon. Upon inspection, he discovered that what looked like dust in the fog wasn't what it seemed. The particles were unformed universe worlds. He remembered seeing a fog-like celestial phenomenon in the universe furnace, and he was shocked at that time. It didn't cross his mind that it was born from this place. All the strange-looking celestial phenomena gathered in the depths of the infinite river, which was filled with ancient and primitive auras. While swimming in this place, Yang Kai seemed to have returned to the ancient times and gotten lost. A long time later, Thunder Shadow exclaimed, "Big brother." An astounded Yang Kai came to his senses and realized that something was off. his Tao strengths were dissipating and blending into this place. He quickly stabilized himself and circulated his power to stop his Tao strengths from leaving his body. A terrified Thunder Shadow asked, "What's going on?" Everything was going well when an anomaly happened. If he hadn't discovered that something was amiss, Yang Kai would have lost his life without knowing the reason. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was soaked in cold sweat as well. Just now, he had been focusing on observing these bizarre celestial phenomena. While witnessing the wonders, he suddenly felt dead deep within. If Thunder Shadow hadn't called out to him in time, Yang Kai would have lost his life. Under such a circumstance, once all his Tao strengths were gone, his figure would have melted into this place as well. Moreover, the soul-warming lotus didn't react at all while Thunder Shadow was unaffected. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized something. The feeling of lifelessness wasn't an external force, it was born within him. As such, the soul-warming lotus didn't react in any way. Such an anomaly happened because his Tao strengths resonated with the power of 10,000 grand Taos in this place. Thunder Shadow wasn't as attuned to the environment, so he could remain alert. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who had mastered a lot of grand Taos, was affected by this place. After suffering such a setback, Yang Kai became more cautious. This was a dangerous place where he couldn't be negligent. Thunder Shadow said, "Let's go up. There's nothing interesting here to see." He was still terrified. Before this, even though Yang Kai was taking a huge risk, everything was still under control. The turn of events earlier apparently surprised him as well. There was nothing much Thunder Shadow could do in this place, and once his main body was in danger, no one could save him. "You don't understand," Yang Kai shook his head. The celestial phenomena were indeed not interesting, however, the power of the 10,000 grand Taos returning to chaos and the development of various wonders were the essence of this place. Yang Kai had a feeling that he had caught a glimpse of something amazing, but he couldn't fully comprehend it. There seemed to be a wall in front of him, blocking his path. He could faintly see the beauty beyond it, but it was shrouded in fog. This place seemed to be the deepest part of the infinite river. Not only were there a lot of celestial phenomena, but there was also a long riverbed that was filled with gravel. Yang Kai had been focusing on the celestial phenomena, so he didn't pay attention to the riverbed, but while looking down, he scooped up a handful of gravel and examined it. Just as he expected, these small stones were not what they seemed to be, instead, they were the collective of different Tao strengths. Yang Kai even realized that these small stones were actually the prototypes of universe worlds. Creation force? Yang Kai muttered. He had heard about the creation realm from Tsang for the first time. According to Tsang, the realm that was above the ninth order was the creation realm. The only one who had reached that realm was Mo, who had been shackled inside the primordial heaven source grand restriction. Even Tsang and the other 9 martial ancestors were not in that realm. They had merely walked further down the path of the open heaven realm than any others. One could say that if they reached the creation realm, they would have been able to kill Mo. Yang Kai had no idea how abstruse that realm must be. After all, he was only at the peak of the 8th order and had yet to reach the 9th order. As such, the creation realm was still too far away from him. However, in his opinion, if they wanted to destroy Mo once and for all, someone had to reach that realm. Nevertheless, how to ascend to the creation realm remained a mystery, otherwise, Mo wouldn't have been the only one to reach that realm after so many eons. Tsang and the other martial ancestors were geniuses, but even they were unable to reach that realm, let alone their descendants. Perhaps Wu Kuang, who had inherited Shi's knowledge, knew something. However, he was looking after the primordial heaven source grand restriction, so he was unreachable. Yang Kai had never really seriously considered reaching that realm. To him, the most important task was to break through to the 9th order. As such, he didn't have any energy left to ponder on something so unattainable. With that said, he seemed to have caught a glimpse of the creation realm in the deepest part of the infinite river. These were not the nurturing of simple living beings, but rather the wonders of creation of the universe itself. Every stone in his hand was the prototype of a universe world. If he took them to the outside world, they would probably become dead stars with no vitality. Yang Kai remained in the same spot and fell into his thoughts. Thunder Shadow was anxious as he was worried that his true body's Tao strengths would dissipate again. He stared fixedly at Yang Kai and was ready to call out to him at any moment. Thankfully, he was relieved that the same thing didn't happen again. Although Yang Kai remained unmoving like a statue, the Tao strengths around him continued to flow. Apparently, he was trying to comprehend various aspects of the Grand Tao. A long time later, just as Thunder Shadow was growing distressed, Yang Kai suddenly moved as all the gravel in his hand fell. He then swam upwards. "Are we finally leaving?" Thunder Shadow was elated. Although he had gained massive benefits in this damned place, he wasn't willing to stay any longer. Certainly, he was pleased that the main body was leaving. They were faced with many obstacles when coming to this place, but it was much easier when they were leaving. It certainly wasn't smooth sailing, but it was no longer as difficult as when they tried to head to the depths. Soon, Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow arrived at the upper part of the infinite river. The water in this place was filled with shattered Tao essence, and if they kept moving upwards, they would be able to leave. Much to Thunder Shadow's surprise, Yang Kai suddenly stopped in his tracks and let the river's chaotic force wash over him. He even removed the space-time river around himself and only protected Thunder Shadow with it so that the latter would remain safe. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5774, I understand. What is he doing? Although Thunder Shadow was puzzled, he knew he shouldn't disturb Yang Kai. As such, he could only wait patiently. As the violent water washed over Yang Kai, his figure swayed with it. Undoubtedly, it was dangerous to directly come into contact with the chaotic force, but it allowed him to see the truth clearly. A long time later, even his figure started falling apart. His golden blood blended into the river as it disappeared. Just as Thunder Shadow became apprehensive, Yang Kai suddenly dove deeper and arrived at the point where chaos split into yin and yang before he continued to comprehend things. Yang Kai's figure was in a terrible state as his skin started cracking. As the water surged over him, a layer of his skin was peeled off. His hideous expression suggested that he was in excruciating pain, however, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Meanwhile, Thunder Shadow was now completely anxious. If Yang Kai lost his life in this place, he would become a true laughingstock. Moments later, Yang Kai understood something and dove deeper. Soon, he reached the point where yin and yang split into the 5 elements. His flesh started coming apart. The powers of his dragon vein and the towering evergreen divine manifestation were fully activated, but they did little to stop his injuries from worsening. When Yang Kai dove deeper for the last time and reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand Taos, his aura was extremely weak. He was like a candle amidst the storm, at risk of losing his life at any moment. His entire figure was covered with blood as the infinite river's erosion made him look battered and miserable. If not for the fact that he still had some vitality left, and the space-time river was still being sustained, Thunder Shadow would have thought that the main body was dead. At that moment, Thunder Shadow was ill at ease. He had figured out what the main body was trying to do, but it was a huge risk to take. If an accident occurred, the damage would be irreversible. In the depths of the infinite river, Yang Kai's badly injured figure remained still as he let the water strike him from all directions, his aura constantly weakening until it reached a critical limit and his originally listless eyes suddenly started shimmering. Just then, Thunder Shadow heard the main body shouting, "I understand." The next moment, 10,000 grand Tao started surging from his injured figure. They were his own Tao strengths, not those in the infinite river. The Tao strengths integrated and formed a protective layer outside the space-time river. Then, Yang Kai's figure shot upwards. As it happened, the Tao strengths around him evolved. When he reached the point where 5 elements split into 10,000 grand Taos, the 10,000 grand Taos around him evolved into 5 elements. When he reached the point where Yin and Yang transformed into 5 elements, and the 5 elements around him evolved into Yin and Yang. When he finally reached the upper part of the infinite river, everything around him returned to chaos. Moreover, as Yang Kai swam upwards, the space-time river around him trembled violently. Thunder Shadow couldn't help feeling that space and time seemed to have turned upside down. It felt like space and time were reversing as flesh started appearing on Yang Kai's damaged figure out of thin air. Eventually, he returned to his original state. Although he no longer looked battered and miserable, his aura was still weak. Nevertheless, he was energetic and elated. "I see." He then turned to look at Thunder Shadow and asked, "Did you understand?" Thunder Shadow was on the brink of breaking into tears. "What am I supposed to understand?" He figured that Yang Kai was trying to comprehend the secrets behind the evolutionary process from chaos to the 10,000 grand Taos. However, he had never cultivated the 10,000 grand Taos before, so how was he supposed to understand anything? At that moment, he only wanted to tell Yang Kai to stop torturing himself as it was bad for his heart. Knowing what was on Thunder Shadow's mind, Yang Kai merely smiled in response. It wasn't that he wanted to torture himself, but since the opportunity was there, he just wasn't willing to miss it. When he dove into the infinite river for the first time, Yang Kai used his Tao strengths to shield himself. As such, he was unable to comprehend anything, nor did he intend to. It wasn't until he witnessed the end of the 10,000 grand Taos at the bottom of the infinite river that he had the urge to comprehend everything he witnessed. Therefore, he decided to give up the protection of his Tao strengths and expose his body and mind to comprehend the wonders of chaos giving birth to the 10,000 grand Taos. Naturally, this process came with huge risks, but the outcome was extraordinary. Yang Kai had gained immense benefits in the infinite river and even had a feeling that his experience in this place would change the way he cultivated in the future. Moreover, he formed a doubt after experiencing this whole process. Was what everyone knew about Mo correct? Was Mo really in the creation realm? In the past, Yang Kai had not doubted it. After all, Tsang had said so. However, after Yang Kai went through the process of 10,000 grand Taos returning to chaos, he realized that Mo might not be in the creation realm. In any case, that wasn't what he should be concerned about at the moment. If he wanted to face Mo, he had to solve the trouble brought by the Black Ink clan first. As for how his injured figure recovered so rapidly, the truth was it hadn't. Currently, both his Tao of Time and Tao of Space were at the 8th level, and he had mastered the spacetime river. Therefore, while in the spacetime river, he could mark a particular point in time and when it was necessary, restore his physical state to that particular point. It was a new way of using the spacetime river, which he had mastered in the infinite river after his understanding over the numerous grand Taos improved significantly. Yang Kai wasn't able to use it in the past because other than the Tao of Space and Tao of Time, he hadn't mastered the other grand Taos to such a degree. During the restoration process, Thunder Shadow felt as though space and time were reversing when in fact, that wasn't what happened. Under the spacetime river's blessing, Yang Kai returned to a state he had marked at a particular point in time. Certainly, he had to consume lots of Tao strength to achieve this, and it was not without risks. It was a novel technique that would prove to be useful in some situations, but had serious limitations and drawbacks. Then, Yang Kai turned to look at the depths of the infinite river with a dark gaze. He believed that he had only seen the tip of the iceberg and there must be even more secrets in the infinite river. That was because when the 10,000 Tao strengths around him returned to chaos, he could clearly feel that something faintly resonated with him from the other end of the infinite river. However, he had to fully activate his Tao strengths to touch upon those endless wonders, so he didn't have time to pay attention to anything else. As he thought about it, he realized that the resonance was odd. Where did the resonance come from? Since time immemorial, the universe furnace had appeared many times and allowed many human cultivators to become ninth-order masters. However, no one had ever seen the universe furnace itself. Even the ninth-order old ancestors, who had lived for a very long time, had no idea what the universe furnace really looked like or where it was. The infinite river ran through the entire universe furnace world, and there was no doubt it was an important part of the universe furnace. Therefore, the resonance in the distance was certainly worthy of attention. Nevertheless, Yang Kai didn't have time to explore it, for he had been held up in the infinite river for a long time already. He wondered about the outcome of the fight between humans and the Black Ink clan. After some calculations, he realized that the 9th Grand Tao evolution would take place soon. Once that happened, the universe furnace would close. It's time to leave. Certainly, he felt that it was a shame. If he had known beforehand, he would have immediately explored the infinite river the moment he entered the universe furnace. However, if he had done so, he wouldn't have acquired a supreme grade open heaven pill. Trade-offs could not be avoided. And so, Yang Kai led Thunder Shadow to dash upwards and soon left the infinite river. As he scanned the surroundings with his divine sense though, he was startled. Thunder Shadow hurriedly said, "There are calls for help everywhere. It seems that they've come across formidable enemies." Thunder Shadow had a communication bead that was used to contact others. He always brought it with him so that he could send or receive information at any moment. Nevertheless, humans' communication method was inferior to those of the Black Ink clan. Since he could receive a message that asked for assistance, it showed that the other party wasn't far away. "I'll ask them where they are," Thunder Shadow said. "There's no need for that." The moment Yang Kai finished speaking, he charged forward in a particular direction, for he could already feel the fallout of battle. A moment later, his expression turned solemn. Although he had detected the fluctuations, he couldn't feel them clearly. As he moved closer though, he had a feeling that the fights were unusual. The battle was intense, and the auras were chaotic. Moreover, there were a lot of people on both sides, including royal lords and ninth-order masters. Is this the final battle? Yang Kai had never expected that the situation outside had become so violent after he dove into the infinite river. Unbeknownst to him, his snatching of a supreme grade open heaven pill was what set off this final conflict. After successfully stealing the pill, Yang Kai brought Thunder Shadow with him and snuck into the infinite river. The Black Ink clan certainly wouldn't give up searching for him, so they summoned more people over. On the other hand, humans had to deal with the increasing number of enemies. As such, more and more people on both sides gathered together. When the Chaos Spirit King joined in, everything flew out of control. If the Chaos Spirit King was the only issue, even though the humans would still be at a disadvantage, they could have still persevered. After all, Yang Shui, a new ninth-order master, appeared out of the blue and seriously injured Xiao Yu. Nevertheless, when a new royal lord joined the battle, the humans fell into a perilous situation again. Mo Nai had arrived and joined his fellow Black Ink clansmen. That was what Yang Kai and Thunder Shadow saw when they reached the edge of the battlefield. Yang Lai was battling against Xiao Yu and two groups of territory lords who had formed for symbols formations. Xiao Yu had been wounded by Yang Shui, so he was no longer a match for Yang Lai on his own. Left with no choice, he summoned 8 territory lords, who then formed 2 battle formations and joined forces with him. There were more masters from the Black Ink clan than the human race to begin with, so 8 of them joining Xiao Yu wouldn't change the overall situation. Only then could they contend with Yang Lai and even gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Yang Shui was fighting with the Chaos Spirit King on her own. As world force and chaotic force clashed, the situation was truly intense. Yang Shui was at a disadvantage, but she did her best to keep the Chaos Spirit King at bay. Yang Shao and 5 8th-order masters had formed a 6 paths formation and were fighting with Mo Nai with the help of the Flowing Time Temple, but they seemed to be in a difficult situation. Other humans surrounded a particular place and fended off the Black Ink clan's attacks from all directions. Yang Kai could also sense the fluctuations of a human race master achieving a breakthrough in that direction, and he found the aura familiar. Xiaofan. He's attempting a breakthrough. Presently, Feng Tian Ci was part of Yang Zhao's Six Paths formation. It was thanks to their close collaboration that they managed to oppose a royal lord like Mo Na Yi for so long. It wasn't that Yang Zhao didn't want to form a Seven Stars formation. If he could do that, it would certainly help with their situation. At the very least, they would find it easier to fight with Mo Na Yi. Nevertheless, the human race had fewer people on their side as compared to the Black Ink clan, and all of them were tangled up in fights. If they asked someone to assist them, a different part of the defense line might break. Furthermore, it wasn't easy to form a Seven Stars formation. If they were not close enough and couldn't collaborate tacitly, it would be better to stick to the Six Paths formation than forcibly try to form the Seven Stars formation. At the very least, it was easier for Yang Zhao to sustain the Six Paths formation. In general, things were not looking optimistic for the humans. Yang Shui and Yang Lai, both Ninth Order masters, could still manage to deal with their own opponents. However, Yang Zhao's team and the ones protecting Xiaofan were in a perilous situation. Once Yang Zhao's group was defeated or the defense line was broken through, the humans were bound to suffer immense losses. At that moment, Yang Kai was glad that he didn't spend any more time in the Infinite River. To the human race, he and Thunder Shadow, who were hiding in the dark, were their best bet to turn the situation around. Yang Kai had to look for a chance and make a move to lift some pressure off his side. He could ignore the Chaos Spirit King, for Yang Shui was powerful enough to restrain it. Furthermore, he believed that even if he launched a sneak attack, he couldn't possibly harm the Chaos Spirit King. If he couldn't kill it with one strike, it would only become more agitated and aggressive. Could he deal with the two royal lords, then? Both royal lords were not at the peak of their powers. Yang Lai's opponent seemed to be horribly injured as his aura was unstable. However, he had joined forces with 8 territory lords to stabilize his situation. Mo Na Yi was wounded as well, but his injuries weren't serious. Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to kill either of them. At best, he could injure them. As such, he decided to set his sights on the weaker targets. The humans felt immensely pressured mainly because there were over 10 pseudo-royal lords. Even if both parties were in one-on-one fights, the human race masters would still feel intimidated. Many more pseudo-royal lords had entered the universe furnace world, but these were the only ones on the battlefield at that moment. The other pseudo-royal lords were either on their way or didn't bring Black Ink nests with them. As such, the key to this battle wasn't the fights between the royal lords and the Ninth Order masters, but Xiaofan. As long as they could hold on until Xiaofan achieved a breakthrough, they could turn the tides as they would have another Ninth Order master. Yang Kai soon made a decision. Given his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill a royal lord. However, with Thunder Shadow's help, he could probably end a pseudo-royal lord's life. After he sent a transmission to Thunder Shadow, they silently flew towards the battlefield. At that moment, the Black Ink clan were trying to break through the human race's defense line, but they hadn't managed to achieve their goal yet. As such, many of them roared furiously. The Black Ink clan was at an advantage as they had more people on their side. The territory lords could also form for symbols formations, negating a large part of the humans' advantage. Nevertheless, the humans also had warships with them which allowed them to form a solid defense line around Xiaofan. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, the human race masters only had to defend themselves. The defensive arrays on the warships had been fully activated and linked with each other to form a sturdy shield. Without breaking the warship's protection, the Black Ink clan wouldn't be able to deal a decisive blow to the humans. That was the reason the humans could hold on for such a long time despite having fewer people on their side. Nevertheless, the warships were not unbreakable. Once they were damaged, the humans would have to directly deal with the enemies. By then, no one could tell how much longer they could persevere. In a particular spot of the defense line, a pseudo-royal lord that looked like a humanoid ox with horns on his forehead madly released waves of black ink strength, striking the light barrier in front of him, dimming it significantly. He could feel that the defense line made from warships in this spot was about to break apart at any moment. Once that happened, the humans would have to directly face his wrath. "Ants, you die today," he growled with bloodshot eyes. Despite being at an advantage, he did not forget to weaken the humans' morale as well. Regardless of whether it was useful at all, he felt much better after shouting it out. He had been in life-and-death fights with the human race masters in the past many times. Before he became a pseudo-royal lord, the opponents he had come across were all difficult to deal with. This time, hundreds of human race masters were unable to flee. Once the defense line was shattered, slaughter would be inevitable. It would be a huge victory that the Black Ink clan hadn't enjoyed for a long time, so he was naturally quite pleased. He could already imagine that scene in his mind. All of a sudden, he felt his chest tightening and a chill shoot up his spine. He was engulfed in a great sense of crisis. The pseudo-royal lord was startled. Before he could figure out what was going on though, he felt an aura appear from behind, one that was so savage that he felt a sharp pain in his skin. Someone was launching a sneak attack on him, and the person was powerful. In an instant, the pseudo-royal lord realized what was going on. Before he could ponder on who stealthily attacked him or how the person approached him without his knowledge though, black ink strength around him exploded to form a protective cover and obscure his exact position. Nonetheless, his efforts proved useless. The moment his black ink strength exploded out, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A sharp object had penetrated his figure. He hurriedly turned his head and saw a familiar-looking young man with a cold expression and a murderous gaze. At the most critical moment, the pseudo-royal lord reacted quickly enough. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5776, The Power of the River. The turn of events shocked both the humans and the Black Ink clansmen. None of them could clearly see what happened, they only knew that a river appeared out of the blue, after which a pseudo-royal lord vanished out of sight. As they looked in the same direction, Thunder Shadow appeared with a figure surrounded by lightning. He then turned into a lightning ball and growled before biting a territory lord. The territory lord was only an acquired one and was bitten by Thunder Shadow while he had his guard down. As lightning struck, the territory lord trembled uncontrollably, and all his black ink strength dissipated. Thunder Shadow exerted more force with his mouth and split the territory lord's body in half. With a contemptuous gaze, it spat out the body and roared, "What are you looking at? I'll bite you to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of another territory lord. Opening his hideous mouth, he sank his teeth into the opponent. Thunder Shadow was powerful to begin with. When Yang Kai bumped into him back then, Thunder Shadow was already able to hold off several territory lords on his own. Then, in the depths of the infinite river, he devoured a lot of compatible Dao strength, to the point he became stuffed. Now, he was 30% stronger than in the past. Naturally, no acquired territory lord was a match for him anymore. In just several breaths of time, 2 territory lords had lost their lives. No one could find Thunder Shadow when he was hiding, and when he struck, he did so ferociously, making it difficult for his opponents to respond or defend themselves. While the Black Ink clan was reeling from the shock, the humans were ecstatic. They realized that strong reinforcements had arrived. Apart from Thunder Shadow, who had made a name for himself on the various great territory battlefields, the human, who had appeared momentarily, wasn't weak either, otherwise, they wouldn't have targeted a pseudo-royal lord. Several human race masters recognized the signature spacetime river. People like Zhang Tianhe, Xiong Ji, and Lu Feifei had witnessed Yang Kai using the river before, so they knew he had arrived. There was no doubt that the person who launched a sneak attack on the pseudo-royal lord and dragged him into the spacetime river was Yang Kai. They had been doubtful about why Yang Kai, who had caused all this chaos, was nowhere to be seen while the humans were locked in an intense fight with the Black Ink clan. Only now did they finally relax slightly. Although Yang Kai had only brought a leopard with him, his presence alone gave them massive confidence. On the battlefield, Thunder Shadow wandered around the spacetime river and killed several territory lords. Just then, a pseudo-royal lord came over and sent out a punch. Thunder Shadow was sent flying away while coughing up blood. Just as the pseudo-royal lord was preparing to end his life though, the leopard disappeared into the void again. Thunder Shadow's goal was clear, he only had to target the territory lords to keep them at bay. Even Yang Kai couldn't easily kill a pseudo-royal lord, let alone his monster self. If he forced himself to contend with a pseudo-royal lord, Thunder Shadow would be courting death. Given his innate divine ability and powerful combat skills though, it was easy enough for Thunder Shadow to kill some acquired territory lords, which was what Yang Kai asked him to do. They had to lift some pressure off the humans guarding this position. However, Thunder Shadow soon realized there was nothing much he could do on his own. There were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords. Moreover, after suffering some setbacks, the territory lords quickly formed battle formations, ensuring that Thunder Shadow couldn't easily kill them. As numerous Black Ink clansmen scanned the surroundings, even Thunder Shadow could hardly conceal his figure using his innate divine ability. The pseudo-royal lords discovered his whereabouts and struck several times, causing the lightning around him to dim. With a pair of amber eyes, Thunder Shadow glanced over at the spacetime river, which was undulating violently and charged forward. At the same time, it exclaimed, "Save me, big brother." Several pseudo-royal lords relentlessly raced after him while many rained their attacks on the spacetime river. Regardless of what technique it was or who activated it, since their opponent was there, they just had to attack. The spacetime river shook violently because of external pressure as well as the internal fight. Right after Yang Kai summoned the spacetime river and swept the Ox pseudo-royal lord into it, he too dove in. He was so swift that hardly anyone could see him clearly. Inside the spacetime river, Yang Kai naturally held the advantage. Although he couldn't control everything like he did in his small universe, he was in a favorable position in the river. Presently, the spacetime river was filled with many more Tao strengths, which formed countless undercurrents and enacted all sorts of wonders. Yin and Yang, 5 elements, 10,000 grand Taos, chaos. The entire evolutionary process took place repeatedly, completely confusing the opponent's senses. While hiding in the river, Yang Kai waited for a chance to flare up and kill the enemy. Just as Thunder Shadow called for help, everyone could clearly feel that a powerful aura suddenly vanished inside the raging river. The next instant, waves spread out as a figure shot out with a corpse with no Black Ink strength left in his hand. All the Black Ink clansmen were flabbergasted. A pseudo-royal lord was killed in such a short time. Although there were quite a number of pseudo-royal lords present, none of them had lost their lives despite fighting with the humans for such a long time. Now, one of them had been killed just like that. Meanwhile, a young man stood above the river with a dispassionate expression before tossing the corpse away as though it was common trash. Yang Kai. A Black Ink clansman exclaimed, for he finally made out Yang Kai's face and realized his identity. On the other hand, a solemn Mo Nai, who had been suppressing Yang Shao, roared, "Yang Kai." After entering the universe furnace world, he acquired an opportunity to become a royal lord and even healed most of his injuries. He initially thought that if he came across Yang Kai again, he would have a chance to kill him once and for all. Now, it seemed that while he gained an opportunity, it wasn't like Yang Kai acquired nothing. Yang Kai had become significantly more powerful than when they parted ways previously. The strange river was obviously a new technique he had created, one Mo Na Yi had never seen or heard of before. More importantly, he was concerned about the fact that Yang Kai was now able to pose a serious threat to the pseudo-royal lords. Although Yang Kai had killed Di Wu before, that was the result of many coincidences and specific circumstances. It wasn't a reflection of his true power. Mo Na Yi was deeply astonished. Yang Kai was already at the peak of the Eighth Order, so his power supposedly shouldn't improve any further in his lifetime. Nevertheless, contrary to common knowledge, Yang Kai's strength had increased tremendously. Such a person posed a huge threat to the Black Ink clan, so he had to be killed as soon as possible. Secretly, Mo Na Yi was glad that Yang Kai wasn't so capable yet when he dealt with him previously, otherwise, he might have ended up in a miserable state, since he was only a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Unlike how heavy-hearted Mo Na Yi was, Yang Lai was elated as he cheered, "You finally showed up, you stinking brat." He initially thought that Yang Kai had lost his life since the latter had not appeared even after all this time. Now, it seemed that he shouldn't have worried about him, for Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. The moment he appeared, he even managed to end a pseudo-royal lord's life, which boosted the humans' morale greatly. "Big brother!" Yang Shui called out as well. Yang Kai turned to look at her and put on a smile, "Focus on dealing with your opponent." An obedient Yang Shui replied, "Yes." Then, Yang Kai turned his head back and gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he held an advantageous position with the Spacetime River's help, he had to pay a certain price to kill a pseudo-royal lord in such a short time. Nevertheless, it was worth it. "Kill him!" Mo Na Yi roared. Nothing good ever happened when Yang Kai was around, and this time was no exception. Yang Kai was undoubtedly a huge threat. Although the Black Ink clan was currently at an advantage, Yang Kai might be able to turn things around in some crazy way. If possible, Mo Na Yi would love to end Yang Kai's life with his own hands, however, he was unable to shake off Yang Xiao and the others, who were now relentlessly pushing back against him. Certainly, the Black Ink clansmen didn't have the guts to disobey Mo Na Yi's order. Several pseudo-royal lords rushed towards Yang Kai from different directions, locking their auras onto him before they even arrived. The pseudo-royal lords had learned their lesson, so they wouldn't dare underestimate Yang Kai. After they communicated with each other using their divine senses, they decided to use their most powerful moves all together. Yang Kai snorted and called out to Thunder Shadow before retracting the Spacetime River. The next instant, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability, after which both of them disappeared. "There!" A pseudo-royal lord growled while looking in a particular direction. He then pushed out a fist. In that direction, a battered Thunder Shadow reappeared. "Why did you hit me? Big brother isn't with me," he yelled while spitting blood, which made him look quite embarrassed. The pseudo-royal lord, who had struck Thunder Shadow, was startled, but in the next moment, he heard the sound of rushing water. He immediately turned his head and widened his eyes in disbelief. Yang Kai was already in a different spot as the river appeared abruptly before retracting. Like a gale gusting through leaves, over 10 territory lords were swept into the river this time. The next moment, Yang Kai took the river and ran away. While all the Black Ink clan masters shifted their attention to Yang Kai, Thunder Shadow activated his innate divine ability and fled. Mo Na Yi's expression changed drastically. Seeing that several pseudo-royal lords were now in a daze, he furiously roared, "Go after them." Regardless of what kind of technique that river was, after a pseudo-royal lord fell into it, he died just a few breaths later. It was obvious that those territory lords were doomed. It was only then that the pseudo-royal lords came to their senses and raced after them. Nevertheless, how could they possibly capture or even catch up to Yang Kai? His figure flickered several times before he soon got rid of them. Mo Na Ye's expression changed again as he ordered, "Come back." The pseudo-royal lords stopped in their tracks and returned at once. They looked grumpily at Mo Na Ye, who told them to chase after Yang Kai but then summoned them back the next moment. What the hell does he want? Marshall Peak, Chapter 5777, Six Paths Formation in Danger. Mo Na Ye ignored those pseudo-royal lords while feeling vexed. The same thing happens every time. Whenever he had to deal with Yang Kai, despite being more powerful, he would always lose his temper. That was because Yang Kai could flee swiftly if he was no match for the other party. That was the reason Mo Na Ye had been putting up with him for such a long time. This time, he could no longer tolerate it or retreat. Yang Kai. He growled as his attacks intensified. Those in the Six Paths Formation, which was led by Yang Xiao, felt immensely pressured in an instant. Still, they gritted their teeth and persevered. They were initially able to go against Mo Na Ye with 6 8th-order masters joining forces. Moreover, they had the Flowing Time Temple's help. However, at this moment, they found it hard to hold on any longer. It was indeed hard to deal with an enraged royal lord. Yang Xiao and Yang Shui had spent a lot of military merits to modify and upgrade the Flowing Time Temple, so it was now just as powerful as Dawning Light back then. Although the temple's defenses had been fully activated, it still shook violently and some cracks began to form. Meanwhile, Yang Xiao was equally furious. Mo Na Ye had been cursing at Yang Kai but raining the attacks on his adoptive son instead, which was outrageous. Was the adoptive son supposed to bear the brunt for his adoptive father? Stop calling out to me. Do you think I'm your father or something? Yang Kai's voice was heard all of a sudden. In the meantime, ripples formed in the void as the man returned with the flowing river in his grip. Right in front of everyone's eyes, he shook the river and cast away more than 10 figures. As they looked in that direction, they were shocked. Those figures were the territory lords that had been swept into the river earlier. However, in just several breaths of time, they had lost all vitality. They were still alive and kicking just moments ago. The problem was, there were no wounds on their bodies, and they appeared oddly at ease. It was as though their lives were snatched from them while they were asleep. The scene terrified the Black Ink clan. Since Yang Kai was able to kill a pseudo-royal lord with his strange river, there was no doubt that the territory lords that were drawn into it were doomed. What horrified them though was that they had no idea how those territory lords were killed. It was only natural that people feared the unknown. Yang Kai was able to slaughter those territory lords without much effort, which was why they were fearful. The moment Yang Kai reappeared, the pseudo-royal lords made a move as their powerful secret techniques swept across the void. Yang Kai's figure flickered as space principles undulated. Although he was struck several times, he still managed to break the siege and flee from the attacking pseudo-royal lords. While spitting blood, he charged forward in a particular direction. In that direction, more than 10 territory lords, who had formed different battle formations, felt deeply distressed. It was apparent to them what Yang Kai was up to. They had just witnessed their clansmen's deaths, and their corpses were still warm. They certainly wouldn't want to die along with them. Seeing that Yang Kai was about to reach them, these territory lords hurriedly tried to run away. Just then, Thunder Shadow, who had gone into hiding amidst the chaos earlier, reappeared abruptly with a figure surrounded by lightning. With him as the center, a gigantic lighting ball exploded and formed a giant web. In an instant, the territory lords stiffened. At the same time, the human race masters in that direction cast their divine abilities and secret techniques at those territory lords. The humans were in a passive position a while ago because they had to form a defense perimeter to protect Xiangshan. As such, they were unable to move around. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, they could only focus on defending themselves. Fortunately, with the warship's protection, they managed to hold on. Now that there was a chance to make a move, they certainly wouldn't hesitate to do so. The moves from Thunder Shadow and the human race masters ensured that the territory lords were unable to run away, and the instant Yang Kai arrived, he swept those territory lords into the river. A heartbroken Mo Na Yi roared, "Yang Kai, you dare?" Across from him, Yang Xiao and the others in the Six Paths formation were in a perilous situation as they felt even greater pressure from their opponent. Yang Xiao secretly lamented, thinking that he was there to bear Mo Na Ye's wrath in his adoptive father's stead. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who had captured over 10 territory lords, ran away with the space-time river. While spitting blood, he announced, "I'll be back. Hong long long. Star." The pseudo-royal lords fully activated their powers and struck in the direction where Yang Kai was fleeing. However, his figure kept flickering and disappeared soon after. Mo Na Ye's face was gloomy as he thought that Yang Kai was indeed a huge threat to them. Whenever Yang Kai appeared, the Black Ink clan would suffer immense losses. This time, apart from over 20 territory lords, even a pseudo-royal lord had been killed. Moreover, since it took several pseudo-royal lords to even partially restrain Yang Kai, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the humans' defense line. Initially, the humans were in a passive position, but they were now able to fight back. In some places, they had even gained the upper hand as the territory lords were forced to step back. Seeing this, Mo Na Yi knew that they couldn't allow Yang Kai to dictate the flow of the battle any longer, otherwise, they would just be led around by the nose. He had dealt with Yang Kai several times, so he understood the latter very well. Based on past experiences, once Yang Kai managed to influence the war enough, the Black Ink clan was doomed to fail. After making up his mind, Mo Na Yi barked, "Focus on breaking their defense line and killing Xiaofan." The pseudo-royal lords immediately turned around and charged towards Xiaofan. That was what they had been doing before Yang Kai disrupted them, and with the help of these pseudo-royal lords, the Black Ink clan once again seized the initiative. Although more than 20 territory lords had been killed, the overall situation hadn't changed. They were still at an advantage. It had to be said that Mo Na Yi was a brilliant strategist and tactician. He didn't lose his composure because of Yang Kai's intervention and understood that the key to this battle was whether Xiaofan would successfully break through or not. As long as the Black Ink clan could stop that from happening, the humans would lose the chance of having a new Ninth Order master, and victory would belong to the Black Ink clan. They had a great chance of achieving their goal as well as it wasn't like the humans could persevere forever. Once Mo Na Yi shattered the Six Paths formation in front of him, he could provide even more assistance to the siege. By then, Xiaofan would be doomed. If not for Yang Kai, the Black Ink clan would have been in control of everything the entire time. Despite Yang Kai's appearance, as long as the Black Ink clan could stick to their plan, the humans wouldn't be able to turn things around. The best they could do was to stall for time. Seeing how intense the battle was, Yang Kai had a solemn expression. Corpses of the territory lords in perfect condition dropped out of the space-time river again. Given enough time, he could have continued to harass the Black Ink clan, slaughtering the territory lords to weaken their collective power. Nevertheless, as he observed the battlefield, he knew that time was running out. It wasn't that something had happened to the defense line surrounding Xiaofan. Before his arrival, even though the humans were at a disadvantage as they had fewer people on their side, they were able to resist the bombardment of attacks from the enemies. Since more than 20 territory lords had been killed, they felt less pressured. The problem was with Yang Xiao and his Six Paths formation. After all, they were dealing with a true royal lord. Despite having the Flowing Time Temple's help, they were still no match for Mo Na Yi. It was already commendable that had held on until now. At that moment, the Flowing Time Temple was about to collapse. While Yang Xiao was pale, some people around him spat blood and their auras plunged. These 6 Eighth Order Masters were a complete entity. If one of them collapsed, the entire battle formation would come apart. When that happened, Mo Na Yi would be able to kill all of them. Mo Na Yi could tell that they were on their last legs, so he bombarded them with attacks that were as violent as a storm. At the same time, he growled through clenched teeth, "Yang Kai, I heard that he's your adoptive son. Are you going to just watch as I kill him?" They had been contending with each other for years, but even if he couldn't kill Yang Kai, he had the confidence to slaughter his adoptive son. In the void, Yang Kai arched his brow. Is he trying to provoke me? What is he trying to achieve? What's the point of him provoking me at this point? Is he worried that I'll target those territory lords instead? Is that why he's forcing me to confront him to pin me down? It's possible. However, Yang Kai knew that he mustn't underestimate Mo Na Yi, who was not only very patient, but cunning. Over the years, he dealt with Yang Kai directly a few times, so it was obvious he was up to something by trying to provoke him under these circumstances. Regardless of what his intention was, Yang Kai had no choice but to help. Yang Xiao and his 6 Paths formation were on their last legs. As Mo Na Yi rained attacks down on them, the battle formation would fall apart at any moment. As Yang Kai guffawed, he stepped forward and bellowed, "You only know how to bully a child? Why not ask his father first?" Yang Xiao rolled his eyes when he heard that. He was an ancient dragon who was several thousand years old, after all. How could his adoptive father call him a child? As Yang Kai brushed past the defense line, he released and retracted the space-time river like it was a whip, after which several territory lords were swept into it. In an instant, currents surged in the river as 10,000 grand daos were stimulated. When Yang Kai arrived at the battlefield, the corpses of those territory lords fell out of the river with no vitality left. He then stepped into the 6 Paths formation, which was led by Yang Xiao, and infused his aura into it. Instantly, the 6 Paths formation became the 7 Stars formation. However, Yang Xiao's face blanched as he roared. As the core of the formation, he had to harmonize the powers coming from all directions, so he felt immensely pressured. Since he was an ancient dragon with a figure of over 90,000 meters long, he was better able to bear such pressure, but he had never formed a 7 Stars formation with others before, so he found it difficult to harmonize everyone's power at that moment. When he led the 6 Paths formation just now, the battle formation could still run smoothly. However, the instant Yang Kai joined them, the battle formation started shaking violently, as though it would come apart at any moment. That was the reason the human race masters found it hard to form stronger battle formations. When it came to battle formations, more people was not always better. Just like shoes, one had to choose ones that fit. The 8th Order Masters that could form a 7 Stars or 8 Trigrams formation were those who spent millennia fighting together, so they understood each other extremely well. They also had to rehearse the battle formation countless times so that they could achieve the desired result when dealing with enemies. On top of all that, it was dangerous for Yang Kai to barge into a battle formation that was already running to begin with. If something went wrong, instead of forming a higher battle formation, he would make the original one break apart. Martial Peak, Chapter 5778, 7 Stars turns into 8 Trigrams. Once the battle formation fell apart while they were dealing with a formidable opponent, they would be doomed. However, Yang Kai had no choice but to take a huge risk. The battle formation trembled as Mo Na Yi's attacks never ceased. The 7 of them were forced to step back. One of the members was badly injured. His aura plunged as he spat blood. Helpless, Yang Kai activated the space-time river to surround them and ward off Mo Na Yi's attacks, which helped lift some pressure off them. Nevertheless, even the space-time river, which was based on the Tao strengths of space-time and infused with 10,000 grand Daos, couldn't fend off a royal lord for long. Faced with the violent attacks, the river was immediately sent into turmoil, which caused Yang Kai's vitality to undulate. Rotate the core. He growled through clenched teeth. While sustaining his aura, he stepped towards Yang Xiao, who moved away at the same time. Although they had never practiced forming a battle formation before, nor were they really related by blood, Yang Xiao blindly believed in Yang Kai. That was because it was thanks to Yang Kai that Yang Xiao was born safely into this world back then. The two figures replaced each other in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai became the core of the formation while Yang Xiao stood in his adoptive father's previous position. As streams of aura came from all directions, Yang Kai quickly made some adjustments. The initially turbulent battle formation soon stabilized. At the same time, their auras rose rapidly like the sun at the break of dawn and reached new heights. There was a price to pay, though. The space-time river was almost destroyed by Mo Nai. The moment they were done with the change of formation, Yang Kai quickly took control of the space-time river, turned it into a whip, and lashed Mo Nai with it. The Tao strengths shook as Mo Nai staggered upon impact. He was flabbergasted because Yang Kai's power had increased significantly. Before the universe furnace's appearance, he was hunting Yang Kai down as a pseudo-royal lord at that time. Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack and could only flee in embarrassment. At the most critical moment, the universe furnace appeared all of a sudden and the space surrounding its projection became something like a trap, which provided shelter for Yang Kai. If not for the universe furnace's appearance, Yang Kai would have been killed. Now, the battle formation that had been formed with Yang Kai as the core seemed able to go against a true royal lord like him. There was no doubt that the battle formation was powerful, but it also showed how formidable Yang Kai was. It was at that moment that Mo Nai knew he had made the right decision. Xiang Shan becoming a ninth-order master was indeed a crisis, but Yang Kai would be a bigger threat to them if he wasn't killed. Mo Nai believed that he could kill two birds with one stone this time. With Yang Kai as the core of the formation, the human race masters successfully formed the Seven Stars formation, which was significantly more powerful than the previous Six Paths formation. Even when dealing with a royal lord like Mo Nai, they were no longer in a difficult situation. The fight between them was so intense that space around them heaved and shattered. Yang Xiao hurriedly stowed the tattered Flowing Time Temple. He and Yang Shui had inherited the artifact from Flowing Time Great Emperor, and it had accompanied them for thousands of years. He had no choice but to use it to deal with the opponent earlier. If it was destroyed, he would be quite heartbroken. Now, he didn't have to worry about the Flowing Time Temple being destroyed. He just had to collaborate with Yang Kai. It was much easier than when he had to lead the entire formation earlier. While engaging in a hot-blooded fight, Yang Kai frowned. This wasn't enough. Although they had formed the Seven Stars formation with him as the core, they still found it hard to oppose Mo Nai. The crux of the problem wasn't the Seven Stars formation, but rather that all of them had suffered various degrees of injury already. In particular, one of the Eighth Order Masters was badly injured and his aura was unstable. The power coming from him was much weaker than those of the others. That was the reason the Seven Stars formation's power couldn't be fully activated. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai sent a voice transmission to the Eighth Order Master. Upon hearing that, the Eighth Order Master nodded, "Please be careful." Saying so, he immediately left the battle formation. The others were shocked as someone leaving at this point might cause the battle formation to fall apart. Nevertheless, the next moment, someone filled in the position where the Eighth Order Master previously stood. After a moment of turmoil, the battle formation stabilized. The person was none other than Thunder Shadow. He had been hiding somewhere nearby and waiting for a chance to make a move, but he had yet to find an opening. After receiving a divine sense transmission from Yang Kai, he promptly replaced the injured Eighth Order Master and ensured that the Seven Stars formation wouldn't break apart. While busy, he flashed a smile at Fang Tianxi and called out intimately, second brother. Fang Tianci responded with a smile. On the other hand, Yang Xiao was astonished. Your brothers? No way. Brother Thunder Shadow is a monster race member while old Fang is a human. When did you two become family? Why didn't I know that? Furthermore, as far as he was concerned, Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow had rarely come into contact before. After all, Thunder Shadow only started getting active in different Great Territory battlefields 1,000 years ago. Prior to that, he spent most of his time cultivating in the Myriad Monsters world. He was a great emperor of the Myriad Monsters world where there was a world tree clone. By cultivating there, Thunder Shadow could increase his power much faster. As such, Yang Xiao was puzzled as to why they called each other brothers when they were supposedly not close. Fang Tianci replied meaningfully, there are many things that you don't know. Yang Xiao felt that there was some underlying meaning in those words, but it wasn't the right time to probe, therefore, he could only suppress his doubt and focus on dealing with the opponent before them. It had to be said that with Thunder Shadow joining the formation, the Seven Stars formation instantly became more powerful, and they were able to run the battle formation far more smoothly. Despite that, they were still not at an advantage when going against Mo Nai. Yang Xiao was astounded at that, for he didn't expect a royal lord to be so mighty. He initially thought that with his adoptive father leading the battle formation, it would be easy for them to push Mo Nai back, but now it seemed that he had misjudged the situation. He reckoned that Mo Nai didn't go all out earlier, otherwise, even though they had the Flowing Time Temple's help, the enemy could have easily destroyed him and the Six Paths formation. Yang Xiao wasn't the only one who realized this problem. It seemed to Yang Kai that Mo Nai was getting stronger as the battle progressed. Although Thunder Shadow had replaced the wounded 8th Order Master, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. Something is off about this guy. Since he's so powerful, why didn't he kill Yang Xiao and the others quickly earlier? Was he worried that he'd be injured? That was an understandable thought, as it was quite troublesome once a Black Ink clansman was injured. If Mo Nai pushed Yang Xiao and the others over the edge, he might have been seriously wounded if they decided to throw all caution to the wind. Could it be that he had other considerations? Regardless of his intention, Mo Nai displayed a strong sense of fortitude that Yang Kai had never seen in other Black Ink clansmen before. As they exchanged moves, their divine abilities and secret techniques bloomed. It was undoubtedly a life-and-death battle. Yang Kai grew apprehensive as time passed. He had the confidence to persevere, after all, he was used to this kind of combat. Yang Xiao, as a Dragon Clan member, would be fine too. As a monster race member, Thunder Shadow could hold on as well. Nevertheless, the other 8th Order Masters wouldn't be able to last long, not even his human self, Fang Tianci. They were injured to begin with, so if the intense battle dragged on, their wounds would only exacerbate. Therefore, they had to deal with Mo Nai quickly. It was extremely difficult to kill him, for he was a royal lord. As such, they could only try to injure him and force him to retreat. After making up his mind, Yang Kai shouted, "Blood Crow!" In the defense line surrounding Xiangshan, a figure looked up in Yang Kai's direction with bloodshot eyes. His body was covered with a red aura, and he gave off a mad and bloodthirsty vibe. It was none other than Blood Crow. With a smug expression, he grinned, "Have you finally realized how important I am?" Yang Kai replied solemnly, "Cut the crap and come over here." "Fine, fine," Blood Crow shrugged and exploded the next moment. He turned into countless blood-colored crows and brushed past the Black Ink clansmen. Mo Nai's expression changed drastically when saw this and yelled, "Stop him." Without the need for him to give an order, the Black Ink clansman made a move the moment Blood Crow tried to break through the siege. Divine abilities and secret techniques were cast, after which half of the blood-colored crows were killed. The remaining half successfully fled before they came together and transformed back into Blood Crow. He smiled contemptuously. Do you think you can stop me? The next instant, he charged towards Yang Kai. Mo Na-yi directly pushed out a palm at Blood Crow, one that seemed to cover the entire void. Since he had realized Yang Kai's intention, he certainly wouldn't allow Blood Crow to come over. In your dreams. Yang Kai roared and surged his power before whipping Mo Na-ye's wrist with the space-time river. As both parties clashed, the Seven Stars formation shook while Mo Na-yi staggered. Seizing the chance, Blood Crow approached Yang Kai and announced, "Dawn's Blood Crow joins the formation. Come." Yang Kai adjusted the battle formation as he led Blood Crow's aura to integrate. The Seven Stars formation instantly became the 8 trigrams formation, and their collective power had increased by more than 30%. On the other hand, Mo Na-yi was shocked as he saw them really form the 8 trigrams formation. Although he had heard that some human race masters were able to form the 8 trigrams formation, he had never seen it before. Moreover, the 8 trigrams formation had only appeared once, and it lasted for a short time. That was because this kind of battle formation was extremely taxing for the one acting as the core. Moreover, the last time this formation took shape, the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished. However, the Black Ink clan also paid a hefty price as a pseudo-royal lord was killed. It was at that time that the 8 trigrams formation amazed everyone, and no one had yet to make it happen again. When Yang Kai summoned Blood Crow to come over, Mo Na-yi already suspected that the other party wanted to set up this battle formation. After the Black Ink clan failed in their attempt to stop Blood Crow, Mo Na-yi still hadn't lost hope though. It was extremely difficult to establish the 8 trigrams formation, and even Yang Kai might not be able to create this miracle. After all, Yang Kai had been on his own over the years, and he had never rehearsed any battle formations with other people. How was it possible that they could form such a formation at a moment's notice? In fact, Mo Na-yi was already surprised that Yang Kai was able to run a 7 stars formation with ease. But now, the 8 trigrams formation was right before his eyes. Those 8 figures had their aura closely connected, and they appeared even more intimidating than a royal lord like him. At that instant, Mo Na-yi knew that he was in trouble. No one had ever cultivated it since its invention though, so no one could give Yang Kai any valuable insight. How was he supposed to unite his 3 selves? Could he really break his shackles and ascend to the 9th order by doing so? Yang Kai didn't have the answers to those questions, therefore, even though his human self and monster self were by his side, he didn't choose to unite them. He initially intended to wait for the dust to settle before he returned to the 3,000 worlds and looked for a suitable place to proceed. In that case, even if there were any mistakes, he would have some room to rectify them. If he united his 3 selves in this situation, once he made a mistake, he would probably be doomed, and the human race would be in hot water too. All the same, Yang Kai had to get prepared given the power and resilience that Mo Na-yi showcased. Hopefully, he wouldn't need to use his trump card. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai still sent a divine sense message to Fang Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow, after which they started taking action in silence. Originally, in the 8 trigrams formation, his human self and monster self had only integrated their aura and energy with Yang Kai. However, upon receiving his transmission, they also released their spiritual energy and resonated with Yang Kai. Suddenly, Yang Kai was able to run the 8 trigrams formation nearly effortlessly. Meanwhile, the gazes of Thunder Shadow and Fang Tian Ci became hollow as though their souls practically left their bodies. Only their auras continued to stream into the battle formation. The 8 trigrams formation became effortless to operate not because Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, was mighty, but rather because there were 2 special existences in the battle formation. The human self, Fang Tian Ci, and monster self, Thunder Shadow, were created by Yang Kai. They were essentially soul clones, though different from how one traditionally defined a soul clone. They had gone through their formative years separately, so they had their own unique personalities and experiences. However, if the main body needed their collaboration, they could work seamlessly with him. Therefore, young Kai only had to harmonize the powers of the other 5 people when sustaining the 8 trigrams formation and could ignore the human self and monster self. Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow, as they would perfectly collaborate with him. In other words, Yang Kai was controlling an 8 trigrams formation with the difficulty of a 6 paths formation. Furthermore, Yang Shao and Blood Crow were part of the battle formation, whom he was very familiar with and had a high degree of trust with, which made the collaboration easier. If it was anyone else other than Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to pull off such a feat. By resonating their very souls with Yang Kai, Feng Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow had basically surrendered themselves to him, allowing the main body to take control of their actions entirely. That was the reason they were able to run the 8 trigrams formation far more smoothly. Mo Na-yi was stunned when their attacks suddenly intensified, not having expected their power could still increase at this point. Given his acute insight, he could naturally see the crux of the problem, which was why he was astonished. Is Yang Kai that trustworthy? 2 people in the battle formation have practically abandoned their own will and turned into a simple source of energy for him. If Yang Kai held even the slightest ill intentions towards them, he could kill them with a thought. Certainly, Mo Na-yi was envious of the fact that the humans were so united. The Black Ink clan were no match for them in this regard. Although they all came from the most supreme being, they were selfish. Mo Na-yi was no different. If he was not selfish, he wouldn't have become a pseudo-royal lord and eventually a royal lord. And so, he gritted his teeth and held on while madly releasing his Black Ink strength to fend off the intensifying rounds of attacks. Even if he couldn't contribute to the battle anymore, Mo Na-yi wouldn't want to make a mistake either. As such, he decided to persevere and wait for the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Ouyang Lai was dealing with Xiao Yu and 2 4 symbols formations formed by the territory lords on his own. Despite that, he remained brave and ferocious. As his violent power surged, Xiao Yu and the 8 territory lords could hardly counterattack, leaving them in a perilous situation. It was thanks to Yang Shui that Ouyang Lai was able to pull off this display. If Yang Shui hadn't stealthily approached Xiao Yu and injured him, Ouyang Lai would have only been able to deal with the latter instead of fighting with a royal lord and 8 territory lords at the same time. While in an intense battle, he still paid some attention to the entire battlefield. When he saw that Yang Kai had successfully set up an 8 trigrams formation to suppress Mo Na-yi, he was ecstatic, but he soon became worried. An 8 trigrams formation was extremely draining for the one acting as the core, so even Yang Kai couldn't persevere for long. To suppress a royal lord, Yang Kai had to be in top condition at all times, otherwise, the opponent might turn things around. It was a challenge for Yang Kai as well as the other members of the 8 trigrams formation. An anxious Ouyang Lai couldn't help but roar, "Still not done yet, big head Xiang." A long time had passed, but Xiang Shan still hadn't achieved a breakthrough. Although there were some obstacles when Ouyang Lai attempted his own ascension, he didn't take nearly this long. Given their situation, if the humans wanted to win this fight, they had to pin their hope on Xiang Shan. As long as Xiang Shan could make it to the 9th order, they could turn the situation around and slaughter the enemy forces here. They might even be able to kill the 2 royal lords. However, Xiang Shan had to disappoint them. He was touted as a rare talent, but he couldn't achieve an ascension as quickly as he should. Ouyang Lai had clearly lost his temper, otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered Xiang Shan at such an important moment. He could feel that Xiang Shan's aura was unstable, hovering around the peak of the 8th order but unable to break through to the 9th order. That was why Ouyang Lai was so frustrated. With the help of a supreme-grade open heaven pill, it supposedly wasn't difficult to make it to the 9th order. At the very least, it wasn't too hard for him. At that moment, Xiaofan was also aggrieved. He didn't expect to face so many obstacles when attempting a breakthrough. Undoubtedly, Yang Kai was the one who set off this fight when he snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill. Nevertheless, Xiaofan was the one who escalated events when he accidentally revealed his aura while attempting a breakthrough. If his breakthrough was successful, they could destroy the Black Ink clan present. However, if this dragged on, the situation would only worsen for the humans. He naturally wanted to shatter his shackles and make it to the Ninth Order as soon as possible. Nonetheless, the hidden damage left over from when his order regressed back then was more severe than he thought. Although he eventually managed to make it to the Eighth Order again, the boundary wall in his small universe seemed to have thickened. That was the reason ordinary grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Supposedly, someone like him didn't need a supreme grade open heaven pill. He only needed some ordinary grade open heaven pills to break the bottleneck and ascend to the Ninth Order. If the boundary walls of other Eighth Order masters were like a thin membrane, his boundary wall was akin to a meter-thick metal wall. Since the boundary wall in his small universe was so thick, the medicinal efficacies of ordinary grade open heaven pills were useless to him. Although a supreme grade open heaven pill was indeed effective, it still took time to break down the boundary wall. Unfortunately, the thing the humans were most lacking right now was time. Martial Peak, Chapter 5780, Offense and Defense Reversed. Supreme grade open heaven pills were undoubtedly the best opportunities in the universe. Xiaofan could clearly feel that, with the help of the supreme grade open heaven pill, the thick boundary wall surrounding his small universe was slowly dissolving. When it was destroyed, he would make it to the Ninth Order. However, up until now, only 70% had been broken down. The remaining 30% was still stopping his small universe from expanding, which made it impossible for him to break through. Although he was anxious, there was nothing much he could do. If he gave up, the humans would no longer be in a passive position. At the very least, they would no longer need to surround and protect him. Nevertheless, if he gave up now, the supreme grade open heaven pill would be wasted. In this kind of situation, how could someone like him, a mere peak Eighth Order master, do anything to turn things around? Only by ascending to the Ninth Order could he help the human race destroy the Black Ink clan here. Just like Ouyang Lai, Xiaofan was equally anxious, but there was nothing he could do. As such, he gritted his teeth and madly pushed his strength to refine the open heaven pill's medicinal efficacies in the hope that the boundary walls in his small universe would dissolve faster. In a particular spot of the defense line made up of human race masters, 5 Eighth Order masters, who had previously parted ways with Yang Kai, formed a 5 elements formation to ward off the enemies. Presently, Tian Xiaozhu, who was an old veteran Eighth Order master, served as the core of the formation while Zhan Tianhe, Xiong Ji, Lu Feifei, and Lin Wu supported him. Apart from Lin Wu, who ascended to the Eighth Order inside the Universe Furnace world, the others were already Eighth Order masters before arriving in this place. As such, the battle formation they had established was fairly powerful. As they fought though, Lin Wu suddenly sent a transmission to everyone, "I'm worried that senior brother Yang and the others might not be able to hold on for long." Before he brought this matter up, the others didn't give it much thought, but now, even Lu Feifei worriedly spoke up, "The 8 trigrams formation is too draining for those in the formation." When Yang Kai successfully formed the 8 trigrams formation, the humans were just as surprised as the Black Ink clansmen. However, because the core was Yang Kai, a legendary figure who could make the impossible possible, they quickly accepted the situation. Although the battle formation had been established though, no one could tell how long it could last. Everyone could see that, which was why Mo Nai was stalling for time and Ouyang Lai blew his top. Tian Xiaozhu chastised them by saying, "Don't get distracted. Focus on dealing with the enemy in front of you." At this point, they had to concentrate on warding off the Black Ink clan instead of worrying about others. If the enemy managed to break their defense, Xiaofan would be in danger. Tian Xiaozhu secretly thought that these new 8th Order masters were just not as hardened as the long-time ones. Under normal circumstances, everyone would have just obeyed his order. However, Lin Wu seemed insistent as he went on to say, "Senior brother Tian, we have to lend a helping hand to senior brother Yang. Once their battle formation collapses, not just senior Xiaofan will be in danger, all of us will be." Tian Xiaozhu furrowed his brow. How are we supposed to assist them? He had no idea what was on Lin Wu's mind. They were surrounded by Black Ink clansmen, so it was difficult for them to break the siege as it is. Blood Crow managed to escape earlier because his secret art was unique, which caught the Black Ink clan off guard. None of them had techniques that could replicate what Blood Crow had done, so how were they supposed to leave? Moreover, if they did that, the humans in this place would surely face greater pressure. Lin Wu replied quickly, "It's not that I doubt senior brother Yang's capabilities. Given his strength, he can certainly sustain the 8 trigrams formation as its core for some time, but what about the others? How long can they hold on? Apart from senior brother Yang, if any one of them collapses, the battle formation will break apart." He was only telling the truth, and it was a matter everyone was concerned about. Then, he continued, "Given the situation, only we can lend senior brother Yang a helping hand. If we don't come up with a way, do we wait until the 8 trigrams formation falls apart? Please consider my suggestion, senior brother Tian." The others fell into their thoughts as well. Lin Wu said they were the only ones who could give Yang Kai a helping hand because they were faced with less pressure compared to the other masters. After all, they were dealing with an injured pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. There were over 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and although Yang Kai had killed one of them, there were still many more to deal with. Presently, they were applying pressure on the humans in different places. Tian Xiaozhu and the others were dealing with Meng Ke and some territory lords. Certainly, Zhan Tianhe and the others were familiar with Meng Ke as he, Xiongji, and Lu Feifei had faced off against him together with Yang Kai, Yang Lai, and Thunder Shadow some time ago, leaving both sides battered. Since Meng Ke was badly wounded before this battle broke out, he was unable to fully utilize all his power. It was unlike the other pseudo-royal lords, who were all in top condition. As such, the other human race masters were unlikely to break the siege. If they wanted to provide support to Yang Kai, their group would have the best chance of achieving this goal by settling Meng Ke first. It had to be said that Lin Wu was a shrewd person. After his persuasion, Tian Xiaozhu couldn't help falling into his thoughts as well. A moment later, he nodded, "You have a point. Only we can help junior brother Yang and the others." At that moment, he couldn't help feeling he had grown too old. Although he was more experienced than the young ones, he wasn't as flexible as them. Lin Wu then said grimly, "Senior brother Tian, we'd better get prepared early so that we can lend them a hand at any moment." Tian Xiaozhu nodded almost imperceptibly, "Follow my lead." "Yes." They all replied. The next moment, Tian Xiaozhu surged his divine sense and sent a transmission to the human race masters in the nearby battle formations. A moment later, they nodded imperceptibly as they were ready to offer their help when Tian Xiaozhu and the others took action. Soon, everything was prepared. However, Tian Xiaozhu didn't immediately act to assist Yang Kai as it was an arrangement that they would rather not use. Presently, they had to sustain the current situation and protect the defense line. Once it was necessary for them to shift to providing assistance though, they wouldn't hesitate to do so. Everyone in the 8 trigrams formation felt immensely pressured, and even Yang Kai was injured and soaked in blood. Every time they attacked, it was a strain on their bodies and souls. They had no choice though as their opponent was a royal lord. On the other hand, Mo Nai was equally battered. Faced with the 8 trigrams formation, he could hardly counterattack and was forced back repeatedly as his black ink strength was scattered. Strictly speaking, a 7 stars formation was enough to deal with a newly promoted royal lord like him. With Yang Kai as the core, they could even oppose a veteran royal lord like Mou with an 8 trigrams formation. There was no doubt that Yang Kai and the others were at an advantage at that moment, as all of them were going all out to kill the royal lord before them, but it was still extremely difficult to do so. Regardless of how battered Mo Na Yi looked, he was still a true royal lord. Unless they were significantly more powerful, they couldn't end his life. Yang Kai and the others were caught in a dilemma. Although they had expected this outcome, they were still unable to turn things around. The space-time river had been turned into a long whip, and every time Yang Kai wielded it, 10,000 Grand Daos evolved and integrated to release awe-inspiring might. Despite his majestic aura, however, it would inevitably wither as time passed. When the 8 trigrams formation started showing signs of weakening, a battered Mo Na Yi guffawed, "Yang Kai, if you can't kill me today, you will die." Yang Kai glared at him without saying anything and wielded his whip. The attack was supposed to be fierce, but it became sluggish all of a sudden. In the battle formation, one of the 8th Order Master was no longer able to hold on as he tipped his head back and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his aura plunged. He had been holding on for far too long. Over thousands of years, humans had always formed battle formations to deal with their enemies. However, an 8 trigrams formation of 8th Order Masters had only appeared once before today. At that time, the formation only lasted for 20 breaths, after which the 8th Order Master who served as the core perished while the other 7 were seriously wounded. Their sacrifice was not in vain though, as they managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord and several territory lords. Since then, the 8 trigrams formation had never appeared again on any battlefield until Yang Kai managed to pull off this feat. This time, they had been holding on for an hour. Although Yang Kai, as the core of the formation, had borne half the pressure, the others didn't have it easy. The pressure didn't only come from the battle formation, but also Mo Na Yi's attacks. Since an 8th Order Master was no longer able to persevere, it wouldn't be long before more people collapsed. Seeing this, Mo Na Yi stopped being passive and became smug instead. "It's my turn." As soon as he finished speaking, he switched from defense to offense. Black ink strength surged and swept over them like a storm. Yang Kai knitted his brow tightly. Left with no choice, he surrounded them with the space-time river to ward off the attacks. At that instant, the humans fell into a passive position, and their remaining advantage was gone for good. Simultaneously, Tian Xiaozhu, who had been paying attention to the battle over there, sent a transmission to his surrounding allies with a determined gaze. "It's time. Please lend us your aid, everyone." Following that, the human race masters in that section of the defense line surged their divine abilities and secret techniques. Unlike how passive they were earlier, they took the initiative to attack. The turn of events caught the Black Ink clansmen off guard, and for a moment, they found it hard to resist their opponents. Meng Ke, who was in charge of this sector of the line, was startled for a moment. He could see members of a 5 elements formation charging towards him as though they were prepared to sacrifice themselves. Tian Xiaozhu, who was at the front, roared, "Black Ink bastard, go to hell." His imposing aura shocked Meng Quebec. Although he was the 3rd pseudo-royal lord to be born within the Black Ink clan, he had never been used or valued. Now, there were quite a few pseudo-royal lords, and as such, he became even less important. He had always been ambitious. Initially, he intended to make a great contribution while in the universe furnace world. Nevertheless, luck wasn't on his side. He repeatedly came across powerful opponents and became injured, which was why he was so frustrated. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5781, Replacing the Members. When Meng Ke saw Tian Xiaozhu and the others charging towards him, he naturally wouldn't dare take them head-on in his current state. Instead, he instinctively moved away. Much to his surprise, Tian Xiaozhu didn't intend to exchange moves with him at all. He and the other 4 people brushed past him and shot off towards Yang Kai. After becoming startled for a moment, Meng Ke came to his senses and growled, "Don't even think about leaving. I'll make all of you stay." Although he had no idea what their intention was, he could tell that these 5 8th-order masters were moving to assist Yang Kai somehow. Certainly, he wouldn't allow that to happen. There were about 10 pseudo-royal lords on the battlefield, and each was doing an excellent job in contending with the humans. If only his opponents managed to flee, Meng Ke would be held responsible. He had never been valued to begin with, so if these 5 people ruined Mo Na Ye's plan, the latter would never let him off. As such, Meng Ke was determined to make Tian Xiaozhu and the others stay. He forcibly activated his power and chased after the 5 elements formation. While he was at it, he made countless attacks at the enemies. Meng Ke's attacks could not be underestimated. Left with no choice, Tian Xiaozhu and the others had to counterattack. As both parties became entangled with each other, they approached the place where the 8 trigrams formation and Mo Na Ye were in a fight. Soon, Tian Xiaozhu furrowed his brow. This matter couldn't drag on. They either had to shake off Meng Ke as soon as they could, or send some people to give Yang Kai a hand. Otherwise, they would lure a powerful opponent to Yang Kai's side and make things worse. He could see that 2 8th-order masters in the 8 trigrams formation were no longer able to hold on. Ouyang Lai, who was battling against Xiao Yu and others, noticed what was going on as well and intended to lend them a hand, but he couldn't break free from Xiao Yu and the other territory lords. Certainly, they couldn't expect Yang Shui to help either. Strictly speaking, she was no match for the Chaos Spirit King and had to go all out just to hold it back. At the most critical moment, Tian Xiaozhu roared, "2 of you go." The other 4 people in the formation knew what he meant. Lin Wu promptly said, "I'll go." Saying so, he left the battle formation and charged towards Yang Kai. The next moment, another figure flew away. It was none other than Zhan Tianhe. It was a huge risk to take to move towards Yang Kai and Mo Na Ye's battlefield. If one wasn't careful enough, they would lose their lives. Lin Wu was a newly promoted 8th-order master who managed to break through in the universe furnace world, but he was willing to take up such a task. As a senior brother, Zhan Tianhe naturally couldn't back down. After 2 people left, the 5 elements formation instantly turned into a 3 fortunes formation. Furthermore, following a long fight, Tian Xiaozhu and the others were no longer at the peak of their powers, so how were they supposed to deal with a pseudo-royal lord? Undoubtedly, they were put in a perilous situation. Fortunately, it wasn't easy for Meng Ke to kill them either. This guy was badly injured to begin with, so his strength had been greatly reduced. If he were at the peak of his power, he could have destroyed a mere 3 fortunes formation quite quickly. 2 breaths later, Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe arrived somewhere near the place where the 8 trigrams formation Mo Na Ye were locked in combat, and Lin Wu yelled, "Senior brother Yang, we're here to help." Yang Kai replied gladly, "You've come at the right time." He was worried about how to sustain the 8 trigrams formation when these 2 promptly arrived to replace their injured members. Of the members of the 8 trigrams formation, Yang Kai, who served as the core of the formation, was close to 4 of them. They were his human self, Fang Tian Ci, his monster self, Thunder Shadow, Yang Shao, and Blood Crow. He wasn't familiar with the rest. One of them was a veteran 8th Order Master, while the remaining 2 were newly ascended 8th Order Masters. The 2 new 8th Order Masters were the problem. Their heritages were not as ample as that of the veteran, nor were their bodies as strong as Yang Shao and Thunder Shadow. Their foundations were not as solid as those of Fang Tian Ci and Blood Crow. While contending with the enemy alongside Yang Kai, they had borne too much pressure. Their bodies were about to fall apart and their small universes were also in turmoil, causing their auras to be unstable. If this dragged on, they would soon collapse. Once that happened, the 8 trigrams formation would break apart. That was the reason Mo Nai started being aggressive. Although he risked injuring himself, he was determined to break the battle formation. He even specifically struck as hard as he could at where the new 8th Order Masters were positioned. Once they lost the 8 trigrams formation, they wouldn't be a match for Mo Nai. By then, he could kill whoever he wanted. Nevertheless, his plan was suddenly disrupted by Tian Xiaozhu and the others. Seeing that 2 energetic 8th Order Masters were about to join the battle formation, Mo Nai grew anxious. As such, his attacks intensified. He even tried to directly make a move on Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't allow that to happen, adjusting everyone's aura to contend with the opponent. At the same time, he secretly told the new 8th Order Masters to look for a chance and let Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe replace them. They nodded in agreement, but they appeared embarrassed and unresigned. At such a critical moment, they were the problem in the formation, and they might even cause their side to lose the fight. It was only natural that they felt ashamed. Nonetheless, they were indeed running out of energy, and the pressure, both internal and external, had caused their small universes to descend into chaos. If this dragged on, they would be the cause of the battle formation coming apart, and Yang Kai and the others would be even more affected. Rather than hanging on at all costs, it would be best if they could retreat at this point. Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe dashed towards Yang Kai. Before they even arrived, they connected their auras with the formation. It was extremely risky to replace the members of a battle formation during a fight. To begin with, it was already hard to form an 8 trigrams formation. Since everyone's aura was connected, if they replaced the members in the middle of combat and did not manage to maintain the connection, the battle formation would break. It was an especially huge challenge for the person who served as the core. After all, as the core of the formation, Yang Kai had to harmonize and adjust everyone's power and aura. It could be said that the core of the formation was the most important person in any battle formation. The moment Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe connected their auras with the battle formation, the 2 new 8th Order Masters were ready to withdraw. Yang Kai had to spend more energy to keep the battle formation stable, which worsened their already terrible situation. Naturally, Mo Nai seized the chance and struck them with increased intensity. Upon impact, the battle formation trembled and staggered backwards. The next instant, 2 figures shot out of the battle formation while Lin Wu and Zhang Tianhe entered it. Yang Kai roared and diverted all his focus to adjusting the battle formation, allowing Mo Nai to continue to rain down attacks on them. After a moment of turmoil, the 8 trigrams formation stabilized. The battle formation was formed once again. Finally, everyone became at ease. At the same time, they were amazed and glad that Yang Kai was the one leading the battle formation. If the core was someone else, the battle formation would have probably fallen apart then and there. Meanwhile, Tian Xiaozhu, who was leading Xiong Ji and Lu Fei to deal with Meng Ke, shouted, "Come here and help us." They were no longer able to hold on. It seemed that Meng Ke felt ashamed because he was at fault for letting the opponents have a chance to replace the members of the 8 trigrams formation. As such, he ignored his injuries and madly surged his power to vent his fury on Tian Xiaozhu and the others. Given the intensity of the fight, even if he managed to kill his opponents, he would also end up in a terrible state. However, that was the last of his concerns right now. The 2 new 8th Order Masters, who had just left the 8 trigrams formation, quickly stuffed some spirit pills into their mouths and approached Tian Xiaozhu. When contending with Mo Nai earlier, they didn't even have time to consume pills. The moment the 2 new 8th Order Masters joined Tian Xiaozhu and formed a 5 elements formation, they finally felt a lot less pressured. Nevertheless, they couldn't persevere for long. After all, these two new Eighth Order Masters were badly wounded. "Come to me," Ouyang Lai shouted. Presently, he was dealing with Xiao Yu and two four symbols formations made up of territory lords. Although he wasn't at an advantage, it wouldn't be hard for him to protect someone else. Upon hearing that, Tian Xiu Zhu led the other four to approach Ouyang Lai without hesitation. Naturally, Meng Ke relentlessly chased after them. Soon, both parties came together, and it was now one Ninth Order Master and a Five Elements formation facing a Royal Lord, a Pseudo-Royal Lord, and two four symbols formations of territory lords. The two sides were almost equally matched now, with the humans being at a slight disadvantage, but with there not being any risk to Tian Xiu Zhu and the others' lives for the time being. When Meng Ke realized that he wasn't able to kill his enemies, he slowed down his attacks. Now, he had calmed down. Knowing that there was no turning back, he prioritized his own safety. Since he was injured, he was better off not overexerting himself. The battlefield was highly unpredictable. After the replacement of members, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yang Kai finally became stable, and once again, Mo Na Yi was at a disadvantage. While Yang Shui's situation remained unchanged, Ouyang Lai was faced with more pressure. Meanwhile, the humans remained united as their defense line held steady. They were determined to protect Xiangshan, so although the Black Ink clan had a far greater number of people on their side, they were unable to break through for now. In truth, if the Black Ink clan ignored their own safety and forcefully tried to break the defense line, they might succeed. However, that would require the pseudo-royal lords to endanger themselves. Perhaps half of them would be killed if they wanted to achieve their goal in short order. These pseudo-royal lords were created using the source fusion technique, and each one represented the sacrifice of more than 10 innate territory lords. They were the survivors who came out of a cruel process, so they valued their lives more than any other Black Ink clansman. Certainly, they weren't willing to lose their lives in such a place. Therefore, even though the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand, they were unable to destroy the humans' defense line. In the center of the defense line, Xiangshan was seated with his legs crossed. The illusory phantom of his small universe hovered behind him as his aura continuously undulated. He was on the brink of breaking past the limit of the Eighth Order. By now, 90% of the boundary wall in his small universe had been dissolved. He was on the brink of breaking through his shackles. Once the boundary wall was gone, the territory of his small universe would expand. Only then would he make it to the Ninth Order. While fighting with the numerous enemies, Ouyang Lai somehow found time to curse at Xiangshan and urge him to break through fast. Nevertheless, this process couldn't be rushed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5782, Mo Na Ye's Trump Card. Yang Kai became slightly at ease. He had been paying close attention to Xiangshan. After all, the key to winning this battle was whether Xiangshan could make it to the Ninth Order in time. As he felt the aura coming from Xiangshan surging, he believed that the latter would achieve a breakthrough soon. He had no idea why it took Xiangshan such a long time to make it to the Ninth Order. Previously, he stood guard for Ouyang Lai when the latter attempted a breakthrough, but it was done fairly quickly. Before his arrival, Xiangshan had been refining the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill for quite a while. Now that such a long time had passed, it was a mystery as to why Xiangshan hadn't broken through yet. He speculated that it had something to do with the fact that Xiangshan's order dropped previously, which might have had some unexpected consequences. Nevertheless, the most difficult time had passed. As long as Yang Kai could hold on for a while longer until Xiangshan made it to the Ninth Order, the humans would be able to strike back. The birth of a new Ninth Order Master would shatter the deadlock. By then, they might even be able to kill Mo Na Yi and the other Royal Lord. Ha ha ha. Someone was heard laughing in the middle of the fight. A startled Yang Kai lifted his gaze and saw Mo Nai looking at him with a faint grin. There seemed to be some underlying meaning behind the smile, and Yang Kai's heart clenched as he had a bad premonition. Why is this guy laughing under such circumstances? Both parties had been enemies for millennia, so they understood each other quite well. Mo Nai was a patient and cunning strategist, making him an extreme outlier within the Black Ink clan. Yang Kai hadn't suffered a fatal setback when dealing with Mo Nai, but he would never underestimate the latter. At this point, Mo Nai shouldn't be laughing. Instead, he should be trying his best to break the 8 trigrams formation. So, why did he seem so amused? His smile was meaningful, as though he was confident about winning even now, mocking Yang Kai for being ignorant. A sense of danger abruptly rose within Yang Kai. Alarmed, he realized that he might have missed something, and thinking back, there were some details he had failed to notice before. He had already felt that something was amiss before now. Since Mo Nai was able to face off against the 8 trigrams formation for such a long time, it proved that he could have destroyed the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao previously. However, he didn't do that. Before Yang Kai's arrival, Yang Xiao and the other 5 had been dealing with Mo Nai on their own. Initially, Yang Kai thought that Mo Nai was worried about injuring himself. After all, it would be troublesome if a Black Ink clansman was injured in the Universe Furnace world, especially a royal lord. Nevertheless, Mo Nai was a shrewd individual, so how was it possible that he would worry about getting injured at such a critical moment? He certainly knew that he had to destroy the 6 paths formation led by Yang Xiao as quickly as possible so that the Black Ink clan would win this battle. At that time, as long as Mo Nai was willing to pay a certain price, Yang Xiao and the others wouldn't have been a match for him, so why did he choose to stall for time? Many ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, but though he knew that something was amiss, under the tense circumstances, he couldn't distract himself to ponder it properly. Laugh all you want, it won't change anything. Yang Kai snorted. Since he didn't know what the problem was, he had to be patient and play it by ear. Mo Nai laughed again. While warding off Yang Kai's attacks, he said impassively, I suppose Xiang Shan is going to break through soon. Just like Yang Kai, he had been paying close attention to Xiang Shan. Although he had no idea when Xiang Shan would achieve a breakthrough, the disturbance over there couldn't be concealed. As such, he could roughly sense how things were going. Yang Kai's bad premonition intensified. It was odd that Mo Nai was still in the mood to talk about Xiang Shan at this point. While remaining silent, Yang Kai strengthened his attacks. Mo Nai went on to say, Yang Kai, you are a wonderful opponent. I've always respected you whether I was a territory lord, a pseudo-royal lord, or even a true royal lord. The human race has managed to hold on for such a long time mainly because of you. If not for your hard work over the past few thousands of years, the humans would have already been defeated. Unmistakably, you are my greatest opponent. It's fortunate that you can never become a ninth-order master, otherwise, we would have been in deep trouble. He spoke loudly during the fight to ensure that everyone could hear him. All of them were puzzled as to what Mo Nai was trying to achieve. Why was he in the mood to chat about such irrelevant matters in a life-and-death battle? Mo Nai seemed oblivious to everything and kept speaking, as though he wouldn't be able to say it again if he missed this chance. Staring at Yang Kai in pity, he muttered, just like what you humans say, you were born in the wrong era. You have to bear the shackles and sins that this era has inflicted on you. Those from the cave heavens and paradises forced you to ascend to the 5th order back then, which resulted in the 8th order being your limit. Now, they have to rely on you to save the human race. Do you not resent them at all? His hypnotic voice seemed able to bewitch others. In all directions, many human race masters, especially those who came from the cave heavens and paradises, appeared guilty. Those from the cave heavens and paradises had indeed made a mistake. Although only several sects made a move, they represented the collective decision. Nevertheless, they had no choice but to do so at that time. They had suffered a terrible crisis in the past, so they wouldn't allow any rogue cultivator to directly ascend to the Seventh Order. Regardless of their intentions, they were compelled to suppress Yang Kai. After all, a Seventh Order master might make it to the Ninth Order one day. Meanwhile, all the Ninth Order old ancestors from the cave heavens and paradises were on the Black Ink battlefield. If Yang Kai became a Ninth Order master and decided to cause trouble, the cave heavens and paradises wouldn't be able to contain him. Over the years, many people thought that if they hadn't suppressed Yang Kai and let him directly ascend to the Seventh Order back then, given his aptitude and opportunities, he would have made it to the Ninth Order by now. Undoubtedly, that would have been a huge boon to the human race. Nonetheless, things had come to such a point where it was pointless to regret anything. When Yang Kai decided to directly ascend to the Fifth Order back then, his future was set. Yang Kai snorted, "Are you trying to sow discord between us? Do you think such petty words will work on me at this point?" Mo Nai sighed, "I'm not trying to sow discord, I'm just curious. It seems that I'm not mistaken. Although those from the cave heavens and paradises owe you much, you're still willing to sacrifice yourself for them." After a pause, he went on to say, "Over the years, I've constantly been thinking about how to kill you. Unfortunately, there has never been a good opportunity as you are too adept at running away. Your space secret techniques have been a constant headache for me. The previous battle was undoubtedly the best chance so far, but it was disrupted by the universe furnace. If not for the universe furnace's sudden appearance, you would have lost your life." Yang Kai frowned. "What's the point of you saying all this now? Or are you saying you are certain you can kill me now?" Something was definitely off. Mo Nai was speaking and acting like everything was within his control, so he was undoubtedly up to something. However, Yang Kai didn't have time to figure out what he was plotting. Since he couldn't find out what was on Mo Nai's mind, he could only try to glean as much information from him as possible through conversation. Mo Nai seemed to have realized his intention, so he said with a smile, "I've been plotting against you for years, but only this time could be considered successful. Please don't blame me for being verbose, Brother Yang. I should probably stop the small talk now, otherwise, Xiaofan will really break through." All of a sudden, his expression turned cold as he looked grimly at Yang Kai. "Did you know? I was waiting for you to appear, all along. I knew that you would show up. You were the one who set off this fight, so how was it possible that you wouldn't come? Fortunately, you arrived just in time." At that moment, a sense of crisis engulfed Yang Kai, but he had no idea what Mo Nai was going to do. Many ideas flashed across his mind like lightning and he soon thought of something, but it was too late. Mo Nai stared fixedly at him and shouted dispassionately, "Black Ink Eternal." Suddenly, Yang Kai turned to look at Xiaofan and shouted, "Senior Brother Xiang, watch out." At the same time, he saw two Eighth Order masters leaving their battle formations from two different directions and charging towards Xiaofan while casting lethal moves. Yang Kai widened his eyes in disbelief. Black Ink disciples. He finally realized what he had failed to take note of. The Black Ink clan had planted two Black Ink disciples among the humans. They had been hiding all this time, waiting for a chance to attack Xiaofan. Therefore, Mo Nai wasn't worried about Xiaofan becoming a Ninth Order master, because he knew that the latter would never succeed. He even felt free to chat just now because everything was within his control. Many Black Ink clansmen were startled by the turn of events. Similarly, the humans were caught off guard. No one could have expected that their companions, who had been fighting alongside them all this time, would betray them as they were on the brink of victory. All of them had been negligent. It wasn't a surprise that Black Ink disciples existed. During the fight against the Black Ink clan in the past, many humans would be captured by the Black Ink clan and turned into Black Ink disciples. The situation was especially bad on the Black Ink battlefield. However, after Yang Kai brought purifying light with him and then received 10 sets of great sun and great moon marks from the burning light and serene glimmer, the humans no longer had to worry about black ink disciples hiding amongst their ranks. There was a purifying black ink battleship, which contained a large amount of purifying light, in every human camp. Whenever the cultivators returned to base, they had to pass through the purifying black ink battleship before they were allowed to enter. The humans also had purifying black ink pills. One only had to consume such a pill before they fought with the Black Ink clan to prevent themselves from being corrupted by black ink strength. The Black Ink clan had occupied the 3,000 worlds for many years, and although they had turned a large number of hunters into black ink disciples, those people were generally weak. Many younger cultivators had never even seen black ink disciples before. Also, 8th Order black ink disciples were extremely rare, even back on the black ink battlefield. To turn an 8th Order master into a black ink disciple, a royal lord had to personally make a move. As such, whenever the 8th Order masters formed battle formations to deal with the enemies, they became less vigilant. No one would think that their companions might be black ink disciples. Even Yang Kai had not seen this coming. However, everything made sense if these people were not 8th Order masters when they were turned into black ink disciples. 8th Order masters were not the only ones who had entered the universe furnace world this time. There were also many 7th Order masters. They were there not here for the supreme grade open heaven pills but for the ordinary grade ones. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5783, Broken Formation, Serious Injuries. These 7th Order masters who had entered the universe furnace world were new generation cultivators that had received the world tree clone's nourishment. As such, they were all talented elites who increased their cultivation rapidly. Wonderful aptitude and quick increase in cultivation were not always a blessing though, as compared to the experienced cultivators who had gotten to where they were slowly and steadily. These younger cultivators lacked accumulation and experience. Therefore, when they reached the peak of the 7th Order, they often faced bottlenecks, which made it hard for them to break through to the 8th Order. Given their aptitude, they would shatter the bottleneck sooner or later, but that could still take dozens to hundreds of years. However, in the current situation, time was always short. Fortunately, ordinary grade open heaven pills could solve this problem by helping them break through their bottleneck, saving lots of time. Many 7th Order masters managed to ascend to the 8th Order in the universe furnace world this time, and presently, hundreds of them had gathered together, but they were just 7th Order masters when they entered. Everything made sense if they bumped into black ink clansmen and were turned into black ink disciples before ascending to the 8th Order. The 2 black ink disciples that had betrayed them were undoubtedly such cases. Time seemed to have frozen at that moment as all the humans shifted their attention to the 2 black ink disciples who were charging towards Xiaofan, in horror. Presently, Xiaofan was at the most critical moment of his breakthrough. If he was interrupted now, his breakthrough would undoubtedly fail, and there would also be a serious risk to his life. All the human race masters surrounded him and formed a defense line to fend off the black ink clansmen's attacks. As such, no one stood guard directly by his side. Even though he had set up a kind of spirit array, it couldn't stop 2 8th Order black ink disciples from killing him. Undoubtedly, Xiaofan was powerless to contend with these 2 8th Order black ink disciples. Just then, another turn of events took place somewhere else. It had taken Mo Nai a long time to devise this plan, and it had all hinged on him being certain that Yang Kai would show up. His trump card was meant to kill Yang Kai and Xiaofan at the same time. After all, if he only wanted to take out the latter, he wouldn't have had to wait until now. Mo Nai would have ordered the 2 black ink disciples to make a move at any point earlier on. He had been patient because he could feel that Xiaofan would still take a long time to make a breakthrough, so he wasn't anxious. In comparison, he was more interested in ending Yang Kai's life. Over the years, Mo Nai had suffered a lot of setbacks because of Yang Kai and could never rest at ease as long as the latter wasn't dead. It was a knot in his heart, one that had nothing to do with Yang Kai's cultivation. Mo Nai had been stalling for time because he was waiting for this exact moment. He needed a suitable person to carry out his plan, and the chance had finally come. Just as two black ink disciples left their respective battle formations and charged towards Xiaofan while the human race masters watched in horror, the 8 trigrams formation, which was dealing with Mo Nai, trembled as everyone's aura descended into chaos. Soon, the 8 trigrams formation broke. Everyone in the formation was shocked as they had no idea what happened. The moment the battle formation came apart, the immense backlash swept across them, causing their vitality to undulate and their small universes to fall into turmoil. They already suffered from various degrees of injuries when contending with Mo Nai, and now the situation was exacerbated. Compared to the battle formation's backlash, a despairing incident took place right before their eyes. One of the members suddenly summoned a sword and thrust it towards Yang Kai's back. World force undulated around the weapon as the attacker appeared dispassionate. Without holding back any power, he seemed determined to slaughter Yang Kai. To make things worse, Mo Nai made a move at the same time as the battle formation shattered. The chance he had been waiting for had finally come, so he naturally wouldn't just watch from the sidelines. The battle formation's backlash, the betrayal of a member, and Mo Nai's attack happened all at once, engulfing everyone in a sense of great danger. The members of the 8 trigrams formation were flustered, furious, shocked, and despondent. All sorts of emotions broke out from them. Despite that, Yang Kai remained calm and collected as things were playing out just as he expected. The moment he realized that there were black ink disciples within their defense line, he knew that there must be a black ink disciple by his side as well. Mo Nai had been beating around the bush earlier, looking as though everything was within his control. It was apparent that he had made some arrangements to target Yang Kai, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so composed. Yang Kai was the core of the 8 trigrams formation while his human self Fang Tian Ci, monster self Thunder Shadow, Yang Xiao, Blood Crow, Lin Wu, Zhan Tian He, and another veteran 8th Order Master assisted him. Of these 7 people, apart from Lin Wu, who had ascended to the 8th Order in the Universe Furnace world, the others were already 8th Order Masters long before entering this place. The others would not be so easily corrupted, as such, it had to be Lin Wu that was the black ink disciple. It turned out that Lin Wu was indeed the problem. Yang Kai couldn't help recalling the time he came across Lin Wu. At that time, he, Zhan Tian He, Xiong Ji, and Lu Fei Fei were wandering around the Universe Furnace world. When he detected the aura of an open heaven realm master attempting a breakthrough, he went over and checked on him. Upon realizing the person was Lin Wu, he invited him to join the team without worrying too much. Then, he bumped into Tian Xiuzhu. Following that, he decided to take a huge risk by bringing Thunder Shadow with him to snatch a supreme-grade open heaven pill. As such, he told Tian Xiuzhu to leave with everyone else. Now, it seemed that before he came across Lin Wu, the latter had already been turned into a black ink disciple who was allowed to move around on his own and ascend to the 8th Order. Then, Lin Wu joined the human race and waited for a chance to act. It wasn't necessarily planned for Lin Wu to target Yang Kai, but Mo Nai had made good use of a pawn like him. Initially, Lin Wu wasn't a part of the 8 trigrams formation. He and Zhan Tian He joined at a later time. Mo Nai had been waiting for Lin Wu to join the 8 trigrams formation. That way, when he finally gave the order, 3 black ink disciples would flare up at the same time. Not only could they stop Xiangshan from achieving a breakthrough, but they could also end Yang Kai's life. Mo Nai planned to remove the 2 biggest threats at the same time. Everything became clear now. A while ago, Yang Kai was still wondering why Mo Nai didn't break Yang Zhao's 6 paths formation earlier even though he was capable of doing so. At that time, if Mo Nai had been willing to pay a small price, he could have defeated Yang Xiao and the others quickly. After that, he could have personally attacked the humans' defense line and killed Xiang Shan. However, he didn't do that. Just like Mo Nai said, he had been waiting for him to show up. When Yang Kai formed the 8 trigrams formation to deal with Mo Nai, the latter actually fought back hard without being bothered by his injuries. That way, he could force the 2 newly promoted 8th Order Masters in the formation to withdraw, giving Lin Wu a chance to join them. It was all part of Mo Nai's plot. When Lin Wu finally joined the battle formation, all the pawns were in the right places and Mo Nai was confident that Yang Kai wouldn't survive. Both of them had been contending with each other for millennia. Since his arch-nemesis was about to die, he couldn't help recalling the fights between them over the years. Perhaps he respected a master like Yang Kai or felt so conceited that he started talking nonsense. Presently, 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples were dashing towards Xiang Shan while Lin Wu broke the 8 trigrams formation and pushed his sword towards Yang Kai's back with a gaze filled with murderous intent. The initially clamorous battlefield fell into dead silence at that moment as every human race master appeared helpless and despondent. The Black Ink clansmen still relentlessly attacked the humans while Mo Nai guffawed. "You dare!" Yang Lai growled as his figure seemed to be burning. "Big brother!" Yang Shui exclaimed at the top of her lungs. She wanted to shake off the Chaos Spirit King and save Yang Kai, but she was unable to do so. The Chaos Spirit King was more powerful than her, so it was difficult for her to even pin him down. In the midst of this crisis, Yang Kai only let out a sigh. Before Lin Wu even made a move, Yang Kai had realized that he was in danger, therefore, he had put his guard up. If he hadn't figured it out, he probably would have lost his life. Since he was well prepared though, he had a chance to escape. Nevertheless, if he fled, the remaining 6 with him would fall into grave danger. They no longer had the battle formation's help, and faced with the backlash and Mo Nai's attack, half of them would undoubtedly die. Therefore, despite knowing that he was at risk of losing his life, Yang Kai couldn't escape. Suppressing the undulating vitality within him, he released his spiritual energy and brought everyone's aura together again. In an instant, he made the proper adjustments and formed a new 7 stars formation with him as the core. At the same time, he flicked his fingers and sent a wooden box flying away. In the next instant, he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear as the spacetime river swirled around the weapon like a dragon. He then thrust the weapon towards Mo Nai. As the violent force exploded, everyone shuddered while Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of golden blood. Fortunately, he managed to ward off Mo Nai's fatal strike. Nonetheless, a sword penetrated his chest the next moment. The power around the sword exploded, causing Yang Kai to stagger before he swept his spear across Lin Wu and sent him flying away. After the sword left his body, blood started gushing out from the wound on his chest. His face turned pale in an instant, and his aura weakened. Meanwhile, the 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples reached Xiang Shan. Just as they were ready to make a move, they met Xiang Shan's furious gaze. Despite being at the most critical moment of his breakthrough, Xiang Shan extricated himself and got to his feet as he summoned a saber. As world force surged, he covered the 2 Black Ink disciples with saber lights. He had given up on achieving a breakthrough. It couldn't be helped. If he tried to persist, he would only be killed as the spirit array he had set up wasn't able to fend off 2 8th Order Black Ink disciples. Compared to losing his life, giving up on the breakthrough was the only choice. The 2 Black Ink disciples had only achieved a breakthrough in the Universe Furnace world, so how were they supposed to be a match for Xiang Shan even though there were the 2 of them? They were soon suppressed. Nevertheless, considering that they were humans, Xiang Shan didn't move to kill them. During the intense battle, Xiang Shan's aura, which was initially reaching a peak, plunged. It was a sign that his ascension had failed. Fortunately, despite what happened, it didn't affect his strength much. In just several breaths of time, the 8 trigrams formation fell apart, Yang Kai was wounded, and Xiaofan had given up on his breakthrough, sinking the humans into a perilous situation once again. Martial Peak, Chapter 5784, Mo Na Ye's Failure. No one knew if there were more hidden Black Ink disciples. Battle formations required members to have complete trust in each other in order to operate them smoothly, something the Black Ink clan couldn't grasp the essence of, preventing them from forming higher battle formations. Now, the humans were suspicious of each other, so every battle formation had weakened and couldn't be run smoothly. They were no match for the Black Ink clan when it came to numbers and had persevered until now because of their warships and their powerful battle formations, but with the latter undermined, the humans were clearly in grave danger. The battle formations, which the 2 Black Ink disciples were initially part of, had disintegrated, allowing the Black Ink clan to charge forward and kill several 8th Order masters, which further exacerbated the situation. It wasn't that the humans weren't still united. If they weren't, they wouldn't have held on until now. Nevertheless, in such a situation, they had to be cautious. The appearance of 3 8th Order Black Ink disciples had destroyed any advantage that the humans initially had. Xiaofan was supposedly the key to winning the battle. If the humans wanted victory, they had to hope for Xiaofan to ascend to the 9th Order as quickly as possible. With one more 9th Order master, they could still turn things around. But now, Xiaofan was forced to give up on his breakthrough, so their only hope was crushed. Everyone was shrouded in a layer of despair. Would hundreds of 8th Order masters lose their life in this place? If that happened, the human race's future would be bleak. The outcome of this battle would have a huge impact on future clashes between both races. Why won't you just die already? A growl was heard reverberating across the void. Across from the 7 Stars formation, Mo Na Ye looked at Yang Kai in disbelief and anger. He had been plotting against him and waiting for the best chance to use his trump card. Initially, he believed that Yang Kai had no chance to survive, but things went contrary to his wishes. He realized that he had still underestimated Yang Kai. More importantly, he didn't expect that it would only take Yang Kai an instant to switch the 8 trigrams formation to the 7 Stars formation and ward off his fatal strike. Fortunately, even though things didn't go to plan, Yang Kai was badly injured. The 8 trigrams formation's backlash, Lin Wu's sneak attack, and a long and intense battle had significantly weakened Yang Kai's aura. As a result, he was still at risk of losing his life at any moment. Even the 7 Stars formation couldn't run steadily and was on the verge of breaking apart. With a determined expression, Mo Na Ye charged forward. He knew that he couldn't give Yang Kai even a moment to breathe. Seeing how frail his opponent looked, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance. He decided to end Yang Kai's life as quickly as possible. As his Black Ink strength surged, he roared, "How much longer can you hang on? How many of my moves can he take? 3? 5? Given Yang Kai's condition, Mo Na Ye had the confidence to kill him in 10 breaths of time, after which his goal would finally be achieved. Xiaofan's breakthrough had failed, and the human's defense line was on the brink of collapsing. After Mo Na Ye killed Yang Kai, he could slaughter the other humans freely. I will win. Faced with the bombardment of attacks, Yang Kai and his 7 Stars formation were unable to counterattack. Furthermore, they found it increasingly difficult to maintain the battle formation. Everyone struggled to hold on, but they couldn't see any hope. They could only take 2 more moves before the battle formation came apart. Just as the 7 Stars formation was about to shatter, a stream of fierce aura approached from the distance. Before the person even arrived, a voice was heard yelling, "Mo Na Ye, your opponent is me." The next moment, a slender figure joined the battle and slashed her sword out to intercept Mo Na Ye's attacks. Mo Na Ye looked at the person before his eyes in disbelief, unable to figure out how she could be there. How did she manage to come over? The person was none other than Yang Shui. Mo Na Ye was naturally aware of this female Ninth Order Master's presence, however, since she didn't seem to be a match for the Chaos Spirit King, he stopped paying attention to her. She couldn't meddle in the battle before she could get rid of the Chaos Spirit King, however, at this moment, she was there to deal with him. Where's the Chaos Spirit King? Mo Na Ye was determined to kill Yang Kai, so he was filled with fervor and joy. As such, he didn't pay attention to the battle between Yang Shui and the Chaos Spirit King. It didn't cross his mind that such a turn of events would take place. Was the Chaos Spirit King defeated? Impossible, this woman is incapable of that. Previously, Xiaoyu suffered a defeat at the hands of the Chaos Spirit King. He was a new royal lord while the woman was a new Ninth Order Master, therefore, both of them were equally matched. How did this woman get rid of the Chaos Spirit King and come over the help, then? Soon, Mo Na Ye realized where the Chaos Spirit King was. He could sense that the Chaos Spirit King was dashing forward in a particular direction for some reason. What did you do? Mo Na Ye was deathly curious. Although the Chaos Spirit King was a powerful being, its sentience was low. What did this woman do that made the Chaos Spirit King abandon the fight? Certainly, Yang Shui wouldn't respond to him as she just fully activated her power as world force undulated. Her sword turned into innumerable phantoms as she was determined to get revenge for her big brother. A helpless Mo Na Ye could only clash with Yang Shui. Watching as Yang Kai took the 7 stars formation somewhere else, he was so frustrated that he almost spat blood. He almost succeeded in killing Yang Kai, so how did things end up this way? Across from him, Yang Shui was actually equally puzzled as to why the Chaos Spirit King retreated all of a sudden. When she saw that her big brother was in danger earlier, she was quite flustered. She wasn't a match for the Chaos Spirit King, to begin with, and the situation was exacerbated because she had lost her composure. Then, for some inexplicable reason, the Chaos Spirit King withdrew and shot off into the distance. That was how Yang Shui was able to move to lend them a hand. Nevertheless, she didn't have time to ponder on it, for she had to deal with Mo Na Ye. Suddenly realizing something, Mo Na Ye turned to glare at Yang Kai and explained, the open heaven pill. When Lin Wu launched a sneak attack on Yang Kai earlier, Mo Na Ye faintly saw Yang Kai throw out a small wooden box. At that time, he was mid-attack, and the box seemed ordinary, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Now, it was apparent to him that the wooden box probably contained a supreme-grade open heaven pill. As far as he knew, Yang Kai really had one, which was stolen during the intense battle between Xiaoyu and the Chaos Spirit King previously. The Chaos Spirit King was lured to this place because it was after the supreme-grade open heaven pills. Xiangshan was giving off the aura of one such pill, so the Chaos Spirit King attacked, leaving Yang Shui no choice but to intercept it. Now, Xiangshan no longer exuded any of the open heaven pill's aura, so when Yang Kai tossed out another supreme-grade open heaven pill, it was only natural that the Chaos Spirit King would chase after it. Upon that realization, Mo Na Ye was extremely vexed. The Chaos Spirit King's appearance had helped restrain Yang Shui, a Ninth Order Master. The Black Ink clan had basically gotten a free helper, which allowed them to suppress the humans. However, no one could have expected that it was also the Chaos Spirit King who ruined the Black Ink clan's plan. It was easily lured away by an open heaven pill, which allowed Yang Shui to come deal with Mo Na Ye. It was only natural that Mo Na Ye cursed at the Chaos Spirit King for derailing his plans. Despite his resentment, there was nothing much he could do about it. Fortunately, Yang Kai was badly injured, and Xiangshan's ascension had failed. At the very least, they had achieved something. While he was thinking so, he suddenly felt that Yang Kai's aura, which was initially frail, rose sharply. As he turned his head in shock, he saw a river swirling around Yang Kai like a dragon. Yang Kai was recovering as it happened. Even the wound on his chest caused by Lin Wu was healing rapidly. Time seemed to be reversing as the river swirled around him. In just a moment, Yang Kai had basically completely recovered. What kind of secret technique is that? Mo Na Yi was flabbergasted. Yang Kai had just discovered this wonderful use of his spacetime river not long ago and used it once in the infinite river to restore his wounded body. Naturally, he chose to use it again this time. Lin Wu's sneak attack and the battle formation's backlash had indeed wounded him, but he managed to reverse time for himself and return to the state he had marked some time ago. The price he had to pay was a massive consumption of his Dao strengths. Nevertheless, that was the last of his concerns now. He had already come up with a plan the moment Lin Wu launched his sneak attack. As such, he decided to toss away the precious Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill to attract the Chaos Spirit King's attention. Only when Yang Shui was freed from that fight could she deal with Mo Na Yi, allowing Yang Kai to take a breather. However, at that time, Yang Kai wasn't confident that he would succeed. If the Chaos Spirit King didn't retreat, Yang Shui wouldn't have been freed up. All the same, he had to take the risk. Fortunately, the Chaos Spirit King was only concerned about getting the Supreme Grade Open Heaven pill back. Therefore, the moment it detected the pill's aura, it chased after it, allowing Yang Shui to deal with other threats. Overall, the humans were still at a disadvantage. Ouyang Lai was doing fine while Yang Shui was dealing with Mo Na Yi and were not at risk of losing their lives. However, the other humans were in a terrible situation. Although Xiang Shan had joined the battle, it was still hard for them to turn things around. If this dragged on, many more humans would lose their lives. They had to quickly resolve the suspicions the humans had for each other and catch all the hidden black ink disciples. Yang Kai soon made a decision. As he continued to recover, he shouted, "Yang Shao, form a 4 symbols formation and use purifying light." Understanding his intentions, Yang Shao replied, "Yes." After informing Zhan Tianhe and the others about it, Yang Shao formed a 4 symbols formation with him as the core. Then, they charged towards the center of the battlefield. Before they even arrived, the great sun and moon marks on the back of Yang Zhao's hands appeared. As yellow and blue lights swirled around and combined with each other, they turned into a dazzling white light that illuminated the entire battlefield. "Stop them!" A pseudo-royal lord growled. However, the purifying light was their arch-nemesis, so the Black Ink clansmen were terrified to get close. "I dare you to stop me!" Yang Shao roared and continued to condense more purifying light as he led Zhan Tianhe and the others forward. Wherever they went, the territory lords quickly backed away and even the pseudo-royal lords shrank from the intense purifying light. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5785, There is Still Hope. From the defense line, Xiang Shan and several people came over to help. There was no doubt that Xiang Shan was intelligent as he shared the same sentiment as Yang Kai. They had to quickly resolve the internal problems that the humans faced, so they had to assist Yang Shao. After all, they needed Yang Zhao's purifying light to catch all the hidden Black Ink disciples. The war intensified at that moment. Xiang Shan was the core of a 6 paths formation, which was exceptionally powerful. After an exchange of moves, they finally joined Yang Zhao's 4 symbols formation. They then entered the defense line together while the Black Ink clan were unable to stop them. The next moment, Yang Shao roared as the great sun and moon marks on the back of his hands became increasingly bright. Copious amounts of yellow and blue crystals were consumed in an instant before an eruption of purifying light spread out with him as the center. Wherever the white light went, Black Ink's strength dissipated as the light covered all the human race masters and continued to expand. The two Eighth-Order Black Ink disciples, who had attacked Xiaofan moments ago, had been subdued and were presently unable to move a muscle. As they were shrouded in the purifying light, they started trembling as if struck by lightning. They howled in pain while Black Ink strength left their bodies. On the periphery, the Black Ink clansmen had managed to shrink the human defense line while the latter's battle formations were in turmoil. Some parts of the defense line were about to break, but when the purifying light surged forth like a tidal wave, the Black Ink clansmen had no choice but to retreat. This kind of large-scale purifying light was no different from poison to the Black Ink clan. Although they wouldn't be killed, nobody wanted to see their powers significantly weakened. The human race masters seized the chance to counterattack and stabilize the defense line. By the time the pure white light dissipated, the humans had managed to fortify their defense line and all the battle formations were operating smoothly again. As the purifying light swept out, no human race masters showed signs of corruption. Apparently, the Black Ink clan had only planted 3 Black Ink disciples among them. This wasn't too surprising as it was still quite hard for the Black Ink clan to turn 7th Order and 8th Order masters into Black Ink disciples. As the humans no longer had to worry about being betrayed by their teammates, they naturally focused on dealing with the enemies. The use of the purifying light helped the humans regain their composure as Yang Zhao's eyes brightened as he guffawed, "So useful." He decided that if the defense line was falling apart again, he would condense another burst of purifying light and rush up towards the weak point. Although he couldn't kill enemies with it, he could at least ensure that the defense line remained intact. However, this kind of move required a lot of yellow and blue crystals because it had to cover a vast area. His yellow and blue crystals were given to him by Yang Kai back then, and he had consumed quite a number of them over the years. As such, he didn't have many left. If he used this move 2 more times, he would run out of crystals. Once that happened, he would lose the ability to force the Black Ink clan to retreat, which might result in the defense line collapsing. Therefore, if the humans wanted to gain victory, they had to pin their hopes on Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui. If these 2 Ninth Order masters could kill their opponents quickly, they could help the other humans out. Nevertheless, their opponents were royal lords. They might be able to defeat their enemies, but it would be hard for them to kill the royal lords. How were they supposed to help out? Ouyang Lai had apparently realized that as well, so he had been exerting himself even more while ignoring his injury in the hope that he could kill Xiaoyu quickly. Nevertheless, Xiaoyu had 8 territory lords assisting him. Although Ouyang Lai was madly wielding his strength, he couldn't achieve his goal in a short time. To make things worse, he had to spend some energy protecting Tian Xiaozhu and his group as Meng Ke, a pseudo-royal lord, seemed determined to kill them. A while ago, Tian Xiaozhu led his 5 elements formation to leave the defense line and sent 2 8th Order masters to lend Yang Kai a helping hand, which infuriated Meng Quebec. The other pseudo-royal lords were doing fine while something went wrong in his place, so it was only natural that he was embarrassed. Although he was shocked by Lin Wu's betrayal and realized that it was Mo Na Ye's arrangement all along, he knew nothing about it before then. If Mo Na Ye had told him earlier, Meng Ke would have held back to allow Lin Wu out more easily. At the end of the day, it seemed Mo Na Ye still had no regard for him, so he didn't let him have a hand in such an important plan. At that time, if Meng Ke had managed to stop the 5 elements formation, Mo Na Ye would have probably given him a heads up. All the same, everything was within Mo Na Ye's control. Regardless of what happened, he would make sure that Lin Wu could approach Yang Kai and deal a heavy blow. Meng Ke was resentful. Initially, both of them were pseudo-royal lords, but Mo Na Ye acquired an opportunity in the universe furnace world and became a true royal lord while Meng Ke suffered a setback and became seriously injured. As he was frustrated, he wasn't willing to let Tian Xiaozhu and his 5 elements formation off. He was determined to kill these weakened 8th Order masters to vent his rage. The humans seemed to be on the losing side as the war intensified. The Black Ink clan was much stronger when it came to the quantity of their masters. The humans had managed to hold on previously because they could see hope as Xiaofan attempted to break through. They also had their warship's assistance. Now, Xiaofan's breakthrough had failed, and after a long battle, the warships were seriously damaged. Without the warship's protection, how were they supposed to fend off the Black Ink clan's bombardment? It was only a matter of time before their lines broke and they were routed. They also couldn't pin their hope on the two Ninth Order masters as they were both occupied. Everyone was frustrated, especially the two Eighth Order masters who had attacked Xiaofan earlier. After the Black Ink's strength in their bodies was dispelled by the purifying light, they felt guilty and ashamed. As such, they struck with reckless abandon, hoping to kill more enemies even if they lost their lives in the process. If they hadn't made a move at the most critical moment, Xiaofan would have become a Ninth Order master. Their sneak attack didn't only make the human race lose a Ninth Order master, but also put hundreds of human race masters in peril. Although no one blamed them, they couldn't forgive themselves so easily. They had heard their seniors mention that after some Black Ink disciples were saved, they would rather kill themselves out of guilt. They might have hurt other humans or even killed their friends and relatives, however, those were only stories and not something they personally experienced. It wasn't until this moment that they realized how despairing it was. Sometimes, living was more painful than death. As such, they were looking for a chance to die while taking out several powerful opponents. However, the territory lords were naturally vigilant, so these Eighth Order masters didn't have a chance to do so. They had almost gone mad because of their fury and self-blame. Calm down. There is still hope for all of us. Don't go throwing your lives away just yet. A voice was suddenly cut through the noise. The person must have realized their intentions, so he decided to persuade them. Both of them were startled. Was there still hope for all of them? But they didn't see it. The person went on to say, "Don't forget that my adoptive father isn't dead yet. As long as he's alive, there's still hope. He's best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations." It was only then did they realize who was speaking to them. He was none other than Yang Xiao. The adoptive father he talked about was Yang Kai. Indeed, during their formative years, they had heard their seniors talk about Yang Kai's numerous achievements. They knew that he had done many incredible things and the human race managed to hang on despite having to deal with the mighty Black Ink clan largely thanks to his efforts and victories. He was so powerful that he could kill territory lords like they were chickens and dogs, and was even used to dealing with opponents that were more powerful than him. He had even escaped from the pursuit of royal lords. It was also rumored that he had killed a royal lord on his own. Certainly, it was a strange rumor. After all, there was a huge gap in power between an Eighth Order master and a royal lord. No one would believe it without any verification. He was undoubtedly a legend and all the younger generation cultivators hoped to be the next Yang Kai. One of them was even touted as Little Yang Kai. Such a title was enough to make many new cultivators feel envious. Apart from these inconceivable rumors, they had seen how Yang Kai managed to form an 8 trigrams formation to push back a true royal lord and even gain the upper hand, a shocking and amazing feat indeed. An 8 trigrams formation of Eighth Order masters had only appeared once before that, and at that time, it only lasted for 20 breaths. However, the 8 trigrams formation led by Yang Kai this time lasted for over an hour. If not for the fact that Lin Wu was a hidden Black Ink disciple, Yang Kai could have kept the formation running for much longer. However, was there really hope for all of them? The 8 trigrams formation had shattered, and Yang Kai was heavily injured. He was unable to make it to the Ninth Order as the Eighth Order was the limit in his lifetime. What else could he do in such a situation? If Yang Xiao hadn't mentioned Yang Kai, they would have forgotten about him. That was because regardless of what he did, he wouldn't be able to turn things around now. Instinctively, they turned to look at Yang Kai, after which they were astounded. If they remembered correctly, Yang Kai was supposed to be badly wounded with a weakened aura. However, even though he wasn't in peak condition at this moment, he wasn't nearly as battered as they believed. They were amazed by his restorative ability. Presently, Yang Kai was hovering in the void with Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow. With the space-time river's help, Yang Kai had mostly recovered. However, everyone seemed to have forgotten about him. Only Lin Wu was looking at him warily at this moment. Yang Kai was famous and powerful, after all. Although Lin Wu was resolute when launching a sneak attack earlier, he didn't have the guts to fight Yang Kai head-on. Nevertheless, he couldn't rashly have a hand in other battles. As such, he decided to stay there and keep an eye on Yang Kai. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5786, Going for Broke. Noticing Lin Wu's stare, Yang Kai turned to look at him and put on a faint smile, one without resentment or anger. After all, after getting corrupted, a Black Ink disciple would place Mo and the Black Ink clan before all else. As a Black Ink disciple, everything Lin Wu did was against his will. Yang Kai had encountered countless Black Ink disciples over the years. He would save them if he could, otherwise, he would not hesitate to kill them, as that was a kind of extrication as well. As such, he wouldn't blame Lin Wu for anything. However, it seemed that he now had no choice but to use his trump card. Undoubtedly, he was unresigned. No one had ever cultivated the three-self source reconstitution art devised by Shi before, so no one knew if it could shatter the open heaven realm method's shackles. It would be wonderful if Yang Kai succeeded, but if he failed, he would be left with numerous concerns. From what he had gathered, the secret art should be feasible. At the very least, both the human self and monster self had grown to be powerful. Moreover, these two seemed closely connected to his own, true body. Putting Thunder Shadow aside for now, Fang Tianci had the potential to directly ascend to the Seventh Order back then. Nevertheless, when he made it to the open heaven realm, he became a Sixth Order master for seemingly no reason. That was the restriction from the main body. Yang Kai's limit was the Eighth Order, therefore, as the human self, regardless of how good Fang Tianci's aptitude was or how solid his foundation had been, he was unable to directly ascend to the Seventh Order. It was the same case for Thunder Shadow. He had come to a point where his cultivation was impossible to improve further. In fact, if he was not Yang Kai's monster self, he could have stayed in the myriad monsters world and continued to improve his cultivation, since he had cultivated the primal art to refine his monster core. Someone from the monster race who had cultivated the primal art didn't have any shackles to speak of. Yang Kai initially wanted to wait for his human self and monster self to reach the absolute limits of their cultivation. Then, he would look for a safe place and use the three-self source reconstitution art to attempt a breakthrough. If possible, he could also ask some friends and relatives to stand guard for him to avoid any accidents. He didn't know the kind of problems he would face after he used the three-self source reconstitution art, so he had to make some preparations. Nevertheless, things went contrary to his wishes. Now, Xiang Shan's breakthrough failed while Ouyang Lai and Yang Shui had their respective opponents. If this dragged on, the human's defense line would break. Faced with more than 10 pseudo-royal lords and countless territory lords, Yang Kai, an Eighth Order master, wouldn't be able to achieve anything even if he joined the battle. Therefore, he had to take the risk despite being in less than ideal circumstances. After giving it some thought though, Yang Kai realized that if he managed to successfully achieve a breakthrough, he could immediately kill many masters from the Black Ink clan to celebrate his breakthrough, which sounded like an excellent idea. At that moment, he became high-spirited. Yang Kai was a resolute person, and since he had made a decision, he wouldn't hesitate. The only problem was that his human self, monster self, and himself were not in the best of conditions. With the space-time river's help, he had managed to heal 80% of his injuries. However, Fang Tianxi and Thunder Shadow didn't have such incredible restorative power and were still heavily injured from the prolonged battle. Resolving himself, Yang Kai muttered, "Are you ready?" Fang Tianxi replied with a faint smile, "I've always been ready." Thunder Shadow nodded, "We're all brothers. As long as we're united, we can achieve anything." Fang Tianxi couldn't help but refute, "We're merely part of his soul." Thunder Shadow cut him off by saying, "So what if we're part of his soul? Can't we be brothers? Moreover, we're not soul clones in the traditional sense. What do you say, big brother?" Yang Kai nodded, "You're right. This time, the three of us will be going for broke." A smug Thunder Shadow pulled a face at Fang Tianxi, who smiled helplessly. "Enter my small universe." Yang Kai ordered and opened up the portal to his small universe. Without hesitation, Fang Tianxi stepped forward and disappeared into it, followed by Thunder Shadow. Before that, Thunder Shadow said to Yang Kai, "I owe Qin Shui and her husband from Great Feather Pavilion a favor. Please take care of them on my behalf." "Don't worry," Yang Kai replied quickly. After the human self and monster self were gone, Yang Kai shuddered as his entire small universe trembled. Even the World Tree clone was unable to suppress the turmoil. Yang Kai's expression turned solemn as he focused on suppressing the upheaval in his small universe. The moment Fang Tianxi and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, Yang Shao was flabbergasted. Earlier, he consoled the two Eighth-Order Masters, who had attacked Xiaofan, and told them not to lose hope yet because his adoptive father was still alive. Yang Kai had created many miracles in his life, so as long as he was still alive, there was hope for all of them. Naturally, Yang Shao took a look at his adoptive father as he spoke. That was when he saw the inconceivable sight. Old Fang and that monster race Great Emperor entered adoptive father's small universe? What the hell is going on? Yang Shao felt dizzy all of a sudden. He even suspected that he was seeing things because of his injuries. Both Yang Kai and Fang Tianxi were Eighth-Order Masters, so how did the latter enter Yang Kai's small universe? Since time immemorial, only Open Heaven Realm Master in a higher order could allow one in a lower order enter their small universe. It couldn't be achieved when both of them were in the same order. That was because the small universes of two Open Heaven Realm Masters in the same order had similar capacities. As such, one couldn't keep the other person inside their small universe. If they forcibly did so, their small universe would explode. Moreover, as far as Yang Shao knew, the monster race Great Emperor was equivalent to an Eighth-Order Master. How did he enter Yang Kai's small universe? Yang Shao found everything inconceivable, so he couldn't help but look around, after which he saw that Blood Crow appeared equally shocked. "Did you see that?" Yang Shao asked. Blood Crow glanced at him and nodded faintly. Yang Shao was stunned. It wasn't a hallucination. Was what he saw real? Blood Crow snorted, "Why are you so surprised? Didn't you say he's the best at creating miracles in the most despairing situations?" Yang Shao was startled for a moment before coming to his senses. If anyone else had done such a thing, that would have been shocking. However, that person was his adoptive father, so everything made sense. Although he had no idea how Yang Kai managed to take Fang Tianxi into his small universe, there wouldn't be a problem as it was his adoptive father doing that. Having said that, he still felt that something was off. What was the relationship between Fang Tianxi and Yang Kai? Since both of them were Eighth-Order Masters, how and why did Fang Tianxi enter the latter's small universe? Yang Shao was aware that Fang Tianxi came from Yang Kai's small universe. Moreover, Fang Tianxi was well versed in the Tao of Space, Tao of Time, and Spear Tao, all of which he had inherited from Yang Kai. He was known to be little Yang Kai because of that. Also, Zhao Yi Bai and the others said that Yang Kai had traveled around his own small universe before. It was during that time that he took him and Zhaoye as his disciples. At the thought of this, Yang Xiao gasped in shock as a bold idea formed in his mind. Could old Fang be my adoptive father's illegitimate son? When Yang Kai traveled around his small universe, he might have come across a beautiful lady and fallen in love with her, leading to Fang Tianci being born. Later, Yang Kai would have kept Fang Tianci in his small universe and taught him how to cultivate, which was how the latter inherited all three of the former's grand das. Assuming that it was the truth, Yang Xiao nodded gently. He couldn't believe that Fang Tianci was related to Yang Kai by blood, and he had never heard about it from him before. For that reason, he decided to teach Fang Tianci a lesson for hiding it from him at a later time. What are you doing? Don't get distracted. Blood Crow suddenly snapped. Since Yang Xiao was having such wild thoughts, the four symbols formation began to become unstable. Yang Xiao quickly pulled himself together and guffawed, "We're going to win this one." Blood Crow looked at him like he was a fool. The humans were in a difficult situation, so what made Yang Xiao believe that they could still win? Was it merely because Yang Kai had put an 8th Order Master and a monster race Great Emperor in his small universe? Was he supposed to break through to the 9th Order by doing that? While they were secretly shocked, two more people were equally astonished when they saw what Yang Kai did. Lin Wu had been looking at Yang Kai warily, therefore, he could clearly see what Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow did. At that moment, he was puzzled as to how Yang Kai managed to put two cultivators in the same equivalent realm in his small universe. On the other hand, Mo Nai became agitated. Although he couldn't shake off Yang Shui, he had still been paying close attention to Yang Kai. This couldn't be helped as he had suffered too many setbacks because of Yang Kai, leading to a kind of paranoid trauma when it came to the latter. Before Yang Kai was dead and buried, Mo Nai could never relax. When he saw Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow dashing into Yang Kai's small universe, he felt his chest tightening as a bad premonition came over him. Although he had no idea what Yang Kai was up to, he had to be cautious whenever the latter did something unusual, which was usually a sign that Yang Kai was about to achieve something shocking. Mo Nai immediately made a decision and sent a divine sense transmission. The next moment, three pseudo-royal lords, who had been trying to break the humans' defense line along with the territory lords, suddenly left their positions and charged towards Yang Kai from different directions. It was a difficult decision to make for Mo Nai to send three pseudo-royal lords to deal with Yang Kai at such a critical moment. Without these three pseudo-royal lords, a great deal of pressure had been lifted off the human race's defense line, especially now that Xiang Shan was free to contend against the Black Ink clan. Presently, he was charging around while leading a 7 stars formation, and after those three pseudo-royal lords left the battle, the advantage that the Black Ink clan had would probably be wiped out. However, Mo Nai had no choice but to make such a decision to kill Yang Kai as quickly as possible. Despite that, they might not be able to end Yang Kai's life. If it was so easy to kill Yang Kai, he wouldn't have remained alive until now. Nevertheless, if they could kill Yang Kai, Mo Nai wouldn't mind letting the rest of the human race masters here escape. Faced with the approaching imposing auras, Yang Kai sported a cold expression and snorted, "It seems you all still consider me a huge threat, huh?" Yang Kai knew that when he got started, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice and attempt to stop him. As such, he was well prepared. Seeing that three pseudo-royal lords were about to reach him, he certainly wouldn't stay there and wait for death. Space principles undulated and his figure blurred. By the time the pseudo-royal lords arrived, Yang Kai had disappeared. In a different direction, his aura slowly reappeared. Martial Peak, Chapter 5787, Three Selves Unite. Yang Kai was certainly no match for 3 pseudo-royal lords. In fact, given his condition, he couldn't even deal with 1 pseudo-royal lord. He had been contending with the Black Ink clan for many years, and he frequently came across opponents he couldn't defeat, but he managed to survive until now because he firmly believed that even if he couldn't defeat the other party, he would be able to run away. Given his mastery over the Tao of space, he was unmatched when it came to escaping. A temporary retreat wasn't a sign of weakness, he just needed to wait for a chance to strike back. Including Mou, Yang Kai had been hunted down by 3 different royal lords before. One of them was killed by him even though he had no idea how, and the other was lured to the chaotic dead territory and eliminated by Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan. Only Mou was still alive and kicking. Since Yang Kai could escape from true royal lords, he naturally wasn't afraid of mere pseudo-royal lords. More importantly, the Black Ink clan didn't have any heaven-sealing and earth-locking techniques. If he freely manipulated space principles, these pseudo-royal lords wouldn't even be able to touch him despite joining forces. However, the situation was unusual at that moment. With his human self and monster self inside his body, his small universe was in turmoil. As such, as Yang Kai manipulated space principles, he realized that he was unable to use his space secret techniques smoothly. The turmoil in his small universe caused everything to destabilize. Even the space-time river around Yang Kai could hardly be sustained. The moment he reappeared, the space-time river suddenly came apart and dispersed. Yang Kai turned pale as he sported a solemn expression. He didn't expect that such a thing would happen after he let his human self and monster self inside his small universe. Now, it seemed that he was in a perilous situation. No one had cultivated the 3-self source reconstitution art before, so no one could teach him anything about it or warn him of any dangers of cultivating it. He had planned to choose a safe place and prepare thoroughly before using this secret art. However, the situation the humans were facing didn't allow him to make any preparations at all. As such, he could only take a risk. The 3 pseudo-royal lords hadn't noticed this anomaly, but the instant they detected his aura, they still turned around and charged towards him. Yang Kai certainly wouldn't stand still and wait for death, so he promptly dashed off to widen the gap between him and his enemies. At the same time, he spent some energy circulating the 3-self source reconstitution art. Strictly speaking, the secret art devised by Shi was divided into 2 parts. The first part was about splitting one's soul to cultivate 2 selves. That was the foundation as well as the preliminary preparation, the key to success so to speak. Yang Kai had completed this part. Over the years, both his human self, Fang Tian Ci, and his monster self, Thunder Shadow, had grown to be independent beings. They had reached the limits of their respective realms, so there wasn't much room for improvement for them. The second part was what Yang Kai was currently doing. By circulating the 3-self source reconstitution art, he could unite his 3 selves. After integrating the powers of the 2 other souls, he would be able to massively expand his small universe and thereby shatter the open heaven realm method's innate shackles. When Fang Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow entered Yang Kai's small universe, the powers of the 2 caused everything to descend into upheaval, especially Fang Tian Ci. He was also an 8th-order master, so he too had a massive small universe in his body, which caused an enormous impact on Yang Kai's own small universe. That was the reason a person couldn't accommodate another cultivator in the same order into their small universe. As Yang Kai's small universe trembled, everyone in the void world was apprehensive. The World Tree clone's illusory phantom appeared, its gigantic tree crown like an umbrella that covered the entire sky. Meanwhile, a battered Yang Kai was dashing forward to escape from the 3 pseudo-royal lords while madly circulating the 3-self source reconstitution art at the same time. Just then, a dragon roar was heard reverberating across the small universe. The next moment, a golden dragon phantom that was 99,999 meters long appeared. The golden dragon was the visual manifestation of Yang Kai's divine spirit source. The phantom dragon covered a large part of the world, and when it appeared, all the living creatures were exposed to its dragon pressure and felt the urge to bow to it. After his trip to the dragon pool back then, Yang Kai could be considered a pure-blooded dragon clan member. That was the reason the ancient dragon elders from the No-Return Pass wanted him to record his name on the dragon tome and found the Yang family lineage so that there would be more dragon clan descendants in the future. However, Yang Kai had never considered himself a true member of the dragon clan. Turning into a dragon was his way to deal with large swaths of weak opponents or singular powerful enemies. He would always regard himself as a human. All the same, his beliefs wouldn't change the fact that he was a pure-blooded dragon clan member. The appearance of the golden dragon showed that his source had been fully stimulated at this moment. If he wanted to integrate the powers of his other two selves, he had to make use of his source. The instant the illusory phantom golden dragon appeared following the dragon roar, Fang Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow sported solemn expressions. Thunder Shadow looked at the golden dragon while feeling his power stir in his body. Suddenly, he asked, "Second brother, have you flirted with many women over the years?" Fang Tian Ci broke into laughter. "Why are you asking this question at this point?" Thunder Shadow smiled meaningfully. "Think about it. Since both of us are Big Brother's soul clones, if you've been intimate with some woman, after Big Brother assimilates both of us, the women you're in love with will probably go looking for him." Fang Tian Ci was stunned and wondered, "Is that so?" Thunder Shadow replied matter-of-factly, "Of course. Both of us come from him, after all. Regardless of what we've done, he'll have to take responsibility for everything." Fang Tian Ci couldn't help teasing him. "It seems that Big Brother will be in big trouble, then. You must have been with many female monsters in the myriad monsters world over the years." Thunder Shadow refuted seriously, "Nonsense. I focused on cultivating while in the myriad monsters world and have never done anything I would feel ashamed of." Then, he winked at the other man. "So, have you really flirted with some women?" "No," Fang Tian Ci shook his head. "I've always been honest and righteous, so why would I flirt with random women?" Then, he sighed. "However, when a man is brilliant, he'll always attract many women's attention. I've been feeling troubled because of that." Hearing that, Thunder Shadow pursed his lips and muttered, "It seems that Big Brother isn't such a good thing compared to us." Both of them were Yang Kai's soul clones, so strictly speaking, they had inherited Yang Kai's temperament. As such, they were the reflection of Yang Kai's disposition. The two of them exchanged glances and guffawed. "If you two are done chit-chatting, hurry up and help, otherwise, I'll be killed soon," Yang Kai shouted. As even his use of Dao strengths was in turmoil, Yang Kai found it hard to use his space secret techniques. Since 3 pseudo-royal lords were hunting him down, he was in a perilous situation. He could still run away for a while as he had put some distance between him and them, but as time passed, that distance would surely shrink. Moreover, he could feel that Mo Nai had been paying attention to him and trying to shake off Yang Shui, but to no avail. Faced with the Chaos Spirit King, Yang Shui wasn't a match for it, but it wasn't hard for her to keep Mo Nai pinned down. After all, Mo Nai was her equal in cultivation, and wasn't in peak condition. He was injured even before the current battle broke out, and then he had spent some effort fighting the 8 trigrams formation, leaving him both wounded and weakened. Since Yang Shui could tell that Mo Nai wanted to harm Yang Kai, she naturally wouldn't let him go. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, Fang Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow sported serious expressions. Although they had no idea what was going to happen next, they were aware of their fates after the memories in their souls were fully unsealed. They had been cultivating for many years for this moment. At the very least, they had lived their lives to the fullest, traveling around and experiencing many wonders of the universe. Without resistance, they emptied their minds and let their soul turn into nothingness. The golden dragon continued to roar, and as its source strength shook, Fang Tianci and Thunder Shadow resonated with it. Gradually, their figures became blurred and were engulfed in a layer of golden light. A moment later, two gigantic golden figures shot into the sky. Everyone in the void world was paying respects to the golden dragon when they saw such a shocking sight. Presently, a gigantic golden leopard surrounded by lightning and an equally majestic human figure were flying up towards the golden dragon. No one had any idea what was going on, however, they had experienced several fantastical phenomena in the void world over the years, and these incidents always subsided quickly. As such, they were already somewhat used to it. Seven Stars sect was the dominant great force in the void world without any question. No one had yet managed to challenge their status over the past 100,000 years. This couldn't be helped though, as the Tao Lord used to be a supreme elder in Seven Stars sect. They still kept his position in the sect, and everyone from the lowest disciple to the sect master himself would frequently pay homage to his statue. With such a natural advantage, it was only expected that they had an edge over other sects. As the most powerful great force on the continent, Seven Stars sect had many satellite cities around it. The area could be considered the center of the world. About 20 kilometers away from one such city was the Fang family village. It used to be an ordinary village, but they had an ancestor who grew to be a powerful cultivator and became part of the Void Tao Temple many millennia ago. The village had been thriving since then. Presently, there were many descendants and cultivators in the Fang family village, including some Emperor Realm Masters. Their inheritance was just as great as some of the sects with equally long histories. When such an anomaly took place in the void world, the Patriarch led the Fang family members to salute the Golden Dragon and pray for their safety. Nonetheless, when the Patriarch looked up and saw the face of the golden human figure, he was thoroughly startled because he found the face familiar. The commotion behind him made him realize that he wasn't mistaken. The golden human figure looked just like their famous ancestor that used to live in their village over 10,000 years ago. Fang Tianci was a legendary figure within the Fang family, and it was because of his identity as a Void Tao Temple disciple that the Fang family was able to thrive all these years. It could be said that this ancestor was the reason the Fang family rose to power. Before him, the Fang family was just one of many ordinary families in the void world. Is that honored ancestor? The Patriarch could not be certain. After the ancestor joined the Void Tao Temple, he gave the Fang family some benefits before he left the void world. There had never been any news about him since. Martial Peak, Chapter 5788, Divine Dragon. While the Fang family's patriarch was doubtful, the colossal golden figure seemed to have sensed something and looked in their direction. Despite the distance, Fang Tianci could clearly see what was going on in the Fang family village. Then, he flicked his fingers and shot out a white light, which soon landed in front of the patriarch with a faint thrum. As the patriarch looked on intently, he realized there was a sword in front of him. Despite the modest appearance, the sword was actually an extremely high-grade artifact. The patriarch hurriedly straightened up and grasped the hilt. To his surprise, he was able to pull out the sword easily. When he saw the character Fang on the hilt, he realized something and shouted, "It is Ancestor Tianci. Heavens bless Ancestor Tianci." Behind him, countless Fang family's descendants called out, "Heavens bless Ancestor Tianci." The golden figure that Fang Tianci had turned into nodded gently and shot towards the golden dragon along with Thunder Shadow. Before they even arrived, their figures started dissipating into millions of points of light before assimilating into the golden dragon. Although Fang Tianci was only a soul clone, he was born and raised in this world. In the end, he still had sentiments for the Fang family. That was the reason he left behind his sword before leaving. As long as the sword was still around, the Fang family would continue to thrive. The entire void world was the true body's small universe, so why would the soul clone sword be lost? It could be said that as long as the true body was still alive and the small universe remained intact, the Fang family would continue to prosper. Despite being a soul clone, Fang Tianci wanted to do something for his family at the end of his life. Following the integration of the two soul clones, the color of the golden phantom dragon thickened. Its figure trembled and expanded in length. The phantom dragon was already 99,999 meters long, which was only a step away from 100,000 meters. Now that Yang Kai had merged with the two, he had finally shattered the bottleneck. At that, he was surprised. Back then, when his dragon vein was stuck and couldn't be improved any further, Yang Kai figured that he would have to ascend to the ninth order before he could break this bottleneck and become a divine dragon. It never crossed his mind that he would become a divine dragon first. After giving it some thought though, he realized it wasn't so surprising. Both his human self and monster self were split and had to combine with his source. Now that the two had integrated with him, his source would naturally be strengthened. It naturally allowed him to become a divine dragon first. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling ecstatic, for he managed to become a divine dragon at the perfect time. Presently, he was no longer able to escape from the three pseudo-royal lords. Although he had repeatedly used his space secret technique, his Dao strength was in turmoil, which made it impossible for him to use instantaneous movement smoothly. As such, he was unable to shake off these powerful opponents. Now, he was cornered by the three pseudo-royal lords in a particular spot in the void. They were madly activating their aura to strike at Yang Kai and the void around him. They were trying to disturb Yang Kai and make it impossible for him to run away. Since Yang Kai was no longer able to flee, the murderous intent of these pseudo-royal lords surged as one of them yelled, "Kill!" They then charged towards him from different directions. As their black ink strength surged, they cast powerful secret techniques at Yang Kai, who staggered while appearing battered. If Yang Kai had not just become a divine dragon, he wouldn't have persevered for long when faced with the bombardment of attacks from three pseudo-royal lords. He would have had to spend some energy evading their attacks before, but the difference of 1 meter allowed him to ascend to the next stage, increasing his powers tremendously. The difference between an ancient dragon and a divine dragon was similar to that between an 8th order master and a 9th order master. It could be said that since Yang Kai was now a divine dragon, he was already able to deal with three pseudo-royal lords. However, it was still hard for him to defeat them. This couldn't be helped as he was at the most critical moment of using the three-self source reconstitution art. If he wanted to make it to the 9th order, most of his focus had to remain on that. Yang Kai's dragon vein was only one of the reasons why he was powerful, while his small universe was his true foundation. He had a feeling that he couldn't reach the creation realm by relying on his dragon vein alone. It was only when his small universe grew stronger that he could peak at a higher realm of the martial Tao. Yang Kai had to spend most of his energy monitoring his small universe and circulating the three-self source reconstitution art, while only a small part of his energy was diverted to deal with the three pseudo-royal lords. That was the reason he still appeared to be in danger. Fortunately, after becoming a divine dragon, his body became much more resistant to beatings. Dragons had thick skin and strong flesh to begin with, not to mention that he was a divine dragon now, the most powerful of all dragons. From the outside, it appeared to everyone that Yang Kai was in mortal peril. Facing three pseudo-royal lords, Yang Kai stood no chance of surviving, and it was only a matter of time before he was defeated and killed. Yang Lai had thrown all caution to the wind as he raged. Although Xiao Yu felt bitter, he didn't dare to let his opponent go. He could only grit his teeth and hold on as he joined forces with 8 territory lords to ward off Yang Lai's violent storm of attacks. Yang Shui bit her lip so hard that it started bleeding. Now, it was Mo Nai trying to make sure she couldn't leave, not the other way around. Since Yang Kai was about to be killed, Mo Na Yi certainly wouldn't let Yang Shui stop that from happening. Everyone assumed that Yang Kai was doomed and he might lose his life at any moment. Nevertheless, the three pseudo-royal lords fighting him felt that something was off. Although they had indeed managed to gain the upper hand, the feedback from the battle they received was strange somehow. It was as if something was greatly amiss. Supposedly, since Yang Kai was only a peak 8th order master, he could only rely on space secret techniques to escape in this situation. Regardless of how powerful he was, there had to be a limit. Now that he was unable to flee, he should have lost his biggest advantage. With three pseudo-royal lords joining forces, they should be able to kill him with ease. However, despite how battered Yang Kai appeared and how frequently he spat blood, they were unable to kill him. In fact, he still seemed full of life. What's more, when their attacks landed on him, they couldn't cause any serious impact. It was as though a mysterious force was undermining their powers, making it impossible for them to deal a fatal blow. Yang Kai even counterattacked from time to time, and the power he exhibited didn't seem to belong to an 8th order master. Feeling uneasy, the three pseudo-royal lords intensified their attacks. Faced with this kind of barrage, Yang Kai could only clench his teeth and persist. He was at the most critical moment of uniting his three selves. He had been waiting for this moment for thousands of years, so he wasn't willing to just give up because once he failed, he probably wouldn't get a second chance. The final war between the Black Ink clan and the human race had begun, so he didn't have time to nurture another human self and monster self. Therefore, he was determined to succeed. Although he was now a divine dragon, Yang Kai couldn't hold on for long while dealing with three pseudo-royal lords. He had to make it to the 9th order before he lost all strength, otherwise, he could only give up. When Fang Tian Ci and Thunder Shadow merged with his source, he managed to become a divine dragon, but on top of that, he could feel that there was something else added to his small universe. It was something Yang Kai couldn't describe or identify. He tried to calm himself down and investigate, but it was to no avail. Nonetheless, he could feel that this indescribable thing had filled his entire small universe. The golden dragon phantom roared. As dragon pressure spread across the world, the robust boundary walls around his small universe started wavering. Yang Kai was elated, thinking that the three-self source reconstitution art was working. When he reached the limit of his cultivation, Yang Kai could feel the boundary wall's presence in his small universe. It could be said that every peak 8th order master unable to ascend to the 9th order could feel this boundary wall in their small universe. That was the shortcoming of the open heaven realm method. The shackles within a cultivator couldn't be broken by using ordinary means. It had been quite some time since Yang Kai reached the peak of the 8th order, however, regardless of how hard he tried, he was unable to expand or break the boundary wall at all. Although the boundary wall was invisible, it was extremely robust, as it engulfed his entire small universe. Nevertheless, at this moment, the boundary wall was shaken. This was undoubtedly a good start. As long as the boundary wall was broken, his small universe would continue to expand, which would then allow him to make it to the 9th order. The phantom dragon continued to roar and smash into the boundary wall. Every time it did that, the boundary wall would shake, and as time passed, the intensity of the boundary wall's trembling increased. As such, Yang Kai spent even more energy to circulate the three-self source reconstitution art. Gradually, small cracks formed on the boundary wall. As long as he spent enough time and effort, he would be able to shatter the boundary wall. To his chagrin though, after he made some calculations, Yang Kai helplessly realized that he didn't have enough time. Presently, he didn't only have to attempt breaking through to the 9th order but also deal with three pseudo-royal lords. They were pseudo-royal lords, not territory lords, so while they weren't on par with true royal lords, it did not mean they were weak. Despite being a divine dragon, Yang Kai was unable to hold on for long while remaining passive against such foes. At this rate, he was worried that he would be killed before he managed to break the barrier around his small universe. As such, he had to hurry up. However, he was circulating the three-self source reconstitution art at its supposed maximum, so there was nothing else he could do to enhance the process. Should I just give up? If he gave up at this point, he certainly could contend with the three pseudo-royal lords since he was a divine dragon. Nonetheless, his dream of becoming a ninth-order master would be crushed, and the integration of his human self and monster self would be rendered meaningless. If he refused to give up, his injuries would only worsen until he was no longer able to hang on. Even if he gave up at that point, he would be too battered to fight three pseudo-royal lords. At that moment, Yang Kai fell into a dilemma. It was because of all these risks that he had wanted to look for the right time and place to unite his three selves. However, things had come to a point where he had no choice but to take a chance. To his dismay, things went contrary to his wishes. The sudden appearance of the universe furnace, the start of the war in this place, and the disadvantage that the human race was facing made Yang Kai fall into such an awkward situation. He secretly let out a sigh. If he couldn't achieve his goal, he would have no choice but to give up. Even though he couldn't make it to the ninth order, he had become a divine dragon at the very least, so he was glad that he had achieved something. After making up his mind, Yang Kai scanned the entire small universe and felt sorrowful as he figured he would never make it to the ninth order in his lifetime. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5789, Will of the People. Just as Yang Kai was sweeping his gaze over his small universe, an anomaly in a particular place caught his attention. The source of the anomaly was the Fong family village. At that moment, in the small Fong family village, everyone was saluting and calling out to ancestor Tian Ci in a sincere manner with the patriarch in the lead. Before Fong Tian Ci merged with Yang Kai's source, he had left behind his sword to the Fong family. He wanted to do something for his family, and Yang Kai had seen it. Although the Fong family members didn't know what their ancestor was going through or doing, it wouldn't affect their admiration for him. That was because it was thanks to this ancestor that the Fong family had been thriving. The ancestor brought about the Fong family's rise to power. If not for the fact that the ancestor had become a successful cultivator and joined the Void Dao Temple, the Fong family wouldn't have flourished to such an extent. Over the years, countless families appeared and then disappeared in the Void world, unable to pass down their inheritance as they didn't have sufficient heritage. The Fong family members were sincerely paying respects to their ancestor because they were grateful for his contributions to the family. They were doing so for their descendants. There seemed to be a mysterious power that gathered in the Fong family village before it integrated with the Golden Dragon Phantom. Yang Kai fell into his thoughts when he witnessed this. Moments ago, his entire focus was on circulating the three-self source reconstitution art to break his shackles, so he didn't notice this small anomaly in the Fong family village. Moreover, the mysterious power was so weak that it was almost imperceptible, so it failed to catch his eye. As he looked intently though, Yang Kai realized that he wasn't mistaken. A mysterious power was indeed emerging from the Fong family village. The power was like a long thread that connected the Fong family village and the Golden Dragon Phantom in the sky above. At that moment, many ideas flashed across Yang Kai's mind, and he soon realized something critical. I see. This is the true nature of the three-self source reconstitution art. He had learned the three-self source reconstitution art from Wu Kuang and spent thousands of years nurturing a human self and monster self. However, he didn't know how he could make use of the three-self source reconstitution art to shatter his shackles so that he could ascend from the 8th order to the 9th order. Initially, Yang Kai speculated that he just had to combine the powers of the human self and monster self to forcefully shatter his shackles and achieve a breakthrough. However, after activating the three-self source reconstitution art, he realized that things were different from what he had imagined. The integration of three peak 8th Order Masters' powers was not enough to allow him to blow away the innate shackles and break the boundary wall around his small universe. Nevertheless, after the two selves merged with the source, he managed to become a divine dragon. The secret of the three-self source reconstitution art wasn't just about uniting his three selves, it was about cultivating this mysterious power. The power of destiny. Destiny was a combination of fate, luck, the will of the people, and the source of the heavens and earth. In the expansive universe, since the birth of the primordial light, there had been three major eras. The divine spirits, who were transformed from the primordial light, ruled over all under the heavens during the primordial era. Then, the great monsters rose to power, leading to the early ancient era. When the open heaven realm method was popularized, it ushered in the late ancient era, where the human race dominated the universe. In every era, the race that ruled over everyone else was the favorite of the time, and fortune was on their side. The divine spirits, monster race, and the human race. Each represented three different eras. On the other hand, the three-self source reconstitution art combined the powers of three selves to transcend the barriers between the eras. By integrating the power of destiny of the three eras, one could shatter the open heaven realm method's shackles and achieve a breakthrough. That was the secret of the three-self source reconstitution art. Integrating the power of destiny from different eras was the key. Upon that realization, Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that Shi was indeed a genius. The three-self source reconstitution art wasn't just a secret art, it was a method of condensing the essence of all past eras into one. After giving it some thought, Yang Kai realized it wasn't so surprising. If Shi were not brilliant enough, he wouldn't have been able to devise a heaven-defying secret art such as the heaven-devouring battle law. Since Yang Kai had figured out the secret of the three-self source reconstitution art, he realized that there was still hope for him. He didn't have to give up just yet. Although time was running out, he decided to give it a try. If he succeeded, he would ascend to the 9th Order in addition to becoming a divine dragon. If he failed, he would be stuck at the peak of the 8th Order forever. Having made up his mind, Yang Kai spent most of his energy observing his small universe, and soon, he saw even more power of destiny streaming towards the golden dragon from different parts of his small universe. The power of destiny was invisible and intangible, so one could hardly notice it in their day-to-day life. Nevertheless, since this was inside Yang Kai's small universe, he was able to see more than normal and could spot traces of this mysterious force. Inside Yang Kai's small universe, apart from those from the Fong family village paying respects to their ancestor, many people from other places were also praying for safety. The Fong family members were mainly saluting their ancestor, who had merged with the golden dragon source. As such, their power of destiny naturally integrated with the source as well. Other people from different places were offering their prayers to this world, so their power of destiny streamed towards the golden dragon as well. However, that wasn't enough. The next moment, the people in the void world, regardless of their cultivation, gender, or age, saw something so shocking that they would never forget it. A figure suddenly appeared in the sky, one that was both enormous and authoritative. Soon, a sense of unease washed over the entire world. Most of them had no idea what was going on. Their initially peaceful lives had descended into chaos as a golden dragon and a gigantic figure appeared. The faint-hearted thought that the end had arrived, so they started bawling their eyes out in panic. On the other hand, the disciples from the Void Tao Temple or those who had cultivated in that place before recognized the figure and exclaimed loudly. That was because the person was none other than the Tao Lord. The disciples of the Void Tao Temple were aware of secrets that ordinary people didn't know. They knew that the entire void world was the Tao Lord's small universe. When one had reached an adequate cultivation realm, they would be brought out of this place by the Tao Lord and allowed to break through. The Tao Lord had rarely shown up since time immemorial, so it surprised them when he appeared all of a sudden. At that moment, the disciples of the Void Tao Temple were excited as they fell to their knees and called out to the Tao Lord. With a solemn expression, Yang Kai swept a glance over the entire small universe. He initially wanted to put on an imposing act, but when he noticed the unease in the small universe, he decided to just cut to the chase. My name is Yang Kai, the Lord of this world. Everyone fell silent as billions of people stared up at the figure in a dazed state. Some of them were in disbelief while some of them were excited. This world is in turmoil now because I am facing powerful enemies. So first, I must ask all of you to remain calm. Upon hearing that, the people of Void World were astonished, especially those from the Void Tao Temple. The disciples there knew that the Tao Lord had been contending with some powerful enemies over the years. Their senior brothers and senior sisters had left this world to help the Tao Lord in his fight. However, they assumed that the Tao Lord was mighty and that there was nothing he couldn't achieve. As such, they wondered how powerful his opponents had to be to cause the world they lived in to fall into upheaval. They had rarely experienced such turmoil before. Needless to say, the opponents that the Tao Lord was dealing with must be formidable. Alone, I am no match for these enemies, so I need all of you to lend me your aid. In the Void Tao Temple, an old cultivator shouted, "Please tell us what we can do to help you, Tao Lord." Since the Tao Lord was in danger, they wouldn't hesitate to offer their assistance. The entire Void World was his small universe, after all. If the Tao Lord was defeated, the entire world would fall apart as well. Their fates were intertwined with the Tao Lord's. Therefore, the moment the old man heard that the Tao Lord needed help, he had the urge to leave this world at once and fight alongside him. The other cultivators shouted, "Please tell us what we can do, Tao Lord." They knew that they were too weak to help the Tao Lord in his fight, however, he must have his reasons for saying that he needed their aid. Regardless of what they were required to do, they just had to put in the effort. Just then, a hot-headed man yelled, "Who are those people who have the guts to fight you, Tao Lord? Although I am weak, I am willing to do anything to help. Even if I may die, I will make sure to take a piece of the enemy's flesh before I fall." Yang Kai flashed a smile at that disciple and continued, "There's no need for that. The enemy is too powerful, so even if all of you combine your might, you will not be able to oppose them. As for how you can help, I need you to cheer for me. Chant things like, 'Tao Lord is unrivaled, Tao Lord is mighty, Tao Lord will never be defeated,' and so on." All the disciples in the Void Tao Temple and the people in the Void World were dumbfounded. Could they really help the Tao Lord just by cheering for him? Was he pulling their leg? He certainly sounded uncertain just now, so they didn't understand how this could help him contend with the enemies. Fixing his expression, Yang Kai shouted solemnly, "Time is running out. Whether I win this battle depends on all of you now." The moment he finished speaking, the figure dissipated. In the Tao Temple, the disciples exchanged shocked glances for a moment before all of a sudden, the same hot-headed disciple lifted his arms and shouted, "Tao Lord is unrivaled." He was so agitated that the veins on his neck throbbed. His unwavering attitude showed that he truly believed that the Tao Lord was unrivaled under the heavens. Then, he raised his arms and shouted again. Soon, the other disciples joined in. Several moments later, all the disciples of the Tao Temple were cheering for the Tao Lord. They even circulated their powers to spread their voices far and wide. Their fervor spread like wildfire. In the Void World, the people from all the cities, villages, and sects cheered for the Tao Lord, their voices reverberating out across the sky. Soon, all the people in the entire world were cheering for the Tao Lord at the same time. Words like, "Tao Lord is invincible, Tao Lord is almighty," and "Tao Lord is the most powerful," could be heard everywhere. All were united to boost the Tao Lord's morale. Just like the divine spirits in the primordial era and monster race in the early ancient era, the humans were the favorite of this era and the rulers of the universe. As such, the humans' power of destiny was the strongest. Presently, there were billions in Yang Kai's small universe, so when so many were united to cheer for the Tao Lord, a torrent of power of destiny flooded into the golden dragon phantom. Martial Peak, Chapter 5790, finally reaching the Ninth Order. Everywhere in the void world, regardless of how flourishing or rural it was, the humans of different ages, genders, and cultivation cheered for the Tao Lord at the top of their lungs with utmost sincerity. Streams of power of destiny with various degrees of strength flowed towards the phantom golden dragon from these billions of people. As Yang Kai looked internally, he could see countless threads of destiny connecting the golden dragon and the citizens of his small universe, forming a gigantic and dense web. The power of destiny from a small number of people was weak, but when billions of people cheered for him, their power of destiny could move the world. As a result, the dragon pressure intensified. The dragon phantom roared and swam through the air. Like snowflakes under the scorching sun, the boundary wall that engulfed Yang Kai's small universe started melting away. The three-self source reconstitution art was fully activated. The power of destiny from three different eras integrated with each other, with the humans' era being the most prominent. The shackles were shattered, and the small universe expanded. At the same time, Yang Kai's aura rose rapidly. The three pseudo-royal lords, who were contending with him, realized that something was off. Since they had joined forces, Yang Kai, a peak 8th Order master, was supposedly not a match for them. Considering the fact that he was unable to flee, it should have been a simple matter to kill him. However, the fact that he had persevered until now puzzled the three pseudo-royal lords. What was more, his aura was now rising sharply, as though he was about to achieve a breakthrough, an inconceivable occurrence. No one knew what Yang Kai had done that allowed him to be so resilient and unwavering. They speculated that it might have something to do with the fact that he had opened up his small universe and put an 8th Order master in a monster race great emperor, but they had no idea how that was possible. His already magnificent aura was still strengthening. A pseudo-royal lord exclaimed, "Kill him now." Something was definitely amiss. If they allowed Yang Kai's aura to continue to strengthen, he would probably break through and reach the Ninth Order, which would be a disaster. As far as the Black Ink clansmen knew, Yang Kai could never ascend to the Ninth Order in his lifetime, but he now showed signs of doing just that. The other two pseudo-royal lords needed no reminder as they used their most powerful moves. They madly channeled their strength in an attempt to end Yang Kai's life in that instant. Nevertheless, regardless of how hard they tried and how battered Yang Kai appeared, they were unable to end him. A divine dragon was already stronger than an average Ninth Order master or royal lord, so while Yang Kai focused on his small universe and only spent a bit of his energy fending off the enemies, it still wasn't easy to kill him. On the other side, Mo Nai was growing apprehensive as well. He knew that something must have gone terribly wrong. It seemed that Yang Kai was indeed about to make it to the Ninth Order, so he was anxious to race over and kill him once and for all. However, before getting rid of Yang Shui, he could never have a hand in the fight over there. Just as the Black Ink clan was growing anxious, Yang Kai's aura seemed to have broken through a limit and exploded. The imposing aura coming from him suggested that he was no longer an 8th Order master. In fact, it seemed that he was now even more powerful than an ordinary Ninth Order master. At that moment, Yang Kai, who was seemingly no match for the three pseudo-royal lords, suddenly opened his eyes, which shone as brightly as a pair of great suns. Although his entire figure was covered in blood, he was full of vigor and vitality. He swept a glance over the three pseudo-royal lords and growled, "Had fun beating me up? It's my turn now." The moment he finished speaking, he clenched the azure dragon spear and surged his Tao strengths. A splashing sound was heard all of a sudden, and the space-time river, which disappeared previously when his Tao strengths fell into turmoil, reappeared and swirled around the spear like a water dragon. He then thrust his spear out and stabbed it into the pseudo-royal lord nearest to him. The pseudo-royal lord was dumbstruck and hurriedly tried to retreat. However, the instant he made a move, the spear broke past the barriers of time and space and penetrated his figure. He fell into a dazed state as he felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down, realizing he had been hit. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he looked up with difficulty and stared at Yang Kai. How? He was a pseudo-royal lord, after all. Although he had just become one before entering the universe furnace, he was still a pseudo-royal lord. He had the power of a royal lord, and though he couldn't use all of it, he shouldn't be that different from a Ninth-Order master. Any other Ninth-Order master wouldn't have been able to kill him with such ease. They would have exchanged over 100 moves at the very least. However, he was gravely injured by Yang Kai with just one attack. The attack didn't look like anything special, but he had somehow fallen into a dazed state and failed to dodge it. Before his death, the pseudo-royal lord suddenly realized something. He couldn't help recalling the moment Yang Kai extended his spear earlier. Despite how ordinary the attack looked, the spear seemingly thrust out from a vague point in the past before piercing into him at a particular moment in the future. As such, he stood no chance of dodging it. The Tao of space-time. He finally figured out what happened. Too weak. Yang Kai snorted. Despite how battered he appeared, he still appeared extremely aggressive. As he wielded his spear, the pseudo-royal lord exploded into a blood mist, after which his ample black ink strength dissipated. Everyone suddenly fell silent in shock. Yang Kai managed to kill a pseudo-royal lord with only one attack, so how were the others in the Black Ink clan supposed to be a match for him? Although it had clearly something to do with the fact that the pseudo-royal lord was caught off guard, that did not diminish how powerful Yang Kai was. This kind of strength was beyond their comprehension. Mo Nai, who was contending with Yang Shui, turned pale and felt a crawling sensation on his scalp. There was no doubt that Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master. He broke through to the Ninth Order. How? How did this happen? How is it possible for him to even have the chance to make it to the Ninth Order? Mo Nai heard that Yang Kai had snatched a supreme-grade open heaven pill, so he was worried that the latter would refine it and reach the Ninth Order. As such, even though the Black Ink clan had gained the upper hand, and he had also prepared a trump card, he still waited patiently for that opportunity to take Yang Kai down. There was no denying that Xiang Shan was a formidable opponent, but in comparison, Yang Kai posed a bigger threat. Therefore, Mo Nai had to wait for Yang Kai to show up before taking action. Yang Kai indeed appeared at a later time, and he was still an Eighth Order master, which made Mo Nai breathe a sigh of relief. At the most critical moment, Yang Kai threw away the supreme-grade open heaven pill to divert the Chaos Spirit King's attention, but without that pill, how did he manage to reach the Ninth Order? Did it have something to do with him taking an Eighth Order Master and Monster Race Great Emperor into his small universe? Mo Nai was unable to figure out the answer. All the same, it was an irrefutable fact that Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order Master, otherwise, he couldn't have killed a pseudo-royal lord with one thrust of his spear. When Yang Kai was still an Eighth Order Master, he was already able to easily kill innate territory lords by using his soul secret technique, though he would also hurt himself during the process. Mo Nai was worried that things would only get worse if Yang Kai managed to make it to the Ninth Order, and now it seemed that his greatest fear had become reality. At that moment, he intended to flee, but how was he supposed to do that when he was engaged in a fight with Yang Shui? Ha ha ha. I told you we were going to win. Yang Shao, who was part of the humans' defense line, guffawed while Blood Crow, who was fighting alongside him, was speechless. Earlier, Yang Kai opened up his small universe and put Fang Tianxia in Thunder Shadow, Yang Xiao had already made such a bold claim. At that time, Blood Crow dismissed it. The humans were in a perilous situation as the two Ninth Order masters were tangled up in fights, and the defense line was on the brink of coming apart. The humans were bound to collapse at any moment. No one could have expected that barely an hour later, things would take such a drastic turn. Since Yang Kai was now a Ninth Order master, the Black Ink clan had lost their advantage. Presently, the humans had gained the upper hand instead. Just like Emo Nai, Blood Crow was puzzled as to how Yang Kai ascended to the Ninth Order. Even if he had refined a supreme-grade open heaven pill, he couldn't have achieved an ascension so quickly. Moreover, he had already lost that spirit pill. However, it was just like what Yang Xiao had said. His adoptive father could always create miracles in the most despairing situations and turn the tides of fortune around. Perhaps that was why the people who had fought alongside him before had blind trust and admiration for him. In fact, Blood Crow was one of those people. Back then, he was a terrible fellow, he still couldn't be considered a good one now. Nevertheless, after going through bloody battles and witnessing how much the humans were willing to sacrifice for the greater good, Blood Crow, who was also a human, sincerely hoped that the Black Ink clan would be destroyed once and for all one day. Good, good, good. Kill them all. Yang Lai became energetic in an instant. When he saw that Yang Kai was in danger earlier, he was anxious, but now, he could be at ease. Nonetheless, he was doubtful as well. He knew that Yang Kai had made use of the three self-source reconstitution art to ascend to the Ninth Order, but the latter seemed to have a greater heritage than him. As a new Ninth Order master, Yang Kai's attack earlier was surprisingly powerful. After giving it some thought, Yang Lai realized it wasn't so shocking. Yang Kai had said that after he used the three self-source reconstitution art, his three selves would unite. In that case, Feng Tianxi's small universe would merge with Yang Kai's. In other words, Yang Kai's small universe didn't only have his own heritage but also Feng Tianxi's heritage, which helped save him a lot of cultivation time. Therefore, it was only natural that he was more powerful than the average newly ascended Ninth Order master. After Yang Kai killed a pseudo-royal lord with just one attack, everyone was shocked. When the other two pseudo-royal lords saw how ferocious Yang Kai was, they naturally wouldn't dare to fight him head-on. They quickly retreated together as they stared warily at Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai only shot them a glance but didn't pursue them. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but rather that since he was a new Ninth Order master, his small universe was still a bit unstable. He had fully surged his power to kill the pseudo-royal lord a moment ago to intimidate the others so that they would back off. At this moment, the boundary wall in his small universe had been shattered and it was still expanding rapidly. Besides that, Feng Tianxi's small universe was also assimilating into his, which brought with it a lot of pure world force. Since Feng Tianxi was his human self, his power could perfectly blend into Yang Kai's small universe without any contamination concerns. Even Thunder Shadow's monster core, which he had nurtured all his life, was melting and turning into a very pure power, which was then assimilated into Yang Kai's small universe and helped strengthen his heritage. Martial Peak, Chapter 5791, Plotting. Yang Kai's many years of cultivation were a path with bumps and thorns. Moments ago, his martial Tao had come to a standstill, but now that he had finally reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, he couldn't help but sigh with a multitude of emotions. With the expansion of his small universe, his heritage strength, which was already powerful, grew at a steady pace. Nevertheless, there was still a limit to this kind of growth, and soon after, his small universe calmed down and stabilized at a new peak. Taking advantage of Yang Kai's momentary distraction, the two pseudo-royal lords had already fled back to the Black Ink clan. The sudden death of their companion had left them terrified, so how could they have the courage to remain behind to face Yang Kai? At this moment, it was only natural for them to run to a place with more allies to seek a sense of security. The Black Ink clan side had some 10 pseudo-royal lords and a large number of territory lords, so even if Yang Kai had reached the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm and decided to pursue them, they might still be able to put up a fight. In any case, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of killing his way over. Instead, he simply stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. The next moment, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than Lin Wu, who had ambushed him and caused the 8 trigrams formation to break apart previously. He had been staying nearby, probably looking for an opportunity to sneak attack Yang Kai again, but everything happened too fast. Yang Kai somehow advanced the Ninth Order and killed a pseudo-royal lord with a single thrust of his spear, so Lin Wu basically had no suitable opportunity to make his move. Furthermore, he was only a newly promoted 8th Order Master, so even if he really attacked, he might not be able to play any role in such a battle. Lin Wu instinctively tried to resist after being captured by Yang Kai, but bound by space principles, he was unable to move a finger. The next moment, a dazzling pure white light enveloped Lin Wu. He instantly started screaming miserably as black ink strength was purged from his body completely. After finishing this, Yang Kai let go of him. Guilt instantly blanketed Lin Wu as he stuttered, "Senior brother Yang, Yang Kai interrupted him, "You don't need to explain, killing the enemy is what you should do now." Lin Wu grit his teeth before nodding, "Yes." He then looked around for a moment before turning around and flying off towards Tian Xiaozhu and the others. At this time, the huge battlefield was divided into 4 battlefronts. The first battlefront was naturally Yang Shui versus Mo Naiyi. The second battlefront was fought between the Black Ink clan masters and the besieged the human race masters. The third battlefront was fought between Ouyang Lai and Xiao Yu and his 8 territory lord allies, and the last battlefront involved Tian Xiaozhu leading the 5 elements formation confronting the pseudo-royal lord, Meng Quebec. Previously, Tian Xiaozhu, who was leading his battle formation, sent Lin Wu and Zhan Tianhe to assist Yang Kai in maintaining the 8 trigrams formation, but because of this, they were stranded outside the main battlefield and unable to return to their own side. Ultimately, they had no choice but to enter a battle with Meng Quebec. Lin Wu checked the 4 battlefronts. Obviously, he could not intervene in the battle between a Ninth Order Master and a Royal Lord, nor could he break through the defensive line of the Black Ink clan who were besieging the humans. The only fight he could join was the one Tian Xiaozhu was leading. Perhaps after joining Tian Xiaozhu and the others, they could form a 6 paths formation and repel the enemy. Originally, there was another battlefield where Yang Kai was fighting against 3 pseudo-royal lords alone. However, after the death of one of the 3 pseudo-royal lords, the rest had fled, leaving Yang Kai completely free. After Lin Wu left, Yang Kai flew in another direction with his spacetime river flowing over his spear. Suddenly, Mo Naiyi's thoughts fell into complete disarray, and why not? After all, Yang Kai was coming straight for him. At first, he was able to fight evenly with Yang Shui. Although he was at a slight disadvantage because of his injuries, it did not bring him that much harm. In this battle, they were basically mutually restraining each other, so he could neither kill Yang Shui, nor could she kill him. But if Yang Kai joined in, he would definitely not be able to survive in the face of Yang Kai's treacherous methods. In the blink of an eye, Mo Naiyi shouted, "Kill all the humans at all costs, or it will be too late." After he gave the order, the Black Ink clan's offense immediately became fiercer. Originally, the humans on the other side of the battlefield were no match for the Black Ink clan, be it in quality or quantity, so things were not looking good for them. The main reason they were able to hold on until now was because of the protection of many warships and superior battle formations. But at this point in the battle, most warships had been destroyed, so now, the humans were only holding their ground thanks to the joint efforts of the 8th Order Masters and the Black Ink clan's fear of death, but they could not last long. Once the defensive line was broken, the Black Ink clan, under the leadership of the many pseudo-royal lords, would definitely massacre the human masters, causing tremendous casualties. Previously, the Black Ink clan had been acting cautiously against the humans, but after Mo Na-yi had given the order, they no longer had any scruples and were willing to pay any price to kill the enemy. Yang Kai, who was heading straight towards Mo Na-yi, momentarily stopped before continuing with his original intention. At the same time, he thrust his spear out at Mo Na-yi before he even arrived while shouting in a cold voice, "Clever." Mo Na-yi, who was still entangled with Yang Shui, had a drastic change in his expression. Clearly, Yang Kai had thrust his spear from quite a distance, but he had a feeling that he would not be able to block it even from afar. The oncoming spear gave the feeling as if it was thrust from right in front of him. Mo Na-yi's figure shook as his black ink strength gushed out. While he was pulling back, he saw the tip of the spear rapidly expanding in his eyes, quickly filling his vision. Unable to defend and unable to dodge, Mo Na-yi let out an indignant roar before gathering all his energy in his palm and smacking it towards the oncoming spear with all his might. As the spear and palm met, a powerful shockwave spread across the void. In the wake of the clash, as Mo Na-yi was sent flying, 3 sword lights shot towards him at an incredible speed. These attacks were launched by none other than Yang Shui. Mo Na-yi had clearly noticed these 3 sword strikes coming at him, and had Yang Shui been acting alone, he would have had no problem dealing with them, but Yang Kai was also attacking him at the same time, so how could he have any extra strength to spare? These 3 sword strikes seemed to contain the mysteries of the Grand Tao of Time, as Mo Na-yi clearly saw Yang Shui swing her sword, but was already struck by the attack before she completed the motion. Immediately after, pitch-black blood sprayed out of 3 gaping wounds on his body. Mo Na-yi somehow withstood this fearsome attack and barely managed to stabilize himself, but the clash had left him in a sorry state. Meanwhile, Yang Kai was still slowly making his way towards Mo Na-yi from far away. He was walking at such leisure that it looked like he was taking a stroll in his own courtyard. The long spear in his hand was also slightly flickering, leaving spear shadows behind. Yang Kai then calmly stated, "Shui, go help the others, I'll deal with this guy." Holding her sword, Yang Shui looked at Mo Na-yi with some unwillingness before finally nodding, "Big brother, be careful." Saying so, she transformed into a streak of light as she flew towards the main battlefield. Although she wanted to stay behind and kill Mo Na-yi together with her big brother, the human defensive line was on the verge of collapse. She was the only one who could help stabilize their position now. This was also the reason why Mo Na-yi had ordered the Black Ink clan troops to slaughter the humans at all costs. He knew that he was definitely not an opponent of 2 Ninth Order masters, especially when one of them was Yang Kai. If he didn't find a way to restrain one of them, he would certainly die. The best option he could use was the humans' defensive line. Although he had successfully removed Yang Shui, Mo Na-yi still did not have much confidence. His sharp intuition told him that today would definitely be disastrous. Since he was targeted by Yang Kai, he would definitely die. For many years, he had been a pseudo-royal lord while Yang Kai was only an 8th Order master. Although he was clearly stronger, Mo Na-yi never acted to confront Yang Kai because he knew that without a thorough plan, he would never be able to kill someone so good at escaping. Once he provoked Yang Kai, it would definitely cause a lot of trouble, so he had been tolerating Yang Kai's rudeness so far. It was only after he had become a royal lord in the universe furnace world that he finally gained the confidence to scheme for Yang Kai's life. Everything was going according to plan, but then Yang Kai's sudden breakthrough to the Ninth Order messed everything up. Even now, he still could not understand how Yang Kai managed to break through to the Ninth Order open heaven realm right under their noses. Mo Na-yi was certain that the information he had obtained from the Black Ink disciples was not wrong. Yang Kai should have had no chance of reaching the Ninth Order open heaven realm in his life. The peak of the 8th order had to be his limit. Furthermore, Yang Kai had yet to refine a supreme-grade open heaven pill, so how could he have advanced? Mo Na Yi could not understand it at all, but in any case, Yang Kai was already in the 9th order. Now, a life-and-death battle was definitely going to be fought between them. In the void, Yang Kai was still walking towards Mo Na Yi at a leisurely pace, but every time he took a step, Mo Na Yi's heart would jump to his throat. Distance was basically meaningless to a master proficient in the Tao of space, so Mo Na Yi had to be on guard against Yang Kai as the latter could attack at a moment's notice. Mo Na Yi, you seem a bit nervous. Yang Kai suddenly chuckled. Mo Na Yi's heart tightened as he replied in a shaky voice, no one can remain calm and indifferent when facing someone like Brother Yang. Yang Kai gently nodded, you used to call me Yang Kai, but now that I've advanced to the 9th order open heaven realm, you're addressing me as Brother Yang. But even if you speak with me in such a friendly manner, I won't let you off. Among everyone in the Black Ink clan, I am most wary of you. You seem to be a bit different from the others of your kind. Mo Na Yi's brow slightly rose, I am honored to receive such praise from you, Brother Yang. In fact, the Black Ink clan has many talented members, it's just that Brother Yang's vision is too high, so you seem to not have noticed them. Perhaps, Yang Kai noncommittally replied, as an old rival of many years, I'll give you a chance to leave behind your last words. If you have anything you want to say it quickly. Mo Na Yi couldn't help but break into laughter, does Brother Yang really want to fight me to the death? Why don't you and I withdraw and meet again on the battlefield some other day? In fact, if we continue fighting like this, it won't end well for either of us. Although your sister has already gone to support them, how many people can she protect by herself? My Black Ink clan has many pseudo-royal lords here. You make a good point. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Mo Na Yi's expression suddenly changed as he threw a powerful punch forward, releasing a blast of black ink strength before him. Meanwhile, Yang Kai, who had been strolling in the distance, suddenly appeared right in front of him and thrust out his spear. The space-time river was continuously swirling around his spear as Tao strengths converged and transformed, displaying endless mysteries. He was just talking about stopping the fight, but now he suddenly became violent. Of course, Yang Kai was going to go all out when confronting the enemy. That's why I need to kill you as soon as possible. Yang Kai's next words were accompanied by a powerful attack. Mo Na Yi clenched his teeth and did not say a word. He had been on guard against Yang Kai all this time as he knew that he could not move the latter with words alone. So, when Yang Kai suddenly attacked, he immediately reacted. Yang Kai's figure kept moving along with his spear as Tao's strengths fiercely fluctuated with every attack. On the other side, black ink strength surged around Mo Na Yi. The two of them had completely given up on using any divine abilities or secret techniques. They were attacking only based on their subtle sense of danger and their grasp of the situation. For a time, the two were locked in a heated battle, shattering the void every time they clashed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5792, Cut off the enemy's retreat and destroy them. Ever since the Black Ink clan invaded the 3,000 worlds and started occupying various great territories, Ninth Order masters and royal lords had not fought each other, until today. The devastating battle in the barren territory robbed both sides of almost all of their top masters. The Black Ink clan was left with only one royal lord, Mou, who was guarding the no-return pass, while the human race's situation was slightly better, having a total of 2 Ninth Order masters, Xiaofan and Wuxia. But, as they needed to contain the Black Ink giant spirit god, these 2 Ninth Order masters were unable to participate in other matters. So, naturally, the top powerhouses of both sides never met, much less fought. The older generation's cultivators were slightly better off as they had witnessed battles of that level before, but how could the younger generation of humans have had the opportunity to witness such a sight? Throughout their growth, the Ninth Order Masters were akin to legendary figures. But today, on this battlefield, battles between Royal Lords and Ninth Order Masters occurred for the first time after the Barrier Territory War. First, a battle between Ouyang Lai and Xiaoyu broke out, then between Yang Shui and Mo Nayi, and now, Yang Kai took Yang Shui's place and fought with Mo Nayi. The fallout of their battle seemed to shake the entire world. Only now did the younger humans finally get to witness and experience the true might of a Ninth Order Master. Furthermore, the strength displayed by Yang Kai was obviously much more devastating than Yang Shui's. He completely suppressed Mo Nayi the moment they clashed. His azure dragon spear moved back and forth with the space-time river swirling around it, making use of 10,000 different Dao strengths. All kinds of unfathomable methods appeared one after another, causing even a royal lord like Mo Nayi to be unable to resist. The morale of the humans immediately soared. The moment of crisis for the human race had already passed with a Ninth Order Master like Yang Shui personally coming to their aid. Although it was still difficult for them to turn the tide, the situation on the defensive line would not worsen at the very least. With Xiaofan and many other veteran Eighth Order Masters taking command, it would not be easy for the Black Ink clan to break through their defensive line anymore. After seeing this, Ouyang Lai quickly calmed down and stabilized his state of mind. He was fighting Xiaoyu and 8 territory lords all this while. He had not suffered any major losses, but neither had he occupied any significant advantages. This was mainly because he was having a real hard time focusing on his battle with the dire state of the humans around him and all kinds of unforeseen events popping up. Now that he had calmed down, Ouyang Lai saw a way to defeat his enemy. He kept only as much focus on dealing with Xiaoyu as necessary while he diverted most of his strength attacking the 8 territory lords who were arranged into 2 battle formations. So long as he could take out these territory lords, killing them one by one, Xiaoyu alone would not be his opponent. After all, Xiaoyu had suffered serious injuries at the hands of Yang Shui before, which made it difficult for him to display his full strength. The battle on various battlefronts instantly grew even more heated than ever. Suddenly, a laugh originated from somewhere in the void, carrying a hint of surprise and relief. It was Mo Nayi. No one knew why he laughed, as he was clearly in a tight spot. He could lose his life at any moment under Yang Kai's relentless and powerful attacks, but he was still able to laugh. Across from him, Yang Kai, who was relentlessly attacking, coldly rebuked, "What's so funny? Be careful or you might lose your teeth." Mo Nayi, while defending himself, slowly shook his head. "Brother Yang, you're very strong, but you're weaker than I expected." These words sounded somewhat contradictory, but they were indeed true. When Yang Kai had broken past the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm's shackles, advancing to the 9th Order, Mo Nayi thought he was dead for sure. If he was facing any other 9th Order Master, Mo Nayi was confident that even if he could not defeat them, he could at least escape, but against someone like Yang Kai who was proficient in the Tao of space, he thought that only death awaited him if he could not win outright in battle. So, when he saw Yang Kai advance to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm and kill a pseudo-royal lord with a single thrust of his spear, Mo Nayi resigned himself to death already. But after a brief exchange with Yang Kai, he was surprised to discover that Yang Kai was not as powerful as he had imagined. It had to be known that when Yang Kai was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, he could kill territory lords and innate territory lords like he was slaughtering chickens and dogs. Up against him, the acquired territory lords and innate territory lords could not put up a fight, and were often slaughtered before they even saw his face. When he was in the 7th Order, Yang Kai was rumored to be capable of butchering feudal lords in just the same way. So, in Mo Nayi's estimations, once Yang Kai advanced to the 9th Order Open Heaven Realm, no royal lord would be able to survive against him. He had always regarded Yang Kai as the greatest threat to the Black Ink clan. If he had to choose between killing Xiaofan or Yang Kai, he would pick Yang Kai without hesitation. He had devised many arrangements and had been waiting for Yang Kai to appear all this time just for that purpose. But all his schemes had come to naught as Yang Kai still broke through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. During this exchange, Yang Kai's momentum was still unstoppable and his attacks were devastating to the point that Mo Na-yi was unable to even lift his head, but this kind of Yang Kai was still within the realm of what seemed normal. He was not strong to the point of absurdity. It had to be known that Mo Na-yi's current state was quite bad. He was already injured even before arriving here, and then he still fought Yang Kai in an 8 trigrams battle formation for a long time, which added more wounds to his body. After that, he even fought with Yang Shui. The current Mo Na-yi was nowhere near his peak. Yet, Yang Kai was unable to quickly finish him off, which painted a clear picture. That was why Mo Na-yi laughed, not because he thought that he could escape from this crisis, but because even if Yang Kai had advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, there were still members in the Black Ink clan who could go against him. At the very least, a veteran royal lord like Mou was definitely not inferior to the current Yang Kai. If the two fought right here and now, it would probably end in a draw. Of course, Mo Na-yi knew that Yang Kai was also not in peak condition, but so what? In the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, Yang Kai's strength was not currently beyond his understanding, and that was more than enough. Yang Kai roughly knew what his opponent was laughing about, but he was also helpless in this matter. Since even Mo Na-yi had suffered heavy injuries and his strength had taken a hit, how could he remain unscathed? At this moment, Yang Kai had just advanced to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm and was not in great shape. Not to mention, he was injured in the previous battle and also suffered serious injuries when Lin Wu's sneak attack landed. Although he had recovered to about 80% of his peak thanks to the profound power of the space-time river, it was still not a complete recovery. Furthermore, his human self Feng Tian Ci and monster self Thunder Shadow's injuries were far more severe than his own. The fusion of his 3 selves in his small universe was imperfect. Although the union of 3 selves had allowed Yang Kai to break through his shackles, his gains had been very limited. Had his divine spirit self, human self, and monster self all been in top condition, Yang Kai would have definitely been stronger and could have easily killed Mo Na-yi. Be that as it may, his hands were tied at that moment. Luckily, Yang Kai was able to lure the Chaos Spirit King away thanks to the Supreme Grade Open Heaven Pill. He had executed the 3-self source reconstitution art in haste and did not have much time to consider other things. He had no choice but to rely on this method to help the humans here escape their current crisis. In any case, both Yang Kai and Mo Na-yi were not in their best condition. As such, the intensity of their battle had greatly reduced. A fierce struggle ensued. Yang Kai quickly glanced over at the humans' defensive line and found that even with Yang Shui's help, it was still difficult for them to gain the upper hand. He could do nothing about this though, as the pseudo-royal lords and territory lords far outnumbered the Eighth Order masters. Furthermore, after receiving Mo Na-yi's order, the Black Ink clan were attacking without any care for their own casualties and were using all means possible to break through the defensive line. Territory lords and Eighth Order masters were dying frequently as Black Ink's strength exploded, world force dispersed, and small universes shattered. Everyone knew that in today's battle, the outcome of any battlefront would affect the overall situation. As long as one side won any battlefront, they would win the entire war. Yang Kai knew that he could not delay any longer. He was still confident that he could kill Mo Na-yi, and judging by the current situation, Mo Na-yi would definitely die under his spear within half an hour. But half an hour was too large a variable, as the humans' defensive line might be breached at any time. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai made his decision. As Yang Kai thrust the Azure Dragon Spear, the opposing Mo Na-yi promptly pulled back, wanting to avoid the blow. However, he didn't expect that this spear was just a feint. The space-time river that had been swirling around it suddenly flew out like a water dragon and expanded with a loud splash, transforming into an enormous river that gushed through the void. Mo Na Ye's expression immediately changed at the sight of the enormous river crashing towards him. He had suffered many losses because of the space-time river previously. At that time, Yang Kai, who was leading an 8 trigrams battle formation, had used the space-time river as a whip. When Mo Na Ye was struck by the space-time river, the various Tao strengths had thrown his mind into a disarray, rendering him stunned. So, when he saw Yang Kai use the strange river once more, he naturally became vigilant. His figure flickering as he tried to escape in between the gaps. Seal! Yang Kai shouted as the overflowing river suddenly connected end to end, taking a circular shape. The next moment, the turbulent river water started spreading outward, filling the entire void. Mo Na Ye had never expected for the river to transform like this and was struck by a wave, which immediately destabilized him. By then, Yang Kai had already arrived, hurling his spear at him and shouting, "Die!" The spear attack felt as if it was piercing through space and time. It was emanating fearsome murderous intent and was extremely powerful. Mo Na Ye definitely could not take it in his current condition. If he really got impaled by this spear, he would be dead or not that far from it. In a hurry, his figure suddenly sank, plunging into the enormous river. Yang Kai's spear missed Mo Na Ye and pierced the empty void, but he did not stop even for a moment and also plunged into the river in a flash. From the start, Yang Kai wanted to force Mo Na Ye into the space-time river. He had used this method to kill some territory lords before, but this was the first time he had forced a royal lord into the space-time river. The space-time river was the manifestation of his Tao strengths and took his space and time Tao strengths as its foundation. 10,000 Tao strengths fused and clashed with each other in the space-time river. Although Yang Kai had an absolute geographical advantage when fighting in the space-time river, once the battle became too intense, it would definitely impact his own Tao strengths. This was no different than trapping a thief in one's own house and throwing him against the walls. Although it was possible to borrow the terrain to one's advantage, it could also possibly wreck their house. It was still alright if it was just a territory lord, as their strength was not enough to shake the foundation of the space-time river, but a true royal lord was another matter. As such, Yang Kai was putting himself at a huge risk, but this was the only way to kill Mo Na Ye in the shortest time possible. Yang Kai really could not worry too much about it if he wanted to win. Martial Peak, Chapter 5793, Even an old dog has a few teeth left. Yang Kai was dead set on killing Mo Na Ye, his murderous intent soaring to a whole new height. When the space-time river sealed off the void, it forced Mo Na Ye inside, whereupon Yang Kai rushed after him. In an instant, the space-time river that had formed a large sphere became extremely turbulent. Waves rose and fell, spewing Tao strength and black ink strength randomly. With the space-time river isolating everything, no one could see the battle, but they could clearly tell how dangerous it was from the upheaval in the space-time river. The black ink clansmen's hearts all jumped to their throats. If Mo Na Ye was defeated and died here, the black ink clan would not be able to survive much longer. After all, they would have to face the infamous Killing Star. With his means and brutality, he would not stop until he killed all of the black ink clansmen here. All of them were now thinking how they could get out of this situation. Perhaps the pseudo-royal lords could rush into the river to help Mo Na Ye, but at this moment, the pseudo-royal lords were unable to move about freely as they were tied up with their respective opponents. This was especially true for the pseudo-royal lords who were fighting against Yang Shui. Once they withdrew, she would definitely launch a fierce counterattack, which would result in far greater casualties. And once the Black Ink clan their advantage, they would no longer be able to turn the tide. More importantly, even if they really went to help, no one could say for sure how useful they would be. After all, Yang Kai's spacetime river was too mysterious. Somewhere in the void, Tian Xiaozhu and several other Eighth-Order Masters formed a six-paths formation to pin down Meng Quebec. This was the steadiest battlefront of them all, as both sides were quite lacking in comparison to other fights both in number and strength. On top of that, the Eighth-Order Masters as well as Meng Ke were heavily injured. Although the Eighth-Order Masters were barely able to maintain their battle formation, it was still a little difficult for them to display its full power. It could not be helped, as two of the Eighth-Order Masters in it had originally withdrawn from the 8 trigrams formation because they could not withstand the pressure due to their wounds. They had been fighting Mo Nai with Yang Kai and were completely exhausted already. The only reason they were still able to fight was because they refused to back down. It was a shocking display of pure grit and willpower. After this battle, these two Eighth-Order Masters' foundations would definitely be severely damaged regardless of whether they won or lost. Thus, Tian Xiaozhu and the others only managed to gain a slight upper hand against a heavily injured pseudo-royal lord like Meng Ke, and were unable to kill him. Amidst the heated battle, Meng Ke angrily shouted, "Old dog, I've had it with you." He was furious. Usually, even if a group of old, weak, and injured people like them assumed a six-paths formation, they would not be able to do anything to him, but he too was not in a good condition, allowing him to be suppressed by the enemy. If this continued, he would quite likely die. 2 pseudo-royal lords had already perished in this battle, both of them at Yang Kai's hands. One of them was killed by Yang Kai's sneak attack, while the other was killed after Yang Kai broke through to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. Be that as it may, if a pseudo-royal lord like him was really to die at the hands of ordinary Eighth-Order Masters, it would be too embarrassing. He was the 3rd pseudo-royal lord born in the Black Ink clan. If not for the unlucky timing, he would have become famous throughout the 3,000 worlds, standing on equal footing with Mo Nai. For someone like Meng Ke, even if he died, he wanted to die at the hands of famous figures like Yang Kai or Xiaofan. He would never allow himself to die at the hands of these nameless ants. Meng Ke's attacks became fiercer, fueled by his anger. He knew that his end was nigh, as such, he did not care about his own safety. "Old dog?" Right across from him, Tian Xiaozhu, who was covered in blood, had his expression become fierce as he roared, "Today, I'll let you know that this old dog still has a few teeth left." Facing Meng Ke's powerful counterattack, not only did he not retreat, he instead charged straight at him, leading the battle formation, seemingly intent on perishing together with his enemy. The other Eighth-Order Masters, including Lin Wu who had joined last, followed after him without any hesitation. Under the violent collision, the already unstable six-paths formation nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Tian Xiaozhu quickly adjusted everyone's aura, ensuring its continuous operation. However, this clash further worsened everyone's injuries, with the 2 most severely injured Eighth-Order Masters nearly fainting. It wasn't like Meng Ke didn't suffer from this desperate attack though, as his aura suddenly waned and Black Ink strength spurted uncontrollably from his wounds. Looking at the fearless Eighth-Order human masters and the human he had called Old Dog, Meng Ke could not help feeling some admiration. The human race is indeed incredible. Adjusting his chaotic aura and state of mind, he suddenly burst into laughter and pointed his halberd at Tian Xiaozhu. "What a sharp-tongued old dog. Come, let's see who dies here today, you or I. I, Meng Ke, am just unlucky. I am not inferior to you, Mo Nai. Even if I die, I will still shine brilliantly in the end." As soon as he finished speaking, his aura soared as he charged straight at the six-paths formation. How could Tian Xiaozhu and the others back down when challenged so openly? They quickly adjusted the battle formation before rushing forward to meet Meng Quebec. Both sides clashed a few more times, without even the slightest sign of retreating. Meng Ke was nearly demented in his onslaught as his body bordered on collapse. The Eighth Order Masters led by Tian Xiaozhu did not fare any better. Their battle formation was unstable, and all of them had suffered critical wounds. All were hovering between life and death. The next clash would decide the victor and loser, who would live and who would die. Tian Xiaozhu shouted loudly, "This Tian is lucky to have fought with you all today. If there is a next life, I hope that we will fight shoulder to shoulder once more to kill the enemy. Kill, kill, kill." Everyone's eyes turned red. Although their auras were unstable and figures unsteady, their murderous intent shot through the sky. After forcefully adjusting everyone's chaotic aura and stabilizing himself, Tian Xiaozhu let out a long sigh before shouting, "Kill." The Six Paths formation left a streak of light as it charged straight towards Meng Quebec. A grim and dignified look appeared on Meng K's face as he glanced towards the spacetime river, coldly snorting in his heart, "Whether you see it or not, I, Meng K, will not disappoint the title of Black Ink Clan Pseudo-Royal Lord. Kill." As he shouted, Meng K surged his black ink strength as he smashed into the Six Paths formation. In this stretch of the void, where violent shockwaves appeared everywhere, the collision between 6 Eighth Order Masters and 1 Pseudo-Royal Lord was far from spectacular, but it was the last glimmering of both sides who were willing to lay down their lives for their convictions. When the two streaks of light, one bright and one dark, crashed into each other, the entire world seemed to have frozen for a moment before 7 figures were sent flying in different directions. Immediately after, small universes collapsed and world force dissipated as someone's vitality began to wane. Of the 6 Eighth Order Masters who formed the Six Paths formation, 3 of them died on the spot. Meng K's vitality had also become dismal and his strength started to dissipate. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. Furthermore, there were no allies around him on this battlefront who could save him. As he lay there dying, he could not help but glance over at the spacetime river and mock himself silently. He was the 3rd Pseudo-Royal Lord to be created, but he had never imagined that he would become the 3rd Pseudo-Royal Lord to die today. It was truly ironic. When humans die in battle, their names are engraved on the monument of heroes for future generations to remember their sacrifices, but what about the Black Ink Clan? What do we gain from sacrificing our lives? The spacetime river was still full of upheavals, naturally due to the clash between 2 top masters. Every time a wave rose, everyone could hear a faint dragon roar. Suddenly, a fearsome blast of energy blew up a part of the spacetime river off, opening a hole in the already unstable flow. Immediately after, a figure in a wretched condition leapt out of that hole. Surprisingly, it was Mo Nai. At this moment, Mo Nai was in an extremely sorry state. There was a huge gaping hole that went from the front of his chest to the back. The black ink strength in his body was surging and fear was written on his face. Yang Kai had gone mad and resorted to every means possible to kill him as quickly as possible. Mo Nai was simply no match for Yang Kai in the spacetime river. All Yang Kai needed to do was fight steadily while controlling his spacetime river and Mo Nai would certainly have perished. However, Yang Kai didn't choose this route. After gaining a bit of upper hand, he directly summoned his dragon bead. Yang Kai was no longer a 99,999-meter-long ancient dragon. After his 3 selves merged, and his source had fused with them, he immediately became a divine dragon. With the strengthening of his dragon vein, Yang Kai's dragon bead received a significant boost in power. Using their dragon bead to launch an attack was the final trump of a dragon clansman, one they would not resort to unless it was absolutely necessary. Yang Kai had once used this method in the past to great effect each time. He was currently many times stronger than before, so how could the heavily injured Mo Nai resist the dragon bead's attack? The hole in his chest was the result, and this injury was more than enough to push Mo Nai half into the grave. However, the dragon bead's fearsome attack also allowed Mo Na to escape. The battle between the two top masters had already made the spacetime river unstable, and the flow of Dao strengths inside chaotic. The dragon bead's attack had not only severely injured Mo Na, but it also blew open a hole in the spacetime river. Yang Kai had already expected this, but he had no choice but to do it. Only such an attack could quickly kill Mo Na. When Mo Na escaped, Yang Kai followed close behind, but the turbulence in the spacetime river caused his Dao strengths to become unstable, making it difficult for him to gather his strength. As such, he had no choice but to stabilize his Dao strengths first. Right then, an indignant roar suddenly reverberated across the void. Mo Na, this old master won't submit to you, I'll never bow to someone like you. It was Meng Ke, who was also just a moment away from dying. Why is it that you have always been in charge of the Black Ink clan? Why is it that the Sir Royal Lord never gave me a chance? Why must I hide in the no-return pass all this time just because you became the pseudo-royal lord before me? If I, Meng Ke, could wield greater authority, I would not have been any worse than you. With this roar, Meng Ke used all his remaining strength to rush towards Mo Na. No one knew what he wanted to do, and even Mo Na was stunned for a moment before a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Others might not have any idea what Meng Ke was about to do, but he did. Mo Na never thought that in the critical moment between life and death, it would be Meng Ke, whom he had always looked down upon, who would come to his aid. Martial Peak, Chapter 5794, What's Going On? Meng Ke was on the verge of death, his entire body was covered in wounds and his vitality was fading. Even if no one did anything to him, he would not last more than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. And naturally, Mo Na could also see this. Perhaps it was because he was about to die that he was making such a surprising move. On the other hand, although Tian Xiaozhu and the others did not know what Meng Ke was planning to do, his actions were definitely far from normal. While Tian Xiaozhu and the others may have been oblivious, they still wanted to stop Meng Ke, but how could they do anything about it when they could not even gather their strength? 3 of their members had perished in the last exchange, and the 3 who were still alive were hanging by a breath. They had no choice but to helplessly watch Meng Ke approach Mo Na, shining brilliantly like the last radiance of a setting sun. He looked like he wanted to kill Mo Na immediately. And coupled with Meng Ke's furious roars, they all thought that there was some kind of irreconcilable grudge between these two, otherwise, why would Meng Ke still be so indignant even on the verge of death? In a flash, Meng Ke arrived before Mo Na and their eyes met. Mo Na's eyes happened to be filled with bitterness, while Meng Ke's eyes were shining brilliantly like raging fire, fueled by his last remaining life force. The next moment, Meng Ke's body quivered as he gathered all his strength and his black ink strength madly surged out. The richness and purity of that black ink strength had far exceeded the norm. In the blink of an eye, an enormous black ink cloud appeared in the place where Meng Ke once was and wrapped itself around Mo Na before pouring into his body through his nose, mouth, and wounds like a living creature. Subsequently, Mo Na's fading aura began to recover at a rate visible to the naked eye. Even the hole in his chest began to slowly close up. Correspondingly, Meng Ke's aura and vitality rapidly dwindled. Damn it! Tian Xiaozhu cursed through his teeth. After seeing this, how could he not tell that Meng Ke was not trying to harm Mo Na, but was instead trying to heal him? Although he had no idea what kind of profound secret technique Meng Ke had used, it was an undeniable fact that Mo Na was recovering. Never had this secret technique appeared before, nor had the humans ever seen it, so no one had been on guard against Meng Ke's actions before his death. Furthermore, no one had any strength to stop him either. After sparing no effort, Yang Kai finally critically wounded Emo Nai, but if the latter were to recover, all previous efforts would go down the drain. Tian Xiao Zhu grit his teeth and gathered his strength, wanting to stop Meng Ke. However, as soon as he circulated his strength, his face turned pale and his mind went blank. The previous battle had exhausted all his small universe's strength, so now when he forcefully tried mustering it, his small universe immediately became unstable. At this moment, Tian Xiao Zhu no longer had any strength left to fight, and the other two Eighth-Order Masters were in even more precarious states. After all, the foundation of a veteran Eighth-Order Master like Tian Xiao Zhu was still sturdier than that of the new generation Eighth-Order Masters. Meanwhile, Yang Kai too wanted to stop it after seeing this, but he too was powerless to do anything. His Dao strengths was left in extreme disarray after his dragon bead attack had blown open a hole in the spacetime river. As such, he needed to quickly stabilize it. A short while later, the black ink cloud around Emo Nai finally disappeared, but Meng Ke's figure was nowhere to be seen. It was as if this pseudo-royal lord had poured all of his energy into Emo Nai's body before his death, helping him heal and recover. Emo Nai had indeed recovered a little and many of his wounds had healed, but it was far from enough. Emo Nai was a royal lord now, so the more serious his injuries were, the harder it was for him to recover. The infusion of a dying pseudo-royal lord's essence could do nothing about it. If he wanted to recover completely, he would need the infusion of the source of all the pseudo-royal lords present here. But this type of infusion could only be used voluntarily, and why would these pseudo-royal lords voluntarily kill themselves? Meng Ke's act of coming to his aid at the last moment already came as a surprise to Emo Nai. After all, they had never been on good terms. For that reason, Meng Ke's last words seemed to echo so loudly in his ears. "Live, you must live on. The Black Ink clan is too stupid and ignorant, only by living can you finally help the Supreme One complete its grand plan." Emo Nai suddenly realized that he had been underestimating Meng Ke all along. The reckless arrogance Meng Ke had displayed before him might have just been a front. "I misjudged him." Emo Nai silently mocked himself. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the void as Yang Kai furiously shouted, "Emo Nai, today you die." Emo Nai, who had just recovered a little, immediately looked up, only to see Yang Kai hastily stabilizing his mind and his Dao strengths before charging straight at him with his spear. Emo Nai's heart was filled with bitterness, knowing that he had failed to live up to Meng Ke's expectations. Against someone like Yang Kai, if he couldn't defeat him, the only thing that awaited him next was death. As for escaping, it was naturally impossible to do so against a master of the Tao of space. Yang Kai escaped from the pursuit of the Black Ink clan many times, the reverse had never happened. Since there was no way out, Emo Nai had no choice but to fight. If Meng Ke was willing to sacrifice himself, so why could he not? Yang Kai. Emo Nai furiously roared, grinding his teeth. He did not retreat this time, but rather took the initiative to charge Yang Kai. The two clashed again. In the last confrontation, Yang Kai had the absolute upper hand. He even managed to fatally injure Emo Nai using his dragon bead. Although Meng Ke had used a secret technique to help Emo Nai steady himself, this kind of injury could not be so easily healed. So, when they were locked in another round of confrontation, Emo Nai was still no match for Yang Kai. Had he not recovered a little thanks to Meng Ke's help, he would have died within 5 moves. It was only because of Meng Ke's sacrifice that Emo Nai was able to even fight back against Yang Kai. Various Dao strengths converged and merged, while Black Ink strength fiercely surged as the two figures clashed with each other. They flew around the void, attacking each other with deadly intent. Every clash would leave them injured, splashing their golden and black blood everywhere. After an extremely fierce collision, the two figures respectively flew backward. Yang Kai quickly came to a stop and stood completely still. His face kept distorting with various expressions as if something was terribly wrong. Mo Nai, on the other hand, flew far away, tumbling many times through the void. After he somehow stabilized himself, he spurted a mouthful of black blood. Immediately afterwards, he looked in Yang Kai's direction, seemingly sensing something. He did not know whether it was all an illusion, but he felt that Yang Kai's strength was unstable at the moment. Regardless of whether it was an illusion or not, the fact was that Mo Nai was on the verge of dying again. Regardless of what happened to Yang Kai, he would definitely end up dead if the fight continued. Meng Kei's last words once again echoed in his ears. "Live, you must live on." It was indeed difficult to escape before someone proficient in the Tao of space, but how would he know if he didn't even try? He wasn't someone who was afraid of death, but how could he be willing to die when the Black Ink clan's great task of unifying the 3,000 worlds was still not complete? He wanted to live, and not for himself, but for the Black Ink clan's grand ambition. Having made his mind, Mo Nai instantly turned around and fled. "You want to run? In your dreams." Yang Kai grit his teeth and shouted when he saw Mo Nai flee. He promptly activated his space secret technique to chase after him. But right then, the entire universe furnace world suddenly started quaking as another Grand Tao evolution took place. The Grand Tao of the universe furnace had evolved many times already, and with each evolution, the chaotic shattered Tao essence that filled the universe furnace world disappeared, replaced by order and stability. At the same time the Grand Tao started evolving, everything suddenly went blurry before Yang Kai, making it impossible for him to pursue Mo Nai. It was only after a short while that he could finally see clearly again. The Grand Tao evolution had also come to an end by then. However, Yang Kai still appeared to be in a daze. He stood in his place, looking around, exclaiming, "What's going on?" This question left members of both the human race and the Black Ink clan confused. Yang Lai even more anxiously shouted, "Quickly kill Mo Nai." This was a rare opportunity. If they let Mo Nai escape this time, it would be difficult to find him again. Right now, Mo Nai was not just an intelligent commander of the Black Ink clan, but also a true royal lord. He was a massive threat to the human race. What was Yang Kai hesitating about? This was a good opportunity to cut weeds and pull out roots. Yang Kai remained dazed for a moment before immediately releasing his divine sense. After sensing the direction of Mo Nai's escape, he promptly gave chase. Yang Lai finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, Yang Kai soon returned with the Azure Dragon Spear in hand, and a helpless look on his face. He kept moving his joints from time to time, raising his arms and legs as if he were very uncomfortable. "Is he dead?" Yang Lai hurriedly asked, finding it very strange that he had not sensed Mo Nai's fall. Even if he had escaped far away, it was still impossible for a royal lord to die without any sound or disturbance. "I couldn't catch up." Yang Kai angrily lashed out. "Couldn't catch up?" Yang Lai simply thought that he heard it wrong. "How could you not catch up? How could anyone escape from you? What the hell is wrong?" Yang Lai tightly furrowed his brow. He instinctively felt that something was off. If he was not so familiar with Yang Kai, he would have thought someone was pretending to be him. But after carefully observing him, he felt that the current Yang Kai was indeed a little different from the one he was familiar with. As for what was different about him, he could not put his finger on it. In any case, he did not have much time to think about it now, so Yang Lai just shouted, "Then let's kill this one." It was a pity Mo Nai had escaped, but another royal lord was still present. Killing him would also be a big haul. Thanks to the appearance of the universe furnace, the Black Ink clan had managed to gain 2 royal lords. One of them might have escaped with serious injuries, but they could not let the other one run away as well. Fine, fine. Yang Kai lifted his azure dragon spear and waddled towards the battlefield like a penguin. Something's wrong. Elsewhere, Yang Xiao, who was leading a six-paths formation to fight a pseudo-royal lord, had also noticed this. Although he had not spent much time with Yang Kai, the latter was still his adoptive father. As such, Yang Xiao was quite familiar with him. At this moment, his adoptive father gave him a very strange feeling, as if he was a completely different person. "What's wrong?" Blood Crow asked casually. "I think that's not my adoptive father." Yang Xiao frowned. Blood Crow sneered, "If that's not your adoptive father, who else could it be?" His ninth order open heaven realm aura was unmistakable. How could anyone pretend to be Yang Kai down to the most minute details and even carry the azure dragon spear? If someone could imitate another to the point that he was absolutely indistinguishable from the original, it would be truly shocking. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5795, Death of a Royal Lord. While Yang Xiao and Blood Crow were secretly communicating, Yang Kai broke one of the four symbols formation formed by the four territory lords with his spear. After engaging in a fierce battle, although both Yang Kai and Mo Na Yi were dead tired, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. In any case, he was a divine dragon, and a ninth order open heaven realm master, so how could four mere territory lords resist him? In addition, Yang Kai's infamy also made the territory lords extremely fearful. Seeing Yang Kai charging towards them, whether it was the territory lords or Xiaoyu, who was fighting Ouyang Lai, all of them became fearful. Under such circumstances, how could a four symbols formation stop Yang Kai's rampage charge? He easily broke the battle formation after just a few attacks. Without the support of the battle formation, the four territory lords were quickly slaughtered by Yang Kai one after another. But suddenly, Yang Kai frowned and stowed the azure dragon spear back in his small universe, all while muttering, "Annoying." Saying so, Yang Kai's body went down on his fours as an intense hostility and murderous intent broke out from him, like he was a ferocious beast that had been trapped for 10,000 years. He then slightly raised his head and stared in the direction of the other four symbols formation. The next moment, a mysterious energy surged from him before he disappeared, as if he had never been there. Inside the four symbols formation, the four territory lords were frightened like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. After all, they had just witnessed their four companions being easily killed by Yang Kai. Now that it was their turn, how could they remain indifferent? Even before Yang Kai reappeared, the four territory lords, who had been struggling to maintain their battle formation, became extremely unsettled. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared before Yang Kai's figure emerged behind a territory lord out of thin air, his hand suddenly thrusting towards the territory lord like a beast's claw. Furthermore, lightning was crackling around his palm. By the time Yang Kai pulled his hand back, a huge gaping hole had appeared in that territory lord's body while lightning crackled around the wound. The violent lightning energy made the territory lord shake uncontrollably. Immediately after, Yang Kai burst into laughter. "Better." Ouyang Lai's eyes shrank upon seeing this. He had immediately realized something. On another side, Yang Zhao's eyes involuntarily widened as he blurted out, "Thunder Shadow Great Emperor." That strange offensive stance, the brutal way of killing his enemies, even the concealing divine ability and those violent thunder principles were exactly the same as Thunder Shadow Great Emperor whom Yang Kai had taken into his small universe. Blood Crow was also shocked beyond words. The other human race masters who saw this were also puzzled. What's going on? How did Yang Kai suddenly become Thunder Shadow Great Emperor? Was he possessed? At the same time, they also finally understood why Yang Kai had failed to kill Mo Na Yi. Indeed, it was meaningless to flee before someone proficient in the Tao of space, but what if Thunder Shadow Great Emperor had occupied Yang Kai's body? He was not proficient in the Tao of space, so if Mo Nai wanted to escape, he could be helpless. While everyone was still in shock, Thunder Shadow had already killed all 4 remaining territory lords, cutting them down like vegetables. After that, he had concealed himself once more, and thanks to Yang Kai's Ninth Order foundation, Thunder Shadow's concealment became even more mysterious and unpredictable. Even Ouyang Lai could not find any trace of him. As for Xiaoyu, he was incomparably depressed. Originally, he was seriously injured by Yang Shui's sneak attack and was already having a hard time fighting Ouyang Lai. The only reason he had been able to hold on until now was thanks to the 8 territory lords who were assisting him, but now that they had been killed by Yang Kai, he would definitely not be able to hold on anymore. The only reason he was still alive was because Ouyang Lai was somewhat dazed and confused. However, with a powerful enemy like Yang Kai lurking nearby, ready to attack at any moment, Xiaoyu's heart was firmly lodged in his throat. He didn't feel safe at all even when he was on full alert. Thunder Shadow, what happened to Yang Kai? Ouyang Lai grit his teeth and shouted, not letting down his guard just because the Thunder Shadow had killed the 8 territory lords. He knew about the 3 self-source reconstitution art, and that the union of 3 selves was the key to Yang Kai's breakthrough to the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm, but by the looks of it, something had gone wrong with the 3 self-source reconstitution art which resulted in Thunder Shadow occupying Yang Kai's body. Of course, Thunder Shadow was also part of Yang Kai, but he was not Yang Kai, so Ouyang Lai had no choice but to ask. Suddenly, Yang Kai's figure appeared with a flash of lightning as he ruthlessly clawed towards Xiaoyu's head. Xiaoyu had been on guard the entire time, so when he sensed danger, he promptly turned around and threw a punch, barely managing to resolve the crisis. But taking advantage of this opportunity, Ouyang Lai also attacked Xiaoyu, and his attack managed to land. Thunder Shadow couldn't help but click his tongue before he once again concealed himself while sending divine sense transmission to Ouyang Lai. Big Brother's Tao strength became unstable in the last battle. Also, he was too exhausted after suffering repeated serious injuries. He's currently in a deep sleep, but don't worry, he should recover after a while. After a momentary pause, he added, "Stop wasting your breath, let's get this over with first." Ouyang Lai nodded lightly in agreement. Long story short, Yang Kai's problem wasn't very big, but there was a big problem with the 3 self-source reconstitution art. Regardless, it was not the time to mull over such matters. Whether Yang Kai would suffer a mishap or not remained to be seen. The most important thing right now was to deal with the remaining Black Ink clan. Immediately, Ouyang Lai straightened his thoughts and attacked again with renewed focus. With Ouyang Lai suppressing Xiaoyu and creating opportunities, it became much easier for Thunder Shadow to launch sneak attacks. Every time Xiaoyu was caught off guard, Thunder Shadow would suddenly appear and fiercely attack before going into hiding again. Every strike put Xiaoyu in agony, gradually worsening his injuries further. From the start, Xiaoyu was not Ouyang Lai's opponent because of his grave injuries, so when an expert like Thunder Shadow was hiding in the dark nearby, attacking him at every opportunity, it became impossible for Xiaoyu to survive. Compared to Ouyang Lai, the hidden Thunder Shadow posed a much greater threat to Xiaoyu. We lost. The Black Ink clan completely lost this time. At first, the Black Ink clan had the advantage, but things took a turn for the worse when Yang Kai suddenly advanced to the Ninth Order. The straw that broke the camel's back was Mo Nai's escape at the last moment, which ruined the Black Ink clan's last hope of victory. Nonetheless, Xiaoyu also knew that if Mo Nai had not run, he would have been the first to die. At that time, escaping was the only option for Mo Nai. As such, although Xiaoyu held some resentment towards Mo Nai, he did not hate him. If he was in Mo Nai's position, he would have made the same choice. Now that he was being targeted by two Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters though, Xiao Yu knew his death was assured, so his mindset changed as he became determined to make the most of the time he had left. There were many Black Ink clansmen on the battlefield. Xiao Yu could not let them all die. Withdraw and escape. Xiao Yu suddenly shouted to the Black Ink clan troops who were besieging the human race's defensive line. The moment he gave this order, the Black Ink clansmen scattered without a moment of hesitation, as if they had been waiting for those exact words all along. The tides were already not in their favor, which anyone could see. Mo Nai had already fled, and it was difficult to tell whether Xiao Yu would survive or not. If the remaining territory lords and pseudo-royal lords didn't run now, when Xiao Yu was killed and the two Ninth Order Masters became free to act, none of them would be able to escape. Previously, they had not fled because they didn't dare to, but now that Xiao Yu had given them the order, how could they hesitate? All the Black Ink clansmen fled, and the human race masters, who were originally having a hard time, were freed all of a sudden. Yang Shui let out a cold snort and stared at a pseudo-royal lord, before giving chase. She also knew that it was impossible to eliminate all of the Black Ink clan troops, so she decided to target the pseudo-royal lords, who were stronger than the others, and eliminate as many as possible. Pursue them! Xiang Shan shouted. Having been an army commander for millennia, he was well versed in the art of war. In battle, the best time to get results was when chasing a fleeing enemy. At least half of all kills were generally obtained during this time, while it was extremely hard to eliminate an opponent when two armies were confronting each other head-on. So naturally, when the Black Ink clan started fleeing in every direction, it was a good opportunity for the humans to chase and slaughter them. As for how many they could kill, that would depend on luck and methods. The faster Black Ink clansmen fled into the distance in the blink of an eye, while the slower ones suffered. The humans had been suppressed since the beginning of this battle, so after having gone through so much hardship, they had a lot of anger and resentment bottled up in their hearts, which they finally got a chance to vent. Suddenly, small battles broke out all across the void, with the sound of territory lords falling occurring frequently. Seeing this, Ouyang Lai shouted anxiously, "Finish him quickly." As long as Xiao Yu was alive, he and Thunder Shadow would be tied down with him. They had to kill Xiao Yu as soon as possible so that they could join the pursuit of the other Black Ink clansmen. This was a rare opportunity. If they could kill even half of the Black Ink clan masters present here, it would definitely lift a lot of pressure from the human race in the near future. With two Ninth Order Masters acting together, one in the open and one in the dark, it was impossible for the injured Xiao Yu to survive even if he was a true royal lord. Under the repeated sneak attacks of the Thunder Shadow, Xiao Yu's injuries slowly piled up, but he still went all out to hold on as long as possible, just to buy more time for the other Black Ink clansmen to escape. However, there was still a limit. Thunder Shadow, controlling Yang Kai's body, suddenly reappeared behind Xiao Yu and punched out. Lightning flashed and the power of thunder exploded, almost blowing his head off on the spot. Surrounded by lightning, Xiao Yu violently convulsed and lost all control over his body. At that exact moment, he saw Ouyang Lai's long blade swinging towards him, but he was unable to defend himself. Die! Ouyang Lai roared as he used all his strength to cut Xiao Yu in half. The aura of a royal lord suddenly flared up before vanishing. The next moment, Black Ink strength along with pitch-black blood gushed out from Xiao Yu's two halves. In response, Ouyang Lai did nothing. He just stood there with his saber, letting the black blood stain his body as he shouted, "Good!" Thousands of years had passed since the devastating war in the Barren Territory, and this was the first time a royal lord had been killed since then, and he was killed by Ouyang Lai. It was a glorious moment. The next instant, Yang Kai, who was moving like a beast the entire time, also appeared nearby. Ouyang Lai glanced at him as the corner of his mouth twitched. He could not help but wonder what kind of expression Yang Kai would make when he recalled this scene after regaining consciousness. However, Thunder Shadow could not be blamed for this either. Thunder Shadow had always lived in the myriad monster world, cultivating the primal art and tempering his monster core. He had never taken on human form, nor did he have the ability to do so. He had always maintained his beast-like appearance, so suddenly asking him to smoothly control Yang Kai's body and act like a human was impossible. So, it was better for Thunder Shadow to simply act in accordance with his original nature. Don't just stand there. Kill! Thunder Shadow shouted as lightning crackled around him before he transformed into a streak of light that chased after the fleeing enemies. Ouyang Lai followed closely behind. A short while later, shockwaves of a fierce fight could be felt coming from the distant void. You're tuning in to the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.